was really great because we had many symposia, keynote lectures and everything. So I thought we are on the right track now. But from one conference to the other, the environment was gone. And it was really disappointing. Also, this big conference in Madrid right now, just 4 weeks ago, the environment was not playing any role. And I believe still that the environment is very important, and it's from the cardiovascular side an overlooked disease. And usually when we have parallel session dealing with diabetes, hypercholesteremia, and environment issues, then you see that the topics cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, and smoking, the rooms are packed. And that's usually looks like when we're discussing the environment and cardiovascular risk factors. Why is that this case? I would say the environmental risk factors, that's what cardiologists believe, cannot be modified by patients and doctors, but rather by politicians setting pollution limits that protect us from cardiovascular damage. So politics is important, but we know that politicians are not behaving. So I want to focus my talk on air pollution, noise pollution, and healthy city design. And let me start with air pollution. We know that we have several emitting sources. So we have natural sources, volcano eruption and wildfires. We have the cities, of course. Fertilization is very important, fossil fuel burning, stationary emissions coming from the industry, and the mobile fraction coming from airplanes and cars. And I think it's very important to compare the excess deaths induced by the environment compared to traditional cardiovascular risk factors. And this is a nice summary from on World In data, how many people die from air pollution. And they show that the different organizations like WHO, Global Burden of Disease, and other investigators like Joost Lelyveld from Mainz and Bora from Oxford, they calculate excess deaths per year, and they're coming closer to each other. So the numbers are getting better and better. And the important point is when we say now, for example, Lelyveld was calculating that 8.8 million excess deaths per year occur. How does this relate to traditional cardiovascular risk factors? And we have data here from the WHO. Direct associated with diabetes are 1.5 million deaths, cholesterol 4.4, smoking 8, and arterial hypertension 10 million deaths. So I think ambient air pollution is something which we might consider being important. And Joost Lelyveld had just 2 years ago in British Medical Journal a very exciting paper calculating 8.3 million excess deaths because of air pollution. And these are the data. On the left-hand side, you can see a map, and you see where the excess deaths are mainly located in India and China, not very surprising. But also Europe has a high air pollution excess death load. And it's always considered together, PM 2.5 and ozone, and they calculated 7.9 million excess deaths because PM 2.5 and ozone 0.4 million. So he also calculated the values for Europe, and he counted 790,000 excess deaths because of air pollution. And the important point is that almost 50% of those are because of cardiovascular disease. So 40% ischemic heart disease, 8% stroke. Then we have these other non-communicable diseases, and this also belongs to arterial hypertension and diabetes. And this is known also because by air pollution. So we can say roughly 60% of all CVDs and cardiovascular risk factors are caused by PM 2.5. So the lung diseases are comprising around 20%, pneumonia, COPD, and lung cancer. So the important point is now, how do these risk factors reduce life expectancy? So air pollution, as calculated globally, reduces life expectancy by 2.9 years. And tobacco smoking by 2.2 years. And if you see that, you can say air pollution is at least as important as tobacco smoking. And this is something which has to be mentioned in the guidelines, in the prevention guidelines, for example, for cardiologists. And we got a nice headline in the Times: dirty air, deadlier than AIDS and smoking and war combined. So at least here we got our acknowledgement. Now, I think it's a year ago that the global ranking of risk factors was published for the 2021 data. And now what is to expect? Air pollution is now number 2 as a killing factor, just surpassed by arterial hypertension. And I also like to put your attention on the number 10. It's non-optimal temperatures, too hot and too cold, is now in the top 10 located. And when we look for the DALI, so the disability adjusted life years lost, then air pollution, also for 2021 data, is now number 1. Now, why is air pollution so important or so dangerous? And I think one of the problems with air pollution, even it's killing so many people, it's a silent killer. You don't see that somebody is inhaling polluted air and then he's falling apart. So it's a process which just takes years and years. And I just want to show you some examples here. When we inhale, for example, particulate matter, we have the different sizes: PM 10 micrometer, 2.5 micrometer, and 0.1 micrometer, the so-called nanoparticles or ultrafine particles. And when we inhale the particles, depending on the size, it goes different ways. So, for example, ultrafine particles can directly enter the brain via the olfactoric nerve and, for example, activate the HPA axis and cause immediate arterial hypertension. Larger particles are getting inhaled deeply into the lungs. They can transmigrate into the bloodstream and then cause inflammation of the vasculature in the entire body. So that's one of the major problems. Then we get endothelial dysfunction, platelet activation. So we start the atherosclerotic process, and at the end we have acute coronary syndromes, heart failure, arrhythmia, and stroke. So the important point is, what is a particle? Usually it's a carbon core, and on this core are sitting dangerous stuff. So transition metals, which can create high oxidative stress, endotoxins, ketones, and maybe you realize that there were also some discussion that the coronavirus was sitting on the particle, and especially in Italy, northern Italy, where we had highly polluted air, and you had already vascular dysfunction and oxidative stress, and then on top of that, coronavirus. This was the reason why the mortality rates in this area was so high. Now, important is the limit of air pollution. What is allowed in different countries? And here I want to give you an example from a paper published in the New England Journal, where they demonstrated that in the US, starting with 12 microgram per cubic meter, the risk for cardiovascular death is strongly increasing. I think this was the reason why in America the air pollution limit of 12 microgram per cubic meter was introduced. I must say the cardiologists discovered air pollution as a tool to explain myocardial infarction, for example, pretty late. And this is one example from 2022 from Rocco Montone. So investigated patients with acute myocardial infarction, and they had data for the last 2 years, how they were exposed to PM 2.5. And when you have myocardial infarction, usually this is because you have a plaque rupture. Yeah, this is let's say a layer which is rupturing, and then cholesterol is released into the bloodstream, and yet you get immediate thrombosis. And the rupturing of the plaque was more likely if you have an average concentration exposure of 15.57 microgram per cubic meter compared to 13 microgram per cubic meter, which is pretty low difference, but strong structural differences. Also macrophage infiltration, so the inflammation of the plaque was stronger when you had higher values of PM 2.5 exposure compared to people having no macrophage infiltration. So the concept is, if you have high let's say, air pollution levels, you get slowly atherosclerosis. So we have the limit here of 12 microgram per cubic meter. You are above this limit and you develop these plaques. And the interesting point is when you have peaks, PM 2.5 peaks, for example, this is possible to trigger plaque rupture, and that may cause acute myocardial infarction. And it's believed the trigger for plaque rupture because of exposure to very high concentration of PM 2.5 is an increase in heart rate, blood pressure, and activation of the sympathetic nervous system. Now, is air pollution a modifiable risk factor? First of all, we have to ask the politicians, please reduce the limits. And WHO was doing a great job by introducing 5 microgram per cubic meter. USA had now 9 microgram per cubic meter, but we have now this offer drill baby drill. So this is not existing longer, I would say. Australia is 8, Canada 10. And Europe, unbelievable, 25 microgram per cubic meter. So 25 times that what the WHO was saying, it's causing a disease when you're above this threshold. So Europe plans to go down to 10 microgram per cubic meter in 2030, but I'm pretty skeptic and I'm pretty sure that this will be cancelled. So coming back to our paper published in British Medical Journal, so Jos Lelyveld, he demonstrated the 7.9 million excess deaths because of air pollution, but he also made some calculation, phase out of fossil fuels, so oil, gas, and coal. And on the right-hand side, you can see how, let's say, dose dependently, the excess mortality goes down. And he calculated actually, if we get a complete phase out of fossil fuel, that you can save 5.1 million lives per year. But nobody was impressed, I would say. And here are the consequences. Just look here, high income countries getting rid completely out of anthropogenic air pollution. You can reduce mortality just by 95 to 100%. So these are the players of COP28 and COP29. So interestingly, our paper was published just 3 days before COP28, and the president of the conference was also a CEO of an oil company, and he was saying there is no science behind demands for phase out of fossil fuels. This was pretty interesting. And the next, let's say, host for COP29 was opening the sessions saying oil and gas are gifts of God. And so it's hard to imagine how these kind of conferences you can achieve any political consequences. And of course, drill baby drill is that what America is doing right now. Now, because the politicians don't behave, we have to give the people living in highly exposed areas personal level recommendations. And we made a nice paper here for American Heart, but also made a nice one together with the WHO. So here there's different options how we can protect yourself from air pollution. Take a face mask. Nobody likes that anymore. So not very exciting. You can use filters. Medication is not existing, a good one. You can stay indoors. It's also not very exciting. Or you can avoid polluted areas. That's also not the best recommendation. Or you can do exercise. And the interesting point is there are certain levels where we have the experience now. If you do exercise in polluted air, so for example, 25 microgram per cubic meter, if you do this for 2 years, you can be sure that you get your myocardial infarction earlier and you die earlier. So what's next here? Wildfires, and this is very important because we had these huge fires in Los Angeles, of course, and Canada was burning, and we had in New York the smoke, and we have summarized this also in our review, what wildfires is doing with the cardiovascular system, as mainly cardiovascular disease as side effects. And I think it's no doubt that wildfire increase mortality, and the calculation right now that we have an excess mortality worldwide of 670,000, and the projections are that until 2030, this will increase by 30%. Now coming to noise pollution, and I was in a lucky situation to be in Brussels when the European Environment Agency presented their noise report. and I could commend this as a task force member. And they stated actually that in Europe, more than 20% of the population, I think it's 110 million people, are exposed to noise at levels higher than 55 decibels, which means this is something which is linked to health consequences. We have 17 million being annoyed by noise. Almost 5 million people are getting sleep disturbances. We have 66,000 sudden cardiac death, 50,000 ischemic heart disease, and 20,000 people are getting diabetes. And it's also very important to note that we have more than 500,000 children getting a delay in the development of cognitive performance. So the reading capacity is getting impaired. Now, when we look for the premature death caused by the environment in Europe, air pollution is leading. Second place, non-optimal temperature. So the heat waves are getting counted more and more. And third place, it's noise pollution. And this leads to, let's say, a loss of healthy years by about 1.4 million per year. So the question is, how is noise causing cardiovascular disease? And this is a nice summary we published last year, Circulation Research. So the important point is we have two pathways. A direct pathway means you have very high noise level, like a starting airplane, and this causes damage of your ear organ. And this is the direct pathway. Indirect pathway are levels between, let's say, 50 or 60 decibel. This means a normal conversation, which is, of course, during the day not disturbing. But if you have 50 to 60 decibel in the night, this may cause a lot of stress and anger, and you get this stress axis activation. Interestingly, the same like in response to air pollution. And this will cause then vascular dysfunction, so endothelial dysfunction, something we can catch very early, and then manifest cardiovascular disease, means stroke, heart failure, myocardial infarction. Now, we calculated what is the increase in risk per 10 decibel, and the result for Martin Rösli and Mette Sørensen was that the cardiovascular risk increases by 3.2%. You get more ischemic heart disease, stroke, and heart failure. Now, what are the mechanisms underlying this cardiovascular disease? And we started noise research in Mainz 2013. So we got a noise from Düsseldorf Airport, and we exposed medical students to aircraft noise in the night, 30 or 60 times per night. So with an MP3 player, and the experiments were done in their house, which means this was a field experiment. We also linked them to polysomnography, which allows us to derive heart rate and blood pressure. And we were measuring endothelial vascular function before and after noise exposure. And the interesting point was, in very young students, one night of aircraft noise is sufficient to cause dose-dependently endothelial dysfunction. And then we give usually vitamin C to look whether it's an oxidative stress effect, and we can nicely improve endothelial dysfunction. And we also see an increase in stress hormone release. Then we said, okay, we have to check this also for railway noise. We see the same pattern. One night of railway noise causes endothelial dysfunction. Vitamin C is working. And we can also measure biomarkers, isoprostanes and nitrotyrosine, which go up just after one night of noise. And then we said, okay, we have to develop an animal model. We want to see, want to get insight into the molecular mechanism. And this was actually highlighted by Nature Review Cardiology, saying they were very proud on that we developed an animal model for studying transportation noise, the cardiovascular health consequences. Of course, in animal, we can measure endothelial function in the aorta. So we stimulate them with acetylcholine, which causes nitric oxide release. And after one night, it's very similar to the human experiments. We see a shift to the right in those response curves. So we get endothelial dysfunction. Nitric oxide signal is getting reduced. We get more oxidative stress. You see here nitrotyrosine, which is a consequence of peroxynitrite, which is formed from an own superoxide. And we get more expression of endothelin-1, which is a very potent vasoconstrictor, which also explains why you get arterial hypertension in response to noise. And then we tested nighttime noise. So this is a big discussion all over the place. Should we have night noise free time? And in Frankfurt, it was introduced now from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning. That's not allowed that airplanes start and land. And what we could figure out is, this was also very exciting, when we expose animals in the sleep phase to noise, we get the shift to the right, so we get endothelial dysfunction. And when we expose animals during the day with aircraft noise, nothing happens. So it's everything in the night. You get higher blood pressure, what you can see here, systolic and diastolic blood pressure. Endothelin expression is greatly enhanced, especially when you have nighttime noise. So frequently interrupted sleep, too short sleep, these are the main stressor which cause at the end cardiovascular disease. And that's a summary now. I think there's no doubt road noise will do the same. We get stress responses, also changes in the circadian rhythm. We get inflammation of the vasculature, and at the end, cardiovascular disease, and glucocorticoids and also catecholamines are playing an important role. So what can we do to reduce noise pollution? So we have nice noise limits from the WHO, pretty low for aircraft noise, 45 LDN, which means the 24-hour level, 40 in the night. But nobody's listening. Politicians are saying this is WHO, it's not a law. So it's not an European Union directive, so we don't care. So we have nice recommendation for road noise mitigation, railway and aircraft noise mitigation from the European Environment Agency. And nobody cares, I would say. So just an interesting aspect maybe how electric cars are reducing the noise level just by 1 decibel. So this is nothing, you know. But low tires and quiet road surfaces considerably more. So the noise we hear actually from a car is not the engine, it's the tires and the road surface. So coming to the last point, I think healthy cities mean you will get a healthy heart. And we have to consider that 2/3 of European population live in urban areas, and the trend is increasing. So according to estimates, the world population will reach 10 billion by 2050. 70% of them will live in cities. 60% to 80% of global energy consumption occurs in urban areas, and 70% of greenhouse gas emissions originate in cities. So WHO was saying, due to the large number of people living in cities, the urban environment and the healthy lifestyle are important for a healthy heart. And in the cities, of course, we have the problem of co-exposure. So we have noise pollution, we have air pollution, we have not enough green space, and of course, we have light pollution. And these are activating pathophysiological mechanisms which at the end cause vascular inflammation, hypertension, and will ultimately lead to cardiometabolic disease. One of the major problems are these heat islands. So because of asphalt and concrete, we don't have enough green space, and this will lead to heat island effects, which means we have areas in the city where the temperature is 7 to 8 degrees higher than in other areas, and this is known to cause more myocardial infarction and stroke. In this paper published in The Lancet, they postulate we need 30% of green space, and this can reduce the temperature by 1 to 3 degrees Celsius, and this will reduce cardiovascular deaths quite sufficiently. And we have these huge benefits of green infrastructure, which improves mental health, also reduces damage caused by noise and air pollution. It allows you physical activity and will improve memory and attention. So we need new urban models. And for example, in Barcelona, it was calculated that there are almost 3,000 premature deaths annually in Barcelona due to suboptimal urban and transport planning. So what we need are new city structures, for example, a car-free city, the 50-minute city model in Paris, actually. So I wonder whether this is getting implemented right now, or the super blocks model in Barcelona, which means you're just putting blocks together. It's not allowed to drive. It's just allowed the bicycle or to walk. And it would be important to have all the important infrastructure very close in this group, and so like doctors and shops and everything together. So that you can get everything in this super block, and they calculated when you introduce 500 super blocks, you can prevent almost 700 deaths. So that's an example from Barcelona before and after implementing a super block. So we have to change the structure of the cities. This is Freiburg in Germany, just no cars around. You can change a city structure like here in Seoul before and after implementing green space. The same in Düsseldorf. I wasn't aware about these dramatic changes implementing more green space, and you can see positive effects in Amsterdam because you get rid of the cars. So what we need to do, we have to bring the people more to walking and cycling, more public transport and more shared mobility. And also we have to get rid of the cars in the city. So the important point is when we calculate the cardiovascular risk, it's not important anymore to ask solely for cholesterol, hypertension, diabetes. It's also important to catch the exposome, which means the lifelong exposure to the environment to calculate at the end the cardiovascular risk. So the key messages are environmental exposures are to some extent modifiable and preventable risk factors, much less than smoking on hypertension. Air pollution, noise have robust evidence linking them to CVD. The mechanistic pathways, oxidative stress, inflammation, are shared across most pollutants. Mitigation policies offer health co-benefits. Physicians and policymakers must recognize and address environmental risk factors in cardiovascular risk assessment and prevention. Cities are both the problem and the solution through smart, health-oriented urban planning, walkability, green space, and clean transport. Cities can become engines for health, for heart health, and from research to policy, environmental factors must be treated as modifiable cardiovascular risk factors. Here's also a cost of inaction calculation. So if you do nothing, you are losing, for example, in Europe, 95 billion euro just not taking care for the environment in causing cardiovascular disease. Of course, nice example from Paul Crutzen. He is from Mainz, or he was in Mainz until 2 years ago when he unfortunately died. So he discovered what is the reason for the ozone hole, these chlorofluorocarbons, and getting rid of these, you can actually almost close now the ozone hole. So we have the recipe and we have to do something. What I like at the end, if you have the discussion in cardiology, what is more important, the genetics or the environment? I like this. Genetics loads the gun, but the environment pulls the trigger. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Münzel, for this inspiring talk about, in the end, also the multi-omics of cardiovascular health. So I would like to address the audience. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Hi, congratulations. I really loved your talk. I'm an architect and urban planner, so I've been advocating for these types of cities for a long while. And actually, I moved from the practice to research because of that, because I felt disillusioned by the way that I was forced to draw cities. So I really appreciate the messages that you are bringing to the audience. I would like just to share two stories. One is before moving into applied research, where I act in the past 10 years, I at some point tried to do like a startup, if we call it, on urban health for people to know actually what is their individual exposure using remote sensing. And I conducted some surveys in Portugal. I'm from Portugal, from Lisbon.
Okay.
And I conducted some surveys to understand from the environmental exposure how they value each of the items that I was offering to put on the platform. And actually the feedback was that noise was the one that they complained the most. And I was kind of surprised as an architect because I was not looking at that. I was looking at the green spaces, accessibility, blah, blah, blah. But noise was actually the first one. Another story not related or somehow could be related, but more recently, we deployed together with the University of Lisbon and the Institute for Geography, atmospheric sensors outside and inside houses in a pilot neighborhood to monitor the summer extremes. And then we conducted not daily, but weekly telephoning them, inquiring about their status, their complaints. And during heat waves, the first complaint that they had was not the thermal discomfort in itself, but the disruption to the sleep. So this was the trigger, and then in some cases there were harmful outcomes. And this was happening in a very busy neighborhood in Lisbon. So I'm wondering if there is any research or feedback on the compounding effects of noise and excess heat to sleep. And this is just like an overall question for thought.
That's an interesting question. So of course we were looking also for the changes of the gene expression of the genes regulating the circadian rhythm, and we, for example, have identified that FOXO3, which is located also in the vasculature, is getting downregulated, and this is maybe one reason why we get vascular dysfunction in response to noise stress. Then we're giving a compound bepridyl, that's a calcium antagonist, and it increases the expression of FOXO3, and we could reverse everything. So the interesting point was just by correcting circadian this rhythm, let's say, then we could normalize the cardiovascular system. So this shows how important it is. And of course, if you have heat in addition, I don't know of co-exposure studies, but this will be detrimental if you have heat and not cooling enough. Then of course you cannot sleep, and this will increase the stress like hell. And I think we discussed it yesterday also, the impact of variables on alarming humans and patients in particular, if there is a situation coming which endangers them. And we discussed also the heart failure patients. It's a growing population. We have more and more patients with heart failure. They have low blood pressure, and they have, let's say, medication which blocks the contractility of the heart, which is very important. If you lose a lot of fluid, you have to contract more your heart to compensate for the fluid loss. And this is blocked by the beta receptor blocker. And we give them diuretics. The elderly people don't drink enough. So this is, in addition, the problem. And this is explaining why this heart failure population is so vulnerable. So before I was getting retired, we had a heat wave also 2 years ago in Germany. And you have to see your patients much more frequent. You have to adapt the medication. For example, if you need to lower the blood pressure, it's better to take a calcium antagonist as compared to diuretic, because this is endangering the people quite heavily. So you have to adjust a lot. And because I'm in the prevention guideline committee, I really hope that I can bring noise pollution, air pollution, and heat into the important cardiovascular risk factor category. So like high cholesterol and diabetes and hypertension. And we also discussed yesterday, I'm pretty sure in 15 years, nobody talks about cholesterol, whether it's 30 or 40 milligram. Yeah. It's important that you are a climate cardiologist. You have to know when the heat wave is coming, what you have to do when the heat wave is here. You have to know about noise exposure, and you have to know whether your patients are living in polluted air, and you have to know what air pollution is doing to your patients. So we need to train and to educate climate cardiologists. So I think that's a future for cardiology.
Thank you very much, Professor Münzel. We will now continue to the next speaker. Due to time, advanced time, we cannot accept further questions right now. So our next speaker is Mrs. Lubica Supunski. Dr. Lubica Supunski received her PhD from the Faculty of Physical Chemistry, University of Belgrade. in the radiochemistry field in 2014. From 2008 to 2017, she was a teaching assistant at the Faculty of Technical Sciences at the University of Novi Sad, Serbia. In a period from 2017 to 2022, Dr. Supunski was a postdoctoral scientist in the section of Environment and Radiation at the International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, Lyon, France. From 2022, she has been working as a scientist in Environment and Lifestyle Epidemiology branch at IARC. Her research interests are in the field of public health, exposure assessment, cancer epidemiology, environmental pollution, cancer risk assessment, and analysis of uncertainty related to models used in risk assessment. Thank you, Dr. Supunski.
So thank you very much. It is my honor to be here during the past 2 days and to listen how Earth observation data can be used in the science and in research. And today I will present a study protocol that scientists from International Agency on Research on Cancer developed in collaboration with our partner institutions. And also we would like to collaborate with the European Space Agency on this project. So IARC is International Agency for Research on Cancer. IARC belongs to the broader United Nations family. And this year we celebrate 60th anniversary. Our main mission is cancer prevention. And we are focusing on 4 key questions for cancer prevention. And that's who develops cancer, where and when, and which types. Why do people develop cancer? How can we prevent cancer efficiently? And how can we mobilize and share our knowledge? IARC Cancer Observatory announced and estimated that in 2020, there were 90.3 million new cancer cases, and we expect that this number will increase by 60% until 2040, and we will have 30.2 million new cancer cases. And the majority of this burden will be in low and middle income countries. So cancer prevention is an extremely important topic. Scientists from IARC collaborate with national cancer registries from 185 countries. They send summary cancer statistic data, so IARC can analyze this data and answer the question who develops cancer, where and when and which types. We also conduct epidemiological studies. We investigate different factors, risk factors, biological, chemical, or physical, to see how they influence the cancer risks. And then policymakers can use this knowledge to implement prevention strategies with aim to eliminate or to reduce exposure to cancer risks. Or we also can communicate directly with the population, addressing changing of risky behavior. And international collaboration is at the core of all our activities. Specifically, I work at the Environmental Lifestyle Epidemiology branch. So we research environmental, occupational, radiation, and lifestyle-related causes of cancer. How we are doing it, we can pull the data from different studies that participate in different research consortia. But we also conduct new studies at fieldworks to collect new data. And then we want to translate our evidence into public health goods. Today, I will focus on childhood cancers, which is the leading cause of disease-related death in children younger than 15 years in high-income countries. If we talk about the risk factors, there are several risk factors that are well established, like hereditary conditions or ionizing radiation, but there are many suggested possible risk factors, and environmental pollution is one of them. So there is big research gap in the literature, and there is some evidence, but still it's in the focus of research. In particular, lymphoid lymphoblastic leukemia is in the focus of our research, and with 30 to 50 per 1 million children across EU who develop ALL every year. Although treatment and efficiency of the treatment increased during the past decades, with cure rates of around 90% in Western Europe, suffering of the children and their families remained high, and also the risk of secondary cancers throughout the life. So primary prevention is still the most preferred option. Here I just wanted to give a short summary of the natural history of ALL, which is postulated as two-hit mechanism. Two hits means that we need to have two genetic aberration happening in order to fully develop ALL. So for the first hit, as first genetic damage, it is postulated that it is happening in the fetal cells in utero as a consequence of interaction between air pollution and DNA. So we can get pre-leukemic clones. And then later, with insufficient immunological training and exposure to some common infection where we have abnormal response and proliferative stress, second hit or second genetic damage can happen, leading to development of the fully developed ALL. So majority of the research is concentrated on the second hit, but for us, we want to explore further interaction between environmental pollution and the risk of developing these pre-leukemic clones. Scientists at IREC, in collaboration with partner institutions, developed a study protocol where we want to investigate association between risk of acute lymphoblastic leukemia in children and exposure to different environmental factors. Our study population are mother-child pairs from 4 big national birth cohorts from Norway, Denmark, Japan, and France. But also in our study, we include in consortia of big nationwide cohorts and nested case control studies where we have information on children. We want to assess exposures for each study participant and then to investigate association with ALL, but not only with ALL as final outcome, but also what is the relationship with the predisposition to ALL, meaning that we have these pre-leukemic clones. And actually, exposure assessment is the key topic where we want to collaborate with European Space Agency. So what are the exposures that we want to include in our study? We want to focus on air pollution, PFAS chemicals, and pesticides. If we talk about air pollution, we heard today a lot about it and how exposure can be dangerous for non-communicable diseases. For us, we know that air pollution is a confirmed carcinogen for adult population, but also there is some literature gap for childhood cancers. We would like to focus on, for example, PM2.5, PM10, nitrogen dioxide, ozone, ultrafine particles, and to model exposures for them, but also to measure heavy metals and bisphenols, for example, in the blood and urine of pregnant women. If you talk about PFAS, it is also a very important topic. PFAS are synthetic chemicals. This group contains several thousand of chemicals. They are extremely stable. That's why they are highly used in the industry. We can be exposed through waterproof clothes, food packaging, firefighter foams, and also the atmosphere, soil, oceans, everything is polluted. One of the PFAS substances, PFOA, is confirmed carcinogen, but also we have emerging evidences of other PFAS also that they increased cancer risk. So we decided to measure several PFAS compounds also in the blood of pregnant women and then to check association with the childhood cancers. We also want to study pesticides because they are very frequent in both agricultural and residential settings. We also know that they can modify immune pathways and endocrine pathways, and also they can change methylation patterns on DNA. We would like to measure non-specific metabolites of organophosphates and pyretrates, but also to model exposure to specific active ingredients. So we proposed two strategies how to do exposure assessment. One is to measure biomarkers of exposure, meaning pollutants in the blood and urine of pregnant women, and then to check association with the presence of pre-leukemic clones in newborns. But also, we would like to have second strategy for exposure assessment, and that is to model exposure at residential address at birth. So because in birth cohorts and also in nationwide cohorts, we would have GPS coordinates of the address at birth. And then if we can use technology and Earth observation data, we could assess exposure exactly at the location of the house. And then to check what is association with ALL diagnosis through linkage with national cancer registries. I would like to acknowledge all 18 institutions for developing this study protocol, and especially IARC scientists and scientists from University of Copenhagen. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience or from online? Yes, there's one question.
So you mentioned that you were in partnership with the European Space Agency, but what kind of data did you use coming from the European Space Agency to do your studies?
So far, we still don't use data, but we would like to collaborate, and there were some initial dialogues between IARC scientist and Stefano. So far, what I heard during the past 2 days, air pollution would be possible to get the data on. But then if you talk about the pesticides, it is very interesting because then probably it would need to be proximity to the fields. And then if you know the year and if you know the type of the crops and the country, we could have probabilities, and we could know probabilities that some specific active ingredient was used. But as far as I learned during the past 2 days, we, besides air pollution and air pollutants, in this moment, we wouldn't have other measurement of other pollutants. But I'm happy to explore more what is possible.
Just an additional small question. Is water a factor that you would like to look at? Like, you know, drinking water, the quality of water for all types of cancer or leukemia?
So water also would be important to see if we want to model exposure. But for several pollutants, we measure them in the blood. So then all kinds of exposure pathways contribute. But if we want to model exposure at a residential address, then it would be interesting also to know what is there in the tap water or other sources that population is using. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on. Thank you, Dr. Zupunski. We will move on now to the next talk.
So for the next talk, we have Dr. Miriam Lee Berger, and she will talk about music and how it positively influenced the health.
Could you assist us technically for a moment, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. The magical hands of technicians. So, dear delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you today at this important forum on non-communicable diseases and mental health. My name is Dr. Berger, and I have the privilege of speaking about an area where science, medicine, and the arts intersect, namely the role of music, sound, and neuroacoustics in advancing brain health and in the prevention of NCDs. That's an abbreviation for non-communicable diseases, including cardiovascular. Yes, thank you. So in short, my own professional journey is perhaps a bit unusual, as I began as a concert violinist, performing internationally for more than 3 decades, while also training as a medical doctor and researcher. My doctoral work focused on neuroimmunology and pain therapy in patients with chronic pain. I later pursued psychiatry and psychotherapy, as well as global health training at Harvard University. Over the past decade, I have carried out independent fieldwork in sound therapy in several dozen countries. And today I direct Somnia GmbH, which is a Swiss institute dedicated to sound medicine and neuroacoustics in Zurich. Since 2023, I have also been engaged in the UN Space and Global Health Task Force, together with UNOSA and Space and Global Health Network based in Geneva. So what brought me here originally was that I participated with my team at the International Space and Global Health Hackathon last year. And this bridge between medicine, sound, and innovation extends also to the space and global health domain. So at this hackathon, we were basically exploring solutions recognized by the European Space Agency and UNOSA. And we personally experienced that this collaboration between the arts, the healing arts, and the sciences reaffirm the potential of transdisciplinary innovation in both planetary health and space, as well as human health. So allow me to recall the topic of this panel, the non-communicable diseases. They account for nearly 3 out of 4 deaths worldwide. That means 75% mortality rates, only linked to chronic diseases. The 4 main categories, cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, and chronic respiratory illnesses, are now joined by a growing recognition of mental and neurological disorders as a 5th category. While treatment and lifestyle modification remain essential, systemic barriers such as chronic stress, inequity, and social isolation continue to undermine progress. This is where art-based interventions can play a vital role, offering integrative and low-threshold approaches embedded in communities and in natural environments. The evidence supporting this approach is now robust. A 2025 global review encompassing more than 95 studies and over 200,000 participants demonstrated that arts interventions improve mental health, increase physical activity, and address inequities. The WHO's landmark 2019 synthesis report, covering more than 3,000 studies, established that the arts contribute significantly to prevention, management, and treatment of disease. In other words, artistic activity, particularly music and somatosensory experiences, multisensory experiences, they are not enrichment. it's public health. These interventions enhance neuroplasticity, foster social cohesion, and reduce isolation. At the physiological level, a key mechanism linking NCDs and mental health is the autonomic imbalance. I refer also to Professor Münzel's talk, where he explained very well the stress axis and interlinks between the physiological systems. So when sympathetic arousal, our stress system, dominates over parasympathetic tone, the result is elevated blood pressure, systemic inflammation, poor emotional management, and disrupted sleep, shifts in circadian rhythms, and according to Professor Münzel, especially also cardiovascular consequences. Environmental sensory exposures like light, air pollution, air quality, tactile stimuli and sound, they feed directly into the system. They modulate the stress axis, the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, the immune system, and our neuroendocrine balance. Sound and music, therefore, is not only metaphorical, it is actually a biological input capable of shaping brain and bodily functions. So at our Institute Somnia, we seek to translate these insights into practice. We provide evidence-based protocols for brain health, prevention, and resilience, drawing upon international field research, scientific collaboration, and artistic expertise. What you see here is insights into the participatory community-based practices. My apologies that the pictures are a bit darker, but I hope you can see what is depicted here. We have projects together with urban communities. We have individual sessions, group sessions. We work directly with hospitals in the implementation of workforce support in stress regulation and burnout prevention. So that's, and yeah, that's mainly what you can see here in the pictures. So what I would like to point out here as well is that there's parallelly to this undertakings in neuroacoustics, there's a very broad market, which is more or less a free wellness market. And this global sound and wellness market is currently very fragmented and largely unregulated. Many interventions there lack validation, and some may be even harmful. I'm referring also to noise and unwanted sounds here. This absence of standards undermines reproducibility and comparability. In response, our work is grounded in systematic testing and validation with partners in Geneva, Zurich, and abroad. Using mixed methods, medical-grade devices, and biomarker analysis, we aim to establish sound and neuroacoustics as a field with the same rigor expected in medicine and public health. This slide illustrates the expanding landscape of sound and neuroacoustics research, which is gradually moving from fragmented case reports to a coherent scientific field. Our task is to ensure that this knowledge is consolidated and standards and scalable interventions are developed. I was glad to see also that to include also some of the research that Professor Münzel did on noise. Yeah. So what I would like to suggest here as an idea and a thought for food for thought is that noise, especially in urban settings, is one of the most underestimated drivers of NCD risks. It contributes to cardiovascular disease, poor sleep, and chronic stress, as mentioned already. Yet, just as noise can harm, sound can also support prevention and health. By integrating curated neuroacoustic soundscapes, for example, into parks, transport hubs, hospitals, and workplaces, we can balance noise, foster relaxation, and build resilience. This is so to say preventive medicine for cities, creating healthy communities and ecosystems in urban spaces. I would like to mention also that our work also extends into extreme environments, as we have been pre-selected as a potential research partner for the Swiss mission to the International Space Station in 2027 to 2029. Our concept here is to mitigate noise burden and support neurological recovery during sleep and during circadian rhythms in astronauts. That means that the lessons learned in space, where human physiology is pushed to its limits, can inform how we manage stress and sleep challenges also here on Earth, and the other way around, of course. So with this, Excellencies, colleagues, I would like to resume. Non-communicable diseases remain the leading cause of global mortality, but they are also profoundly shaped by stress, inequity in our sensory environments. Sound and music are not only cultural enrichment, they are a biological input that modulate our nervous system, influences information, sleep, and emotional regulation. Evidence now shows that arts and sound innovations can improve mental health, enhance resilience, and address inequities at the community level. By bridging science and art, by combining rigor with creativity, I think we can build interventions that are accessible, scalable, and truly global. And it is my hope that the international community will continue to integrate these approaches into strategies for planetary and human health. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Miriam, for a very interesting presentation. Do we have questions? Yes, please.
Thanks, Miriam, for the talk. It was really interesting. I was thinking doing a presentation because I know that there is a lot of research that connects, for example, sounds of nature to reduction of stress. So then my question is there specific types of music and art that are particularly good at reducing stress and improving human health?
Thank you, Daniela. Great to see you. Also, thank you for the very interesting question. Yes, I confirm fully that nature sounds have been, especially specific nature sounds like bird song and water, have been, and ocean sounds have been connected to reducing stress levels. There are specific musical parameters to these sounds, as well as to human-made sounds that you can apply very concretely to the stress system or to the stress axis. And the mechanisms are, on one hand, through the central nervous system. That means brainwave entrainment mechanisms that allow to shift brain activity from the beta level. I'm going to keep it very simple and short here. From the beta level activity down to the alpha and theta, deeply into the delta brainwave activity states. Another mechanism approach is to use sound and music as a vasoactive agent, meaning that you bathe in sound, and you experience the vibroacoustic quality of it, which is also in this pathway. It afferently feedbacks with the central nervous system and creates a feedback loop. Does this respond to your question sufficiently?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more quick question. I hear that frequencies are magical. You know, like on YouTube, they have all this advertising that this frequency, like 400, whatever, 500, whatever. Is there anything linked to the Schumann frequency of 7.84 hertz of the oscillation of the ionosphere?
Thank you, Jerome Benveniste, if I am correct. Thank you very much for the also very interesting question. Yes, this has been a statement found very often, frequently on media platforms, as you mentioned. So for everyone who doesn't know what the Schumann frequency is, it's a specific frequency found in the stratosphere.
Ionosphere.
Ionosphere, yeah. Thank you. Around the planet. It is supposed to influence the geomagnetic orientation also of animals and other mechanisms, natural mechanisms. I recall there was an experiment in Munich in the 60s where humans were asked to spend prolonged time in a completely isolated chamber under the earth, which allowed to separate any kind of electromagnetic or ionospheric influence from humans and from the human nervous system. That led to insights that human physiology greatly deteriorates in these chambers. And once they got out of the chambers, they could recover again. What exactly mechanisms is, I do not recall in this moment. I'm happy to discuss this later. But aside from that, I am unfortunately not aware of any direct, robust scientific validation. But I might be not having seen it.
It's
Yes.
just in terms of music, the frequency of 7.84 is very, very low, but we're supposed to be able to not hear it
Yes.
because, below 20 hertz, but then there are harmonics.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the harmonics of that frequency, which is the earth pulse of the ionosphere oscillating against like a capacitor between the ocean and excited by lightning, if there is in music something that has to do with the harmonics of that frequency.
Oh, very interesting question.
Yeah.
Goes
There's another
very
question.
far. Yes. You're referring also to the phi ratio and the natural law behind the math of music. So 7.83 hertz is part of the ultra low frequency range. And that means that it has there are proven physiological effects from the spectral ranges of sounds and frequencies. The harmonics and the combination of harmonics on top of that, and also the partial harmonics of it, meaning going down below 7.83 hertz, they are believed to have health effects, but this is also part of what we want to investigate in the future. Does this?
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Just a very, very short comment and question. We are doing, I'm Enrico Cani from Politecnico di Milano. We are doing some studies. We have done some studies on females in which we applied the Tibetan bells, and we were measuring changes in vagal response, and this was really immediate and effective and significant. So I believe that this kind of countermeasures for stress are very powerful and under considered sometimes, because also potentially music in the cities, which usually we hear during Christmas in some parts of the cities, could become a part of a countermeasure for pollution, for example, by reducing the vagal, the sympathetic drive. The question is, do you think also this stimuli can be given by virtual reality? So not just
Pardon? Could you?
by using virtual reality headsets, not just by being immersed in a real environment, but also recreating digitally a virtual environment. Do you have any experience of this?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. I very much agree that vagal tone and circadian rhythms as well, because we are looking into sleep and stress management particularly, they do influence, they are effects of using specific frequencies and music, harmonic music, in evidence-based ways. I also very much see the implementation in urban landscapes. I'd like to say urban soundscapes to complement and enrich and also neutralize the stresses that we deal with. For example, when I spent extensive time in Asia around in the last decade. So I'm always impressed by what they do already there. They, for example, use bird sounds, artificial digital recorded bird sounds in parks where there are no birds existent, and other such examples. In Korea, South Korea, for example, all the urban transport systems have loudspeakers that play selected classical music, which is, of course, linked to the same reasons. So coming back to your question, sorry, I forgot.
Virtual reality.
Exactly, virtual reality. So what I personally participated in as well, because virtual VR in the metaverse is coming, and it's also in the context of space missions a very important educational approach, but also in healthcare, of course. We tested metaverse settings in Geneva that derived from the EPFL, from the LNCO lab under Professor Olaf Blanke. We tested digital music in context with 3D, three-dimensional virtual immersion, and the feedback so far was very positive. And from my own work and from my own clients, I also can confirm this, as we also apply digital applications. There is, of course, a difference because we don't have the vibroacoustic haptical immersion. It's not an in-person application where there are also other factors coming into play regarding any healing processes or therapeutic processes, but it is still processed through the audible, through the acoustic nerve, and therefore the vagal tonus is addressed. Thank you.
Just a quick comment to link what we discussed here with the vet field and the milk production field. I remember that I saw in some studies that when cows were exposed to classical music, they tend to produce more milk, and it was considered as also an indicator that stress was reduced.
Thank you for this contribution. Yes, and as animals and humans are both part of the mammal population, I mean, I do believe that these inputs these environmental inputs have comparable effects on animals as well. And yeah.
Thank you, Miriam, very much. We can move on to the next presentation. That will be given by Gerardo Chierici and Costanza Borghi. Gerardo is full professor at the University of Florence, chair of forest inventory and remote sensing at the School of Agriculture, and urban ecology at the School of Architecture, director of GeoLab, Laboratory of Forest Geomatics. And Costanza Borghi is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Florence with a background in forestry science. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So here I'm presenting some first results and activities that we carry out in Florence, in University of Florence, but also thanks to the contribution of the European Space Agency with the Urbana project. And also in the framework of the activities of this foundation, the Foundation for the Future of the Cities, Fondazione per il Futuro delle Città, that is a new institution in Italy founded by the government with scientific support to green transition of cities. So basically for funding research. We are going to publish the first report of the activities carried out by this foundation that is in the framework of cooperation with a lot of scientists in Italy, mainly in Italy for the moment. One of the most important component is related to the creation of a new doctoral program at University of Florence in the Department of Architecture. The doctoral is in urban future studies, and I am the coordinator of this new program. So some of the research coming up today are coming from this. We have 15 new PhD students working on these activities. One of the main output of the foundation is the creation of this observatory on urban forest. The main point is related to the fact that in Italy, but more or less everywhere, statistics related to the effect of green areas and the services coming from green areas in the different cities are coming from local data, basically data coming from the municipalities that they provide, for example, the amount of green areas of each cities and so on. So we noticed that these data are not standardized. So the different municipalities have different methods for calculating, for example, the number of trees or the number of urban green areas and so on. So I am a remote sensing scientist. So we thought that remote sensing is a very good source of information for a standardized approach for calculating the effect, the services of the green vegetation in urban areas. So we created this system that is for the moment was implemented in 92 the main urban areas in Italy for 92 cities. We decided to try to give the maximum added value to existing data. So we are using data coming from 5 different data sets that are available across, some of them are available across Europe. One of them is only from Italy, but mainly created in the framework of the Copernicus program. So we are talking about the urban atlas, the street tree layer, the grassland layer, the small woody fissure and tree cover densities. I don't have the time to describe all of these layers, but they are all freely available in the Copernicus framework. So we created a new map of urban vegetation for these 92 cities in Italy. The map has 10 meters resolution and classifies the vegetation in 3 classes: trees, shrubs, and herbs. We also try to do the same at European level. This is a paper that is going to publish, hope, soon for all the capitals in Europe for accounting with a standardized accounting of urban green areas and urban forestry in Europe. But this is just the first step. So of course, we can calculate some basic indicators such as urban green areas, number of trees on the basis of this data. But this layer is just the first step for accounting the ecosystem services that are provided by the vegetation. So we can use different models. There are a lot of research activities that was carried out in the last 20 years for modeling the effect of vegetation in providing ecosystem services. This is, for example, the calculation of carbon sequestration, so the removals of carbon dioxide. This is the removals of PM10, so particulate matter in the atmosphere, so air pollution, basically. Another effect that is very important in Italy is the effect of vegetation on urban heat island. So the possibility to mitigate the urban heat island effect. So we can calculate this on the basis of remotely sensed data, and so, for example, on the bottom left, you can see in Florence, my city, the effect of the change in the maximum temperature given by the percentage of tree cover on the left and the percentage of insulated soils on the right. So a clear effect of the vegetation on the temperature. Of course, to do this, we need also local data, ground data, to validate our models. So we are using mobile systems to take data on temperatures. We have this meteor tracker instruments on the buses. We have done this in Rome 1 year ago, and now we are doing this in Florence also. Another effect that is important is biodiversity. I know that is not strictly related to human health, but we also have to take into consideration all the animals. So we are dealing on the possibility to calculate the connectivity of green urban areas. This is an example on Paris. But we have done it on all the European capitals, as I said. So we can calculate the connectivities and so the spatial arrangement of the urban areas. So it's not just a matter of how many or the area covered by green areas, but also how these urban areas, urban green areas are distributed across an area. The next steps are more related to a change in scale. What we are doing now with our PhD students is more moving from this area pixel approach to a real-time digital twin of trees in the different urban environments. These are just examples of some of the activities that we are doing with PhD students. I don't have the time to cover all these issues, but I would like to go to one specific area that is more related to health assessment. This is the first time we present this new research activity that is carried out in the area of Florence. For the moment, we have a paper that is under preparation in cooperation with medical statisticians. We are used a meta-analysis of data from literature where there is some clear results of the impact of NDVI. You know that NDVI is one of the most used vegetation index in remote sensing. So something that we can very easily calculate on remotely sensed data from optical data. So a relationship between NDVI and health, human health. Basically, as I said, I'm not from medical area, so apologizes if I oversimplify our approach, but it's a Bayesian model to calculate the counterfactual effect of exposure to urban green areas. So it's just the opposite of calculating the exposure to a negative effect. Here we are calculating the exposure to a positive effect on human health. And in literature, we can easily, there are a couple of interesting meta-analysis papers that are on the basis of which we can calculate quantitative models for calculating the relationship between a change in NDVI, so a change in a percentage of NDVI and expected death percentage in the population. So for the first time, we calculated this effect on statistical units in the area, calculating the effect of different scenarios. So in scenarios with a change, an increase in the NDVI, in the vegetation index of 0.5 or 0.7. And also we try to calculate the WHO target, because the problem here is that the WHO target is not expressed in NDVI, is expressed as a minimum distance from vegetation that should be 300 meters. So the we created an assessment of a model, basically, to calculate the relationship between the WHO target of vegetation in our cities and the NDVI. And then we applied this model to the counterfactual effect of the vegetation. So basically, we have a reduction of 4% mortality for each increase of 0.1 in NDVI. And we are going to publish this result soon. And the good of this approach. This is based on Sentinel-2 data, so optical satellite imagery. The good is that if the models, of course, we have a coefficient of the so-called credibility index, so a calculation with a Monte Carlo simulation of the stability of this model. But once that the model is calibrated, we can apply this model all across the data. As soon as we have data on mortality with statistical units, then we can calculate this model. So we are going to apply this for the entire data set of the Italian cities to understand the effect of vegetation on mortality. Another research that we have in this moment is related to remote sensing, is the ALAN, the so-called ALAN, so the artificial light at night. We started this research because we would like to consider the effect of artificial illumination on urban vegetation. And we have specific satellites that are in charge of acquiring the light emitted by the ground during the night. There are specific satellites because this kind of emissions of energy from the ground is very low compared to the daylight emissions. But then we started to enter so we started this for calculating, for assessing the effect on the vegetation, but then now we are trying to put together the different components to see also the effect on the social environment, because that we know that there are a lot of discussion related to the effect of public illumination on the social and the social effect of public illumination. So this is another typical example where remote sensing is very useful, and then we can do this kind of analysis at global level because we have data set globally available. Finally, just another example of the possibilities of working together also with the stakeholders. This is a new European project, a LIFE project, where we are working with the municipality of Florence, because a typical example of transferring these results to the possibility to implement this kind of technologies also for a real change in the way our cities are managed. So to give more information, more support to the possible green transition of our cities. Thank you very much.
Any question from the audience? Or from online? No question. So thank you. Oh, there is one. Yes.
Everybody's looking at urban green as a good thing, which it clearly is in many respects. But it's also becoming increasingly clear that certain elements of urban green are mosquito magnets and tick magnets and so on and so forth. So you do get an increase in disease risk that's associated with the vegetation in towns. Do you have any way of incorporating that into the way you look at things?
I don't know if I understand correctly. Do you mean the negative effect of vegetation? Yeah. There are examples. I'm not really an expert, but I know that there is a scientific area calculating the effect of pollen. So the emission of volatile components that are negative for human So, for example, we have the flowers, for example, they emit come si dice polline? Pollens. Okay. So that we have, this is a very practical applications of this. I don't know other specific. There are some negative effect on the stability of trees. You know, when trees fall, they can cause problems on, of course, on.
Okay, so sorry for this
Yeah,
very
but-
interesting presentation, but we are really late on schedule, so there is a coffee break.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Professor.
We can discuss in the coffee break. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So move on to Anthony Delavoise. Anthony, please. Okay. So Anthony has a dual background, climate scientist and aerospace engineering. So perfect for this interdisciplinary research. And now he's in the European Space Agency since 2022 after working in very diverse space-related projects for more than 9 years. And he worked as an atmosphere application scientist in the Directorate of Earth Observation. So please, Anthony, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the introduction. So yeah, today, in fact, I wanted to give you a bit of an overview of what we can really actually achieve with satellite and what satellite data is regarding air quality monitoring, and giving you some examples of applications we've been developing through ESA programs. I thought useful to show you a bit first what actually satellite measures. And so you have an image of like the tropomy instrument and what it can observe in terms of species. So tropomy, or I will refer as well as Sentinel-5P, which is the satellite, is in orbit over the Earth, and basically provides a daily covers the globe every day, and you pending the availability of measurements. So you need sunlight. So basically, if you have clouds or it's nighttime, then you don't have measurements. But basically, each point of the globe has one measurements per day for the different species that you can see here. The satellite measures total column, so it's not concentration at the surface. And for this, of course, this has some limitations, and as well as the pixel size probably is several kilometers. So this is an example of what you actually see with satellite. If I dive into one specific species, which is NO2 here, the background image is okay. The background image is what you would see if there was no cloud, basically over all Europe, which is not realistic, but here it's an average of NO2. And you can see the hotspot of pollutions in Europe, right? And with these measurements, which are actually in the broader context of the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service, are included in assimilated in an air quality forecast measure, then you can have this daily measurements of and monitoring of air quality of air pollutant species in Europe and globally. If you aggregate this, let's say you have a zoom in here on the Po Valley, and this is a project that we've been developing with DLR. Lorenza will present some results of exposure of these air pollutants later in the day. And basically what you can do with here, the synoptic view of that satellites are providing is aggregate air pollutants levels at the municipality level. And here you can compare as well with some well, the WHO guidelines or any specific regulations in Europe. So when we talk about air quality monitoring, I guess then the question of urban air quality monitoring is rapidly evolving. And here you can clearly understand that satellites, given basically the limited resolution, is quite limited. But somehow to monitor air quality, you need different sensors, different frameworks. You need to model this, and satellites has a role to play, right? And if we look at the potential for satellite observations and why we are developing why we think that satellite can bring information, useful information to air quality monitoring, even in urban contexts, then you have an example on the right of the number of cities that has 1 or 0 air quality monitoring stations. So I don't know if it's really visible here, but basically 3/4 of the cities, over 50,000 inhabitants in Europe, which is one of the most covered places, I guess, doesn't have this capacity. So satellite observation in the urban context is still useful. Of course, their use is not straightforward. While I show you the pixel and, well, not the map at the European scale, but if you zoom in, you will see that, okay, maybe my city is covered by a few pixels. So like, how can I use this? Also, it's total column, so I don't have the information of the vertical distribution. I don't know if we think about ozone, for instance, then you might see the ozone hole, like not the ozone hole, but the stratospheric ozone, and tropospheric ozone is very low signal in the satellite measurements. So you need to model this. You need to integrate satellite data into models and assess the synergies with other data sources. So this is an animation. Let me see if that works. So here it's an example of what a project that we funded. And if you look at the bottom left, then you will see the pixels that I was mentioning of Tropomi, already on the left part of the small images. So it's Madrid, quite a, I would say, extended city, which is, however, covered by maybe something like 20 pixels. And integrating it into air quality model, then we were able to downscale a bit the satellite and to constrain this model to go to like the city, like the street level. And we developed this application where we can have the time series of this, here it's NO2, but we also developed a model for tropospheric ozone. And basically, it's a useful tool to visualize. So maybe my my colleague on the left would be, I guess, interested in this kind of applications. But basically, you have time series of exposure for a given point or a given area. So satellite data is one of the information that you have in this, but of course it's the core thing is the model. Madrid has a lot of also of station measurements, so it was, let's say, a test case for us. And what we see is like if you have a lot of measurements in your city, more like 20 in Madrid, then okay, satellite at least Tropomi information is not that useful. But in case you don't have a lot of information, then it helps constrain, help reduce the bias and everything. So over this project, so really the team worked to do this application that you can find online, and really work as well with some cities, especially in Catalonia. And it has been useful to, let's say, communicate and show to policy, like to decision, like to the air quality instances in charge of air quality monitoring, and to inform the population as well about urban planning decisions, or give some healthy routes that you could take to commute. Okay, so that was it for the urban, let's say, context. Maybe one other example, but here it's, let's say that it's less relevant. It's on how to monitor emissions, which is somehow related to air quality monitoring, because mostly you use emission monitoring, like you use emission as an input to your air quality modeling. So, and it also helps to like spot big sources and everything. So basically what you can see is the process of how we go from the satellite measurements to let's say emission estimates. And the points that you see are different species. So big sources, of course. So sometimes it's a whole city, or like big industry, I don't know, like petrochemicals. Here it's a methane leak that you can see from the oil and gas sector. So you see the white part is the leak, right? And the red is the background. And this is useful to really like, here it's more in the context of climate change mitigation to say. But we also developed in this project inventories about air pollutants, and you can find it directly on the platform. The project is called World Emission. I can give you the link afterwards. So within our project, within our applications project in ESA, we really want to work with stakeholders and integrate them in the, let's say, in the process of the project to really help us to co-design this the products and make the best use, and like, I don't know, like finding nice features to display the data. So it's really a core importance for us, and we've been working on this project with national inventory compilers so that they can use the data. So we have World Emission. We also have another project which is on your bottom left, which is about agriculture emissions. And we also tried here to assess the nitrogen deposition, which is somehow related to ecosystem health. So that was the examples for the applications. And I have to say, now we are very excited because basically this summer we launched many missions that are related to atmospheric monitoring. Two of them are this Sentinel-4 and 5 missions. They were launched in July and August. And I have to say, this will open a lot of new opportunities to monitor air quality from space. Especially the Sentinel-4 is a geostationary satellite, which is facing basically Europe and North Africa, and will provide hourly measurements of these pollutants. So it's still, the pixel size will still be, like quite substantial, of course, because it's far away. It's 36,000 kilometers altitude, but still 8 kilometers size, but will provide the, let's say, the diurnal cycles of these pollutants. We also had Sentinel-5, which will complement Sentinel-5P by providing measurements, let's say, in the morning. Many more with this Sentinel-4 and 5. We have also other instruments such as the AZNG, which is monitoring ammonia and providing vertical profiles. So there's a lot of measurements, and we are really looking forward to see what we can do. Just quick advertisement, if I can use the time. So we've been developing webinars for urban applications of Earth observation, not only on air quality, but also on urban heat islands and mapping of urban landscapes. So I invite you to flash the QR code or to go to the link to provide them. And last, I wanted to do a bit of an advertisement for a scheme that we are providing in ESA. So maybe Stefano, you presented it before? No? Okay, great. So basically we developed a scheme to host in Esrin, so in our city Earth Observation Center in Italy, to host people not familiar with Earth observation or which is not the core of the activity and want to use Earth observation or to understand how to use it. And we provide, let's say, a bit of financial support to come here, and that so that we can work together. So if you think you are interested, please contact at this mail or come to me later on. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Delavoye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
There is just time for one question, if there is. If not, we can move on to the next speaker, that you should be online. Oh, just immediate question there.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for the interesting presentation and also for the previous speakers. I mean, I'm triggered by your presentation because there's a lot of assets developed by European Space Agency, satellite systems, Copernicus contributing missions. There is a lot in Earth observation actually, and if I can go back, I can see many studies. I mean, actually exploiting all this technology into the air pollution, heat stress, urban heat islands, and all that was mentioned before by Dr. Menzel in his introductory speech, and the impact of all that into the cardiovascular diseases, respiratory diseases, and so on and so on and so on. My question always is that to which extent all that we have developed and we are still developing now, okay, developing, is used by this, I mean, the health community and the health system community. I think it's a question that we should have all of us try to reply and have in mind in order to make the two communities come one closer to the other. This is a comment, but at the same time, a question to all the scientists in the Earth observation field. How much we can bridge this gap between the two communities, and what is the, I mean, a statement on your side on that, as you are, I mean, representing European Space Agency and all these big assets, I mean, flying around the Earth. Thank you.
Yep, thanks a lot for this comment. And I think this is the core challenge, and this is why also we have this interdisciplinary events. It's that to connect, we need to connect first to advertise for what we can do with satellite, what we cannot do, and within our Earth observation, let's say, community, really trying to reach out more towards the let's say the health community. And this is why also we try to not only do science projects where we really stay within the Earth observation, but also trying to involve the health community, which is true that we don't have many let's say studies on connecting it. Lorenzo, I think you will present something on exposure to air quality using Earth observation. But first, also like maybe a limitation might be those like we don't have data. Tropomi is running since 2017, so now it starts to be quite interesting. But in terms of data usable, now we start to have a quite long time series. So for health, I guess this is something that for air pollution actually, maybe for not for leukemia, but for others, it's one of the limitation. But I'm really I think this is something that we identified as a priority to work more towards with the health sector. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Delavoye. We're moving on to Dr. Martin Clark. Martin is an urban development specialist with 25 years of experience in the public and private sector, specializing in the Earth observations application for sustainable cities. He has worked with a range of development organizations as well as national, subnational, and municipal governments across Africa, Asia, and beyond. Martin has a decade's experience working on urban development programs, much of which has focused on developing low-cost, replicable tools and approaches to promoting sustainable urbanization. He has extensive experience in providing technical assistance around the use of Earth observation technologies, geographic information systems, remote sensing, and in-situ data collections and service in urban contexts. As Urban Resilience Coordinator at the GEO Secretariat, Martin leads GEO's engagement across urban resilient themes and spearheads the Global Heat Resilience Service, GHRS initiative. The GHRS is developing an operational service to provide every urban area worldwide with actionable intelligence on health and economic risks from extreme heat exposure, helping cities make evidence-based decisions to protect vulnerable populations and build climate resilience. Thank you, Martin.
Hi, thanks for the introduction. And I hope everyone can hear me and see me okay. Looks like it. Will you share my slides, or do I need to do that from here?
Martin, could you share your slides?
Sure, perfect. Just give me one.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So hopefully. Can you see my slides? I don't think so. Hang on, sorry. I think you should see my slides.
Now, yes, now we can see.
Great, okay. Wonders of technology. Yeah, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm actually rather disappointed that I'm not there with you in Paris, but yeah, very grateful to Stefano, Costanza, Sabrina, and everyone else involved for the invitation and the coordination of this session. I'm also, yeah, super grateful to the last question or comment that was posed about bridging this gap between science and policy, which actually, by and large, is my role at GEO, and hopefully through the next 10 minutes, I'll try and give an example of how we're trying to do just that through the Global Heat Resilience Service. Very quickly, though, on GEO Group on Earth Observations, it's a global intergovernmental partnership, so comprised of member states, private sector organizations, civil society organizations, all aligned around the mission of trying to promote the use of Earth observations, data, tools and services as a public good. We're in our third decade now of existence, and actually the kind of strategy or concept behind GEO mission statement, if you like, has matured somewhat to going beyond this idea of just providing the data, hoping people will use it, to actually actively working on co-design of data, tools and services with our end users, and combining EO data with all sorts of other types of data information and knowledge to kind of provide what we call Earth intelligence. On the health front, GEO has a very active community of EO4Health professionals. A community of practice is probably our kind of strongest offering there, with something like 400 plus active members. I'm sure some of you in the audience. Yeah, covering a range of kind of application areas from climate health, air quality monitoring, respiratory health, disease surveillance, as well as some capacity building and other bits and pieces. Today, I'm going to focus the conversation around heat and specifically the nexus area, if you like, between climate change, urbanization, and public health. This is probably very familiar to everyone, but we are in the midst of a kind of silent health crisis, if you like, with extreme heat responsible for killing something like 500,000 people a year. Conservatively, more than hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes combined. Cities are particularly prone to exposure to extreme heat, with statistics like 1.3 billion urban dwellers likely to be exposed to extreme or deadly heat by 2050. The health pathways are fairly clear in that heat triggers all sorts of things: cardiovascular stress, respiratory conditions, exacerbating them rather, causing kidney failure, overwhelming healthcare systems, and generally kind of eroding the livability and productivity of urban environments. And the one challenge, I suppose, that the GEO community has begun to respond to is the fact that most cities, we're talking about city governments or those taking decisions in cities, lack very clear information, insight or intelligence on a couple of things: the scale and nature of heat health risks, but also solutions or interventions that can help manage or mitigate those risks. I was actually reminded this morning in one of the earlier topics that actually this is really an evolution today, at least what I'll present today, of some support that ESA gave us through the Space and Global Health Hackathon last year in Geneva, where we got to test out some early ideas around heat resilience. And so, yeah, it's nice to have the opportunity today to talk a bit more about where we've come since then. At the moment, we're in a kind of pilot phase of developing this service and testing some ideas further. There's three kind of components: one on methodology, one on prototyping of decision support tools. So how do our users interact with some of the information and insight the service will produce? And then the third component on how you translate that evidence, if you like, into policy, into actions to actually manage heat. We've developed somewhat of an operational footprint now, with the countries on the map highlighting places that we are actively working with our end users to understand their needs and then translate that into methods that are fit for purpose and decision support tools that, yeah, help inform decisions that they make on the ground. This primary component then is on methodology development. And development is probably not the right word. This is more about us creating an inventory and evaluating different approaches to understanding and mapping heat risk at the urban scale. We're very fortunate to be supported here by Horizon Europe, working very closely with colleagues at WMO and the Global Climate Observing System to really understand what methods, what tools are out there already, and evaluate how suitable or fit for purpose they are in relation to a number of use cases, but also thinking about how we provide very neighborhood level heat risk assessments at scale. The ambition being that we would like to be able to provide this service to every city globally. This second piece around prototyping is really where we are working hand in hand with end users, with the policymakers, with the decision makers, first to understand their specific needs in the context of heat health risks, and defining some use case scenarios and then translating those scenarios into data and information needs. At the same time, thinking about how we assemble, process, serve up the data and information and risk assessments from our models, and develop a user experience or prototypes of tools that the users will interact with to interact with the data. Kind of scenarios that we're looking at here are, some are very directly related to public health. It could be thinking about how cities identify and target vulnerable populations for outreach, understanding which health services or clinics and hospitals are likely to experience sort of surge during heat events, and then also some kind of less direct health scenarios around the role of urban planning in the planning, design and management of infrastructure, again optimizing where cooling infrastructure should be installed, or understanding how we can inform building design to mitigate heat risks. We've got some interesting partnerships already with city networks that are helping us represent the end user, the policymakers, the decision makers on one hand, but also technology providers who are helping develop some of the tools and test approaches to methodology development. This is the tool that is kind of coming together now, being led by a team at IBM, which includes some really interesting research by the IBM Research Group, using some newer foundation models to downscale climate data to give us very high resolution temperature data on one hand, and also experimenting with the use of multimodal models like TerraMind, developed in partnership with ESA, to understand not just the scale and nature of risk, but some of the interventions that cities can take. So just to kind of summarize, really, this whole endeavor is about providing sort of minimum useful of heat risk information for a wide range of cities in all sorts of contexts. It is doing three things, as I've set out: trying to ensure the science is right, that we know how to measure heat and we know how to scale that measurement so that every city can benefit from the kind of data that these tools produce. As I said, it's been very much supported by organizations like ESA through hackathons, and some forthcoming grants with research teams on through ESA's climate health programming. The second point is that this is all about proving a concept with end users, so that we are ensuring that the science is fit for purpose when it comes to informing decisions that people like urban planners, resilience officers, public health officials actually make to ensure that the tools are useful and used. And then the third piece really is, once we've figured out how that part works, is to then support the cities further to translate some of this evidence into policy impact. So how do we develop heat action plans based on the outputs of the tools, or strategic plans that account for the increasing intensity, frequency, and magnitude of heat events? So I'll leave it there for now. There's a couple of links on our website which you can access via the QR code, and very happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Martin. There's time maximum 2 minutes for another question. Is there any from the audience? We don't have any questions from the audience, Martin. Thank you again. So we continue with the next speaker, Dr. Dr. Jean Vouet. She's an environmental engineer by training from France. Before joining the EEA, she worked in research at the University of Copenhagen at the interface between environmental and data sciences, and in particular on water and soil quality topics in agricultural settings. At the EEA, she's working across different areas in the pollution and health unit on environment and health data analysis, with a will to make better use of data collected by the agency and support a user-friendly access via viewers and dashboards. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and hello everybody. So I think there will be a bit of repetitions in my presentation, but I'm very happy that a lot of topics have been already mentioned. That's okay.
Thank you.
Does this work? Yes. So I just wanted to start by briefly introducing the European Environment Agency, because I'm aware that it's not always very well known. So we are located in Copenhagen, Denmark. We are part of this series of European agencies spread out across Europe. And our mandate is mainly about collecting environmental data and information from across member states, but also cooperating countries to draw assessments and especially trying to track progress against some European targets. But as you can see on the map, we don't work alone. We have a network called IONET that gathers thousands of experts from 38 countries, from different institutions and research centers that allow us to do some analysis, but also gather national information. And of course, it's worth mentioning that the EEA is hosting the team on land monitoring service from Copernicus. So it allows us more and more to have contact with the team and understand how we can use some of the Copernicus products. So this is the main point of my presentation. But yeah, we really see ourselves at the interface between science and policy, where we try to, as much as possible, inform and support policy-making processes by direct contact with the Commission and other events with the Parliament's members, for instance. So you might remember this slide from a previous presentation, so I'm happy that it was shared. I will not go into details then, just highlighting again how noise pollution is a widespread issue, with that number published this year that at least 20% of the European population is affected or exposed to unhealthy levels due to road, rail and traffic noise. And then if we look at the more stricter recommendation from WHO, that goes up to 30%, which has, of course, some health implications, like cardiovascular disease cases, sorry. But on the other hand, also as mentioned before, we know that green areas can have benefits in reducing negative impact of noise pollution by reducing noise exposure and annoyance, but also by providing psychological restoration. So this year we published a report on the accessibility to green and quiet areas in urban centers, looking at accessibility in terms of a 400-meter walk from green areas and focusing on the impact of road traffic noise. So for that, we used the Urban Atlas product from CLMS, which is a high-resolution land use and land cover dataset that also has some population estimates. And you can see an example on the left for Bordeaux, looking at both the category of green urban areas and forests. And in addition to that, of course, we had our noise maps collected from the member states, and we used the road network data from TomTom Multinet to understand or identify streets accessible to pedestrians. So what this analysis showed is that across these 200 of urban centers spanning 22 member states, we had a 34% average of the population having access to urban centers within that 400-meter distance. Sorry, what did I say? 34% of access to green and quiet areas. And this is interesting, especially because it's quite low, but compared to when only looking at green areas without the noise pollution, the accessibility goes up to 65%. So this shows how the actual more beneficial, potentially green spaces are less accessible by European citizens. And of course, this can support and inform urban planning, especially throughout the network we have with member states, in considering more the acoustic quality of green areas. But as you can see from the Urban Atlas layer, beyond the acoustic quality, we don't go, or the green areas are assumed equally good, whereas we know from vegetation structure, for instance, that some can be more beneficial and some can actually have some more negative impacts. Moving to air pollution again, yeah, that was well introduced before. Again, this is a major environmental cause of mortality and disease, and we have quite a lot of publication on this particular topic. I think this figure is quite good in summarizing the burden of disease from PM2.5 and NO2 in showing how premature death are, of course, the major part of this burden, but the number of years lived with disability, and especially, for instance, diabetes, also make a significant share of the total burden from both PM2.5 and NO2. So in the context of this gathering, I was thinking we could show two viewers that are quite important for us. The first one is a dashboard on diffuse emissions at the regional level. So these are the NUTS 3 regions, if you are familiar with this. And these diffuse emissions that come from CAMs. So they are based on national inventories that are distributed subnationally with land cover and land use data, among others. And this is very important for us because actually it's a legal obligation for the EEA to provide information on diffuse emissions. So we use this CAM project to fulfill this requirement. And it is part of the European Pollutant Release and Transfer Register, if you know about it. So this is part of the industrial portal. And this allows you to see both the point emissions from industrial facilities and then the diffuse emissions. So these emissions have air quality impacts, of course. And this leads me to the air quality index that we have. It's an up-to-date product. So you can see the latest measurements from our network of monitoring stations across Europe. These are the dots you can see on the map. And of course, that doesn't provide continuous information. So for that, again, we use CAM's product, the forecast air quality dataset that is done scaled at 1 kilometer grid. And that allows us to have this more continuous layer in the background. We also use it for gap filling because sometimes some of the monitoring stations don't provide the measurement every hour for some different reasons. So this is also very useful to us. And of course, the limitation is that it's focused on the main air pollutants. So this already leads me to the last slide. I wanted to highlight that a lot of our analysis in terms of environmental pressures, but also benefits for human health, available on our European Environment and Health Atlas. We try to make it as visual as possible and interactive with different types of maps. And this goes through air pollution, noise, climate, but also bathing water and green spaces. And for more content on climate risk, as mentioned yesterday, we have the European Climate and Health Observatory. And yeah, just other than the previous work I've been talking about, I just wanted to say that we also have a part on this atlas looking at environmental inequalities. It's something we have worked more and more on, and especially, when we look at accessibility to green and quiet areas in urban centers, understanding who benefits actually the most from these urban areas, which type of population groups with different socioeconomic profiles. Also, we are looking forward to some new satellite data. I heard the Sentinel-4 mentioned before in terms of air quality monitoring, because we have some ideas on how to combine it with in situ data from our collected data set from industrial facilities, for instance. And finally, just a note on the fact that the EA is part of this One Health cross-agency task force to carry out more integrated assessment, pulling together the knowledge from the different 5 agencies that you can see at the bottom of the slide. In that context, we are actually exploring a bit more what could be our role in the area of vector-borne diseases, understanding more the role of ecosystems and habitats. So bridging back to the discussion from yesterday. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So, any question? Okay. So, thank you again. Oh, yes, there is one question, please.
If I can. Yes, so good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have one question that is probably a complex one. I mean, you have presented the report and the atlas, and I was wondering, who is your client? Who are you trying to reach? And how things like the joint action plan for One Health of the quadripartite is feeding into the process of you creating these products for your clients. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Very interesting. No, for the client, yeah, more our stakeholders, it's quite broad. We have different types of products. You might have heard that we have reports, briefings that are more for politicians, for instance. But this type of product, the Atlas, we really try to make it more available to the society in general, to citizens. So that's why it's more visual and interactive. Especially we have a content there called Check Your Place, where you put in your address, and then you can see it kind of gathers all the different environmental data that we have. So what is the noise level around you, or access the nearest green space around you. So trying to make it a bit more accessible. And the second question was about One Health. Yeah. No, it's because, so the cross-agency task force, it started in 2022. So it was very much inspired by the quadripartite action plan. And for now, we've really much been working on understanding how to work together, and because different agencies have very different mandates. And while we are able maybe to explore some certain areas, some agencies are much more stick to certain their core mandates and certain tasks. So we are in dialogue with the Commission, because we want to have a bigger mandate for the cross-agency to actually have the possibility to pool work together and have the resources to do that. So still ongoing work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean. We will continue to the coffee break now, and the last speaker will start the next session. The coffee break is 10 minutes long. Thank you very much.
Okay, we need to continue ending of our session 4 and to start with session 5 because we were running late a bit. Okay, so now we will introduce our next speaker, Enrico Caiani and Lorenzo Guantientieri. Sorry if I pronounced it not in the correct way. Enrico is associate professor at Electronics, Informatics and Bioengineering Department, Politecnico di Milano, Italy. And also Lorenzo Guantinieri obtained his master degree in biomedical engineering and PhD with an interdepartmental scholarship between Electronics, Information and Bioengineering Department and Civil and Environmental Engineering Department and Politecnico di Milano. Okay, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me here today. As you see from the title, I will be talking about health geomatics. So I would like to start and show why in the bioengineering department we came to work on this topic. And to do that, I will start with a very simple assumption, which is the traditional idea of medicine, that we may have an healthy person or a patient. And there is a very clear and neat threshold between what is considered to be an healthy person and a patient. Now, this is the traditional paradigm, although lately this has been a little bit more debated. But when we get to think about public health, so the health of a whole population, it is clear that this paradigm doesn't stand anymore. We have to start thinking about the health of the population as a spectrum. So that is our principle, our assumption, and that's why at the DIGA lab at Politecnico di Milano, we started this activity in health geomatics. So the idea is to intersect data science, environmental monitoring, and public health to develop some kind of geospatial modeling. Here you can see a framing of our methodology, which starts from georeference data, which are analyzed with some machine learning or other predictive modeling within the context of geographic information systems. This is to develop geographic risk mapping for a whole territory, which can be the risk for a specific pathological event or for the demand of a resource, with the final goal to develop decision-making support for public policymakers. So this is our principle, and one application example is environmental epidemiology. In particular, I will be talking about one study case, which is the impact of heat on public health. So our environmental stressor is heat or heat waves. Now the pathophysiology is well assessed. We already had some presentation discussing and addressing this topic. But the pathophysiological level can help us distinguish between an healthy person versus the patient approach. So to study public health, we need something different. The research gap is to study this phenomenon on an ecological level. So addressing a whole territory and a whole population, which requires a public health perspective. To make an example, this is a published study which estimated that in Italy, in the summer of 2022, we had 18,000 excess deaths during summer. How do we get to this number? How do we measure the excess death? Now, in this topic, the state of art is the distributed lag nonlinear model, which was developed in 2013 by the team of Professor Gasparini at the Hygiene and Public Health Department in the Imperial College of London. This is a block schema which we developed and it's going to be published any day now in our latest literature review. So this is kind of the standard. I will not go into the details of the functioning, but the advantage is that this model is very robust from a statistical point of view. It is mathematically modeled and it is widely adopted and validated. So it has become in the last decade really the gold standard in environmental epidemiology. However, it relies on a very strong assumption. It is heavy from a computational point of view and is not so easy to interpret. It requires some further processing to be correctly interpreted. It can be used to isolate the relative risk fraction, which we can attribute to a specific stressor, in this case heat, but it is too computational heavy to be used to rank the actionable drivers for adaptation, because the different drivers, confounding factors, interaction factors, are included in the model. And also, it is hardly used to model the geographical variability. So we felt the need to develop something different. And right now, research is moving toward the data-driven and AI-based models, which allow to include these additional aspects, which are the spatial patterns, so accounting for the spatial autocorrelation, which can avoid some biases to be estimated in the model. Machine learning and explainable artificial intelligence tools are becoming more and more used for their flexibility and their capability of capturing complex and non-linear relationship between the different variables in the model. And also, with this combination of explainable artificial intelligence, geospatial modeling, we can process big data and big databases, which especially in public health is very relevant to get to have some relevance from the policy point of view. Now, the issue to apply this kind of modeling is the data availability in terms of characteristics and quality. This is the very critical issue. First of all, when we want to implement some environmental epidemiology analysis, what we need are data. Usually, these kind of data are highly aggregated in space and in time. But if we are interested in assessing the short-term mean, then a high-level granular from a temporal and the local characteristic about the demography and the socio-economic characteristic of the population. Now, our opportunity is the collaboration with the Agenzia Regionale Emergenza Urgenza, which is the provider of emergency medical services for Regione Lombardia. They provide ambulances data. So we have the geolocalization of all the events in the region. From 2015. Now, Lombardy region has a population of 10 million people, so you can understand how significant is this database. Although clearly it is some kind of proxy because we don't have official clinical diagnosis. But still, we can cover the whole territory and they are not biased, they are user-generated, they are citizen-generated data. So that's from the health point of view. Now, from the environmental point of view, once again, let's remember that we need high spatial temporal granularity. Usually, the traditional approach was to use ground stations, but they are discrete points. We need continuous data. So at least we need pre-processing with interpolation. The distribution is uneven, and so it can lead to biases in the modeling. And moreover, they are affected by highly local phenomena. So a robust interpolation would require a very dense network, which is not available. So the solution, and that's the reason why we are here today, is Earth observation data, because they are continuous in space and time, they are uniformly distributed, and they are less biased by local phenomena. So they have all the characteristics that we need to implement this kind of methodology. I'm going to conclude by showing you an example application, which is within the Webana project, which was already mentioned today. So in this case, our goal is to model the impact of heat into the different districts of the city of Milan, where we are located, which is in Lombardy region in northern Italy. Now, in this framework, we produce a first output, which is a simple odds ratio, which is a very common metric to analyze the possible impact of an exposure into a clinical outcome. But on top of that, we developed a new index, which is a spatial index that allows us, is purely statistical. It's based on bootstrapping the data and on statistical testing, but it allows us to differentiate the different level of vulnerabilities across the territory of the city. Finally, the last output, the last step, is to process with a geospatial explainable artificial intelligence algorithm. So it is based, in this case, specifically on the Shapley additive distribution algorithms, which allows to open the artificial intelligence, in this case, machine learning, because it's a random forest black box, and to inspect how the algorithm is considering the different variables, and we can rank the importance of the drivers. So in this way, we have some kind of estimation of what are the most impactful variables on the different vulnerabilities, in this case, to hit. So this is going to be integrated into a digital twin that we are developing in collaboration with Areu to estimate the requirement of ambulances across the territory, especially by applying future climate projections and to see how the system is going to be stressed by climate change in the future. Also accounting for population aging and other socio-demographic characteristics. With this, I have concluded, so thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much for the presentation. There is any question? Okay, so in case at the end we will have the question, thank you, thanks again. So it's now move on to Lorenzo Manganaro, PhD in physics from the University of Turin, Torino. He's a technical manager and senior data scientist at iZoom Technology and Consulting, where he leads the R&D projects in AI, bioinformatics, and precision oncology. He gained international experiences as a researcher at Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston, focusing on optimization strategies in proton therapy. Currently, he also serves as a faculty member in international PhD program in translational oncology at the University of Torino, and sits on the scientific and technical advisory board of the EO4Health Foundation. His work in precision oncology bridges advanced data science with healthcare innovation, fostering the translation of cutting-edge research into impactful clinical applications. So please, Lorenzo, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank also to the organizers for having me here. I'm really enjoying this meeting. So as Alessandro just said, I'm technical manager for research and development projects at iZoom. So for who of you who does not know, iZoom is a global and independent technology and consulting company. We are focused on innovation. We are a large enterprise. We are more than 700 people, and we are growing because the company has been founded in 2005 and just with the office in Torino in Italy. And now we are widespread all over Italy and Europe, and plus we have 2 offices in the US and also in Australia. So our main expertise is data science, data engineering, so machine learning, AI, plus we do software development, software engineering, and cybersecurity as well, which is very interesting in this context. So we actually cover 8 different market areas. So basically everything you can think of, ranging from finance to government, transportation, energy, healthcare, whatever. Plus we do also research under those that we call innovation streams, that are basically cross-sectorial domains that involve many players, many competencies, and so we try to advance the scientific knowledge by partnership with strong and reliable partners such as university and agency and so on, under these pillars that are aligned with the 2030 agenda of the United Nations for Sustainable Development Goals. Now, coming to the topic of this conference, that is Earth observation for healthcare and non-communicable diseases in particular in this session. This perfectly aligns somehow with our innovation streams under those that are devoted to healthcare and space applications that involves also Earth observation for space, like for healthcare applications. So the goal of my talk today would be to give you kind of a high-level overview, just because of limited time, about the research project that we have ongoing under these two domains. So non-communicable diseases on the one side, Earth observation on the plus we have a couple of projects ongoing that tries a bit to bridge this gap between the domains. So let's start from the non-communicable diseases that are the side on which I'm directly involved. So today I'd like to mention these three projects. The first one being DEFLECT, that stands for Digital Technology for Lung Cancer Treatment. So it was a 4-year project that was focusing on non-small cell lung cancer. And today we learned from the first keynotes that lung cancer is mostly derived from smoking, but increasingly also from pollution. So this is a really nice point of connection with Earth observation. So in this project, there was not Earth observation involved at the time. We were conducting a clinical study to collect lung cancer patients. We got more than 200 cases, and we were doing sequencing, so both the whole exome sequencing and transcriptome sequencing, and we were developing machine learning models to be able to improve the treatment of non-small cell lung cancer. Plus, there were partners that were developing a living biobank of tissues of lung cancers and lab-on-chip and organ-on-chip technologies for drug screening and biomarker detection. Second project I'd like to mention is EPER, which kind of the same objective as DEFLECT, but we were insisting on different pathologies. Here we were investigating colorectal cancer, gastric cancer, and melanoma. And the focus of our modeling is more on the part of response to chemotherapies. Last one I'd like to just briefly mention is this huge project. Actually, it's in a totally different scale. It is 160 million euros funded by the PNRR. And it is called EO4Health. It stands for Digital Technology for Lung Cancer Treatment. And so here the idea is to establish actually new models of care for many different pathologies that would be supported by AI and e-health solutions. The pathology are both on the oncological side, so again, non-communicable diseases. So there is metastatic colorectal cancer, central nervous system tumors, plus liver and bile duct cancer, but also we are investigating neurodegenerative diseases. There is type 1 diabetes and multiple sclerosis. And also here we would like to develop digital and biological twins for precision oncology in order to be able to improve the personalized treatment of these patients. Now, moving to the other domain, which is more related to Earth observation applications, we are also involved in many projects. So at the moment, we are working on these. Actually, it's our two twins projects called GREAT and GROOVE that are devoted to developing two airborne test beds for environmental monitoring based on GNSS reflectometry and radio occultation data. So here we are involved as a core component on software development, both on board and on ground. Plus, we are developing AI models for data fusion, basically, of these two approaches. Second project I'd like to mention, and this cross-links perfectly with what we were discussing in these last 2 days about crowdsourcing data. And this is kind of an old project, actually. It was from 2015 that already we were thinking of using crowdsourcing data to enhance Earth observation data. And this was applied to different use cases. We were like the monitoring of snow coverage, monitoring of flooded areas, and so on. Finally, and very recently, we are moving toward the idea of bringing AI on board on satellite. And so there is this new project that just kick-started, so we don't have results yet. But the idea here is to work on satellite edge computing. And so to explore for example, data compression methods to optimize onboard resources, and to develop like AI algorithms that would be suitable in this context. Then, as I was saying at the beginning, we also have some projects that then tries to bridge a bit this gap, that it is also the goal of this conference here. So I'd like to mention these two projects that we are carrying out. One of the two is MGM, that stands for microdosimetric genomic modeling for radio-induced mutation in space. So here the focus is, again, non-communicable diseases. Actually, this does not involve Earth observation, but it has direct space application, because the idea here is to being able to characterize the effect of ionizing radiation on the human genome and in order to be able to predict the risk of developing cancers for astronauts in scenarios of space exploration beyond the low Earth orbit. So here we are doing systematic sequencing of the whole genome of irradiated cell lines. Last one I'd like to talk about is Eastern. That is actually focused on Earth observation data for healthcare. But in this case, we are actually addressing vector-borne diseases, because here the idea was to quantify and study the direct and indirect impact of extreme weather events, so by exploiting GNSS and SAR data. And so here we characterized, for example, the proliferation of arbovirus vector in our region. Okay, just to conclude, since I guess my time, yes, okay, we are nearly there. So due to limited time, of course, unfortunately, I couldn't give you much details about all of these projects we are carrying out. But my idea was just to spark a bit of curiosity. So in case some of you is interested in what we are doing, please come and talk with me at the coffee break or email me whenever. Just to give you a couple of takeaways, Aidzone is a very large enterprise. We are very solid. We are focused on innovation with lots of research, but at the same time, we are interested in bringing to the markets the idea that we developed in this research project. And so we are both experts in non-communicable diseases, Earth observation, and we are now eager to connect the dots and to collaborate with the Space Agency, possibly, or with you all, in order to advance the scientific agenda on these topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. So for the questions, we would keep them for the end of the session. Now we would close session 4 and we would continue with the session 5, Earth observation application co-creation session on non-communicable diseases and epigenetics. So our first speaker is Alessandro Bartoloni. Alessandro Bartoloni joined Italian Institute of Nuclear Physics in 1992, working in the Roma Sapienza University division on developing supercomputers for theoretical physics, numerical simulations. For several years, he was a lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering at the Sapienza University of Rome, responsible for a course on a computer science subject. Since 2000, he has been in the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer collaboration, and IMS-2 is a state-of-art particle physics detector designed to operate as an external module on the International Space Station. And his current principal fields of interest are cosmic ray physics, space radiation science, and space radiobiology. So please, Alessandro, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much for the introduction. And let me thank the organizer, in particular Faron Ferretti, that give me this opportunity to present today something that is how we can in essentially use the Earth observation in this field called cancer control. And I don't know, I think that this is a very important issue for the future, especially with these new satellites that are just put into. We heard a lot in the previous session, also yesterday. And, I would like to start from what is the definition of cancer control, just starting from what is in the literature. The definition from WHO is that under cancer control refers to all the actions that could be put in place to reduce cancer. That, of course, will be at a very different level from prevention. That means to try to create the right condition to avoid carcinogenesis development, to the early detection, because I think that is the everyday experience how it is important to detect at very early stages of the carcinogenesis the diseases. Of course, there is also another important part that is the diagnosis, though the capability through instrumentations to make evidence of the diseases in the human body. And then after the diagnosis, the treatments that at the moment we regard the different kind of, let me say, fields of research from surgery to ionizing radiation use with nuclear medicine and radiotherapy. And of course, also through the immunology, that means try to make the immune system to react. And then, of course, also very, very important from this point of view of cancer control, that is a sort of big topic, is the palliative care. And also, let me say, something that very heavily impact the activities that always, that also was treated during these days, and that we regard all the institutions, the university, the academics, and especially the industries that are the research and development priorities, research and development guidelines, and also the policy that should be applied to do this kind of stuff. So this is a very, let me say, big topic. And in all this, of course, an important aspect is the environment. There is not too much to say now, because I think that in many talks, it was clear that the environmental risk factors are ultraviolet radiation, air pollution, radon, arsenic, climate, atmospheric composition. We heard also today about noise. And this is very, very important to essentially impact the cancer control area. And the Earth observation, in a sense, is completely inside this kind of measurement, this kind of controls, and could allow us to essentially improve in many different areas of cancer control. So the main ideas is that we have this fantastic program developed by ESA since more than a decade, named as Copernicus, with a lot of instruments and satellites that provide data for land cover, climate, air quality, and pollution. And we can use this data to essentially try to have an impact on the cancer controls chain that we regard all, let me say, the society. And in this, from this point of view, what is, of course, this is just a summary. I don't want to say more that was said in the previous talk, but it's clear that the fleet, the Sentinel fleet, or the Sentinel instruments in the Copernicus mission has, let me say, provide us with a very, very big variety of different sensors of data. And I think that one important task for the future is try to make what is, we can think of the real interdisciplinary research, that is try to identify, in this big topic that is the cancer control, we can identify different impact for each different sensors and mission provided by the Copernicus missions. And on the right column of this matrix, of this table, you can see the use for cancer control. I put the word preliminary over this Likert scale because for me, this is not real preliminary. It's something that should be improved starting from now because these 1 star to 5 star indication that appear to me, of course, corresponding to the different instruments that are on board on the satellite, really could be, let me say, improved because also the cancer control strategy as improving are in differentiating with the pass of the time. And another thing that I would like to highlight, but it was also said before, that there is 2 missions, the Sentinel-4 and Sentinel-5, that to me appear as the more interesting for the cancer control, that are just at the beginning. So there is a lot to do and to know about that. So for the future, maybe the real point could be the one to create, let me say, I can say working groups, or anyway, try to identify how each kind of missions could have an impact on the different aspect of cancer control. Of course, this is again as a Likert scale. I use colors from dark blue means, to my opinion, more impact. Very light blue means no impact at all, of little impact. Of course, for example, using diagnosis is at the moment for me it's very, very difficult to try to understand how the satellite observation, how the Earth observation could have an impact on diagnosis. That means essentially try to identify in the patients the cancer. But again, this is a real research, let me say, this is should be an inspiration for the future activity. And what instead is very clear and also was present in many different presentations before me, the cancer prevention could have I think that someone opened the mic on the online, could have a big impact from Earth observation, like, for example, to identify high-risk areas for environmental exposure, to, let me say, give highlights for target screening campaigns, or for map urban industrial exposure for policy action. Just to try to do something to make me understanding and also to communicate to you how it could be done. I take 2 examples of something that was could be used for inspiration for the future. In this publication, in a study titled Deep Learning Prediction of Cancer Prevalence from Satellite Imagery, researchers utilize satellite images and deep learning feature to predict cancer prevalence at the census tract level. And they show that up to 60% of the variation in cancer prevalence could be explained by feature derived from satellite imagery. And this, of course, this approach could fill spatial gaps in registry where data are sparse, or provide high-resolution risk surfaces which can be combined with incidence mortality data from registry to identify hotspots, places in which could be more interest to have researches or trial studies, allocate resources, and so on. Another thing that I would like to highlight is the fact that the Copernicus is not just sensors, it's not just satellite, but instead there is a lot of systems or platforms that provide data. I find many of them, but many was also explained before. And of course, if this data, this product and this portal are now used for different kind of, for example, for managing of emergency, could be also have an impact in the future for cancer surveillance and to try to use this data that in a sense are more elaborated, more specific for cancer control. So this is after starting from the sensor and instrument, going to try to understand the potential impact. The other use instead what has been done in other fields to understand the impact. Another point that is, because this presentation is more to, let me say, try to make a rise question for the future, is try to involve the industry since the very beginning. This, to me, appear one of the most important things, because if there is the idea that the big industry, the big pharma, the big multinational company are only interested to yet develop product, but on the other side, vice versa, it's very important to have let me say, some hints to involve this kind of companies since the beginning to develop the right product that can be useful, because the idea, of course, at the end, the outcome is that the Earth observation more, plus the industries it could improve the population health in general, also in this cancer control issue. So in conclusion, this is not a conclusion, just some statement that I hope that you can think about it. Satellite-based observation, and notably the Copernicus program, is a powerful enabler for cancer prevention, monitoring, and control. The Copernicus data, so not only the sensor itself, provide essential information on environmental and occupational risk factors linked to cancer. Integrated observation data with National Cancer Registry and also surveillance system strengthen, reinforce epidemiological studies, risk mapping, and early warning system. And also evidence-based policy making can be enhanced by linking satellite data to health outcomes at local, national, and global scale. And finally, last but not least, for me, maybe one of the most important things, collaboration among public health institutions, research, and industry partners is a key to develop an operational application, especially in the, let me say, close future in the 2026-2030 period that can transform Copernicus data into actionable insight for cancer control. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Alessandro, for a very interesting presentation. So we can, please, if you have questions, just remember them and we will discuss in the end. So our next speaker is Lydia Strigari. She's online with the information that I have. Okay, it's good. We can hear you.
And I will ask you kindly to share my presentation, or if you can let me share my screen. Because
it will
I'm
be good.
okay.
It
Now
will be good if you can
should.
share. Okay. Are we sure?
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
No, she should.
Okay, so please, if you can share your presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much for this kind introduction. I will apologize for only being able to join you online due to clinical duties. My name is Lydia Strigari. I'm the Department of Medical Physics at the University Hospital of Bologna in Italy. And our institute is focused on oncological disease and on.
I'm just sorry for 1 second. We don't see your slides still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so please just a second.
Yeah.
Okay, now I think it should be fine.
Okay, good. I will just recap a little bit on the non-communicable disease that we are focused on. In particular, they are characterized by the fact that their complexity lies on multiple dimensions. The first is the long latency period and the shared risk factor, because we have smoking, diet, and the sedentary lifestyle that may impact on all these type of non-communicable disease. And we have frequent comorbidities that are related to a given therapy and treatment that we are conducting that could increase the complexity of the disease itself. In particular, regarding the cancer, this is one of the most encountered non-communicable disease in our institute, and in these cases, this cancer is characterized by latent diagnostic parameters, so we can treat the cancer just at the beginning before they grow and before their diagnosis, just doing a so-called treatment irradiation, for example, for metastatic brain that are not visible on the images, but we can also treat the patient with the tumor at the very beginning of the disease, or when the patient have a spread in metastasis in its body. And this means that the complexity of the treatment of this disease change over time due to this behavior that this type of cell may have as impact. So cancer account for the most global death, have complex interaction, and is generally driven by genetic, lifestyle, and environmental factor. What we can take into consideration up to now, that according to the recent diagnostic capability, we are capable to use imaging to identify the tumor, their spread, their behavior, or the complexity of the tumor in terms of biological tumor volume. And we have the opportunity to face on volume velocity of this information due to the fact that the patient presentation and the disease presentation change over time. So to manage all this information, plus take into consideration the possible treatment that we're capable to do, we are working on this theranostic digital twin in which we are capable to, for example, for drug labeled with ionizing radiation, we're capable to take into consideration the pharmacotherapy, the pharmacodynamic pharmacodistribution of these drugs. We are capable to just improve the image quality thanks to the use of several AI tools available also in clinical. And we are also capable to manage the radiation therapy delivery and take into consideration the model that underline this treatment through the use of radiobiological models that allow to connect microscopical information to macro scale information. And this field is very intriguing because it is open the field for pharma and also for physician to have the possibility to have a personalized treatment thanks to the combination of these data with models, with mechanistic model and advanced AI tool, including generative AI. And this tool is mandatory when we try to take into consideration the possibility to have biomarker discovery, when we need to identify the good combination of the therapy, when we would do a precise treatment for the patient, take into consideration that during the treatment we can encounter the patient at multiple time point, and the patient may have received previous treatment as highlighted in these slides. In addition, these digital twin are able to accommodate also information that we can collect also using smartphone apps, or we can also use a digital health tool database that are available in clinical practice, and also wearable instruments. And we can complement this information with non-invasive liquid biopsy, and we could also use the AI to track disease progression or to prevent disease protection or act in the right way. Up to now, in our vision, there are several cutting-edge technology that help us to do an early diagnosis, but we need to have a modern tool that could be mainly based on AI that are capable to integrate health information with environmental model. And I think that this platform as Copernicus may have a tremendous impact in our clinical practice due to the fact that we can not only identify the areas that need to be involved in a very continuous analysis of, and in cases in which the patient need to be undergo into several diagnostic analysis, but we can also use this information just to speed up the capability of our patient to return to their everyday life, just giving using this tool as a strategy to have a lifestyle and environmental risk mitigation. What is still missing is the fact that we need to have an holistic vision of our patient that is still missing. So I think that it's very important that we try to have a sort of translation of the information that come from clinical practice and come from models that are focused on environmental behavior and information. And I think that we can also use health information also because very frequently we have these non-communicable diseases that are also considered as a comorbidity for a lot of treatment that we are conducting. But at the same time, non-communicable disease may be induced by the tumor presence. And what is also need to be taken into consideration that when we have these tremendous diagnosis of cancer, we have also a psychosocial impact of our patient. So any strategy that may help to have a mitigation of this impact may be very useful in the future to improve the quality of life of our patient. So up to now, we are just working on diagnostic, therapeutic, and monitoring issue, and this help us to improve our management capability for the management of non-communicable disease. But in the future, we need to work together just to have the opportunity to use a precision, digital twin, and prevention-focused approach based on this environmental information. So the idea is that we can combine in some way data by market that come from the clinic that are interpreted by the models and can also offer input for Earth observation, but also Earth observation results may inform our digital twin. Obviously, we have significant progress that has been performed, but to fully harness the potential of data-driven approach in non-communicable disease, we need to think about out of the box. And I think that ESA and EO4Health solution may speed up the possibility to integrate these diverse, disconnected information and embracing innovative solution. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. So we can continue with the next speaker. In the program, it is Annika Ruiz, but she is not present with the information that I have. So we invite Marcello Maranesi. Marcello has more than 25 years of international business experience in Earth observation and geospatial information. And also he is founder, CEO of Gematics, a startup focused on new applications and business models using Earth observation data and artificial intelligence. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to first thank Alessandro for chairing this session and also Stefano for having invited the Association of Earth Observation Companies to attend this meeting and to provide some maybe different views about the topics of interest for the workshop.
Yes, with Marcello, we decided to make this part of the panel, the session, as a sort of question and answering. So thank you very much, Marcello, for this. So since we are talking about health, the first, let me say, question for Marcello, that is the board advisor at the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, is which, if you can describe to us the current health status of this kind of company, in terms of their market position, competitiveness, and ability to innovate in the global Earth observation sector, because this is, of course, also very, very important to go ahead in this kind of research. Thanks.
Yes, in order to answer this question, I prepared just 3 slides to give a very quick overview of the health status of the biohacking industry in Europe. So first of all, what is ERSC doing? ERSC is supporting members in being heard in policy decisions and regulatory frameworks that may impact our business sector. We, through strategic partnerships at international level and market intelligence, we support the European companies to internationalize their business. And we are putting a lot of effort in promoting the capabilities of Earth observation technology and the achievements already demonstrated across various application sectors and the diverse stakeholders. Finally, we use several use cases and success stories to highlight the capability of creating value by Earth observation for the society and economy. To give you a glance of the status of our industry, in our association, there are about 800 companies that are full members, 15,000 employees, and 2.3 billion euro revenues. But I think the most important element is the last one, that there is a growing rate of about 10% on all these parameters. And this is even better expressed by this diagram, where you see in blue the micro companies. Micro companies are below 10 employees. The light green are small companies with employees less than 50 people. The darker green are medium companies. And then we have departments, large companies. It's actually a small line, the very dark green, because there are a few of these companies in Europe. And there are, you see, there is an increasing amount of participation of a department of companies not specifically doing business with Earth observation, but that are progressively adopting Earth observation in their services and offering. Okay, so this is my contribution to present the status of the Earth observation industry in Europe.
So thank you. So the second question is about applications, because of course I suppose that most of the members of your association develop applications. And so what is your perception for application that regards health and in particular non-communicable diseases, particularly in monitoring or mitigating this kind of diseases? And also, what is the perception for the future of applications?
Okay, let me say first that ERSC is closely working with the European Space Agency. Every year, an industry survey is performed by ERSC in cooperation with ESA in order to monitor the evolution of our sector. And together with ESA, we also analyze various application domains to evaluate, better understand, go deep into the understanding of the user requirements and see how they match with the capabilities, the current capabilities of Earth observation, and identify gaps, both in terms of, let's say, methodologies, algorithms, artificial intelligence, and also in order to address these gaps also with the new satellite missions. And this is a key element because this enables us to, both ESA and us, to make our sector evolve and be more and more responsive to user requirements. In terms of the current offering of the Earth observation European industry, we can say, and specifically with respect to non-communicable diseases, industry has been progressively getting more involved in projects together with the scientific community, and the current EC and ESA ITTs are receiving more and more participation. So there is a positive trend of involvement of our industry, and there are already a number of information layers which are quite consolidated and are offered on a routine basis, mainly for NCD specifically, but also for the other vector and waterborne. And these regards land surface temperature, land cover, especially canopy cover or urban green areas, and the soil sealing, air quality, and all of those parameters also integrated with the weather information that is affecting, interacting with these layers. And starting from these, already there is also good understanding of directions to go for improving the quality of these layers and to improve the level of automation, because more and more we need to be more timely responding to the user requirements and to cover larger areas. So there is a need to somehow industrialize certain value-added chain. And I would say that as the One Health approach is driving more and more attention from the scientific community and the public sector, the health operators, the local administrations, and the policymakers, the industry is progressively following these developments and will more proactively participate in the health solution evolution with new ideas and new developments more in line with the expressed requirements of the sector. In terms of the future, there are a couple of elements that I can highlight. The launch and very close operationalization of Sentinel-4 and Sentinel-5 are going to create a very good mix and very innovative mix of data. Sentinel-4 is going to monitor the hemisphere with Europe and Africa on a half-hour basis, so very high revisit. And on the other side, Sentinel-5 on a low Earth polar orbit is going to provide worldwide coverage with improved resolution. So these two satellites are going to change the way how we look at the atmosphere, and this both in terms of air quality and better evaluating and predicting extreme weather events. But this is just top of the iceberg, because we already have the Sentinels, and we will have in a few years the Sentinel second generation satellites with improved characteristics. We also started, I mean, when I say we, both the health sector and the Earth observation industry started using also commercial satellites. And here, thanks to ESA third-party mission approach that is making available this data at no cost for the projects. But also the commercial satellite operators have understood that there is a good potential for them in the health domain, are also willing to cooperate. And I'm pretty sure that in the future we will have a situation where they will be interested in participating and contributing with their data to the projects. Then there are other institutional missions from various space agencies, and mostly specifically I would mention the Italian IRIDE program that is going to improve both the frequency, resolution, and information content with between 60 to 70 satellites launched and operated, including multispectral radar and hyperspectral constellations. So there is definitely a positive scenario in front of us that really calls for more attention, also investment and development, because from the, let's say, Earth observation technology side, there is going to be enough data to completely satisfy, or at least, let's say, the current the current requirement. Maybe there will be other additional requirements in the future that will need further additions. So in order to looking into the future, there are 2 or 3 elements that could represent a challenge. First one is the availability of in situ data that has already been highlighted during the workshop. And I think we need to have a higher volume of data. We need to have a good quality data, and we need to have data that have a good that represent in a good way in a balanced way the population we are looking at, without specific bias. In the end, what we teach to AI is what we get back from AI. So we heard about a very long time series of data in order to have a proper experience included in the AI. And the second element is about the validation of the products that are coming out from Earth observation. And Gordon properly highlighted the first day the fact that in addition to validation, because we can make scientific validation of data, the most important aspect is user acceptance, so that the user is convinced that the data are good for his purpose, and so he is willing to accept. And changing mind, changing perspective is normally a very tough topic, despite what people may say that they are inclined to innovation. When you go and change the way you work, and you have done that for several years, before changing, you want to have a proof, a double proof, and so forth. So this is something that we need to work on. And third, I would like to underline the topic of training, capacity building. And from our experience in implementing the IRI Lab training program for 3,500 people in Italy in advance of the IRI program, we would suggest to have several layers of training, quite different for different targets. First target would be the decision makers. They probably need from 2, 3, 4 hours, not more than that, because they will not pay too much attention. But they need to get the awareness of what are the capabilities of Earth observation and also what are the limitations. Sometimes people at political level think that the satellite is always up there, is making a video, continuous video, and can read the article on the newspaper. So we need to be realistic and tell them also which are the limitations. But they need also to understand that there are new capabilities that could really be used in a concrete way. A second level would be probably local administrations that have a concrete responsibility. And we could spend a couple of days in demonstrating to them that they can rely on the data we provide, and they can take decisions using this data. And in certain situations, it's not about the precision, the accuracy, half a Celsius degree or milligrams of air, but to have a good understanding if the situation is serious, more serious, or very, very serious. I had an opportunity with a regional administration, and somebody was saying, we are preparing the fire combat plan for this year using 10 years ago data. So I don't care about the level of accuracy, provided that it's reliable data. I want to use what is available from recent analysis. So, and the last point, actually, a word of caution about communication. When we talk about health, health is a very sensitive topic. And when we communicate health issues to people, we need to be very careful. I had a couple of experiences in which we had a very harsh reaction by authorities claiming a crime offense of causing public alarm. And this is not negligible. So from that experience, we understood that we need first to support the authorities and not to bypass them, even if this could seem to be a shortcut to create awareness among the people. But there is definitely a risk in that.
Thank you very much. So some question later. And now we have to move on to the next speaker, please.
So the next speaker is Lorenza Gilardi. She is a project manager at the German Remote Sensing Data Center, where she has been working since 2019. She's also a PhD candidate at JMU Würzburg since 2023. Lorenza holds a master's degree in environmental engineering and specializes in integrating Earth observation data, spatial analysis, and big data to assess the environmental and health impact of air pollution. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the introduction and thank you to the organizer for inviting me here. So yes, today I will present some of the ongoing research in our department and particularly the effect of mobility data and spatial analysis and how especially exposure metrics can be impacted by these factors. So yeah, we have seen some of these slides already today, so I will be very quick here. We know from the introduction from Professor Munzer this morning that air pollution is one of the most impactful parameters impacting human health worldwide and surpass tobacco in the global burden of disease. So just to bring your attention to these numbers, so we also see that air pollution is the cause of 1 into 5 infant deaths in Europe and Central Asia, and this is numbers provided by UNICEF. So these are very astonishing numbers. And this is why we are focusing on air pollution and potential effects on health. So yeah, as it was highlighted already this morning, we don't have even coverage of air pollution monitoring across the globe, and we don't have even number of measurement stations. So we see they're more concentrated in high developed countries and more concentrated into the vicinity of urban areas. For what concern less developed countries and less urbanized area, we see a discrepancy among the availability and also the quality of the measurements. This is why other type of data come into play. So speaking about health risk assessment, and I will be focusing today on long-term exposure assessment to air pollutants, there are some challenges. So considering air pollution, we do observe concentration differences in the day cycles. And we need to take into account somehow of population mobility. As I said before, there is also limited data availability in remote and less urbanized areas. And not least, last, when we do consider raster data set, so spatial data set, not point-wise ones, we also to take into consideration the spatial resolution of the data set that we are considering. Yeah, so speaking about health risk assessment, in order to assess the risk, we need to take into account three main factors. We have the hazard, and in this case, air pollution, and we can get this information from different sources like satellite models or in situ data. Then we do have the vulnerability measure that says how much the hazard will likely impact the targets, and we do have from medical literature to these dose response functions. And then there is also the exposure parameter, and this is a tricky one because most of the clinical studies, also at geographical level ones, they do rely on residential place of the population. And as we said, for some stressors like air pollution, we know that there are disparities that are given to these diurnal cycles and also due to the geographical location. So very quickly, I will now give you an overview on the two research papers we published in the past year that focus on the effect of the population mobility in terms of health risk effect from air pollution. I will just give here a couple of minutes if you want to have a look later into the more technical details. You can find all of them in these two publications. Yeah, so as I said, there are several sources of air pollution, ground measurements. We can have downscaling from multiple sourcing using machine learning algorithm. We have satellite data, of course, that can be used into this downscaling modeling. And we also have assimilated satellite data similar to those that Anthony was showing in this morning. So with an ensemble of all these data set and also with ensemble models like CAMS3 analysis that are the data that have been used for the study, we can put together different sources of in situ measurements and model data to get fairly good resolution, but especially with a very good temporal resolution of the data. So speaking about exposure, exposure is a very important target because is a very important parameter because if the population is considered to be exposed only considering the place of residence, we completely neglect the place where they spend the majority of the day. So by performing some assumption and by taking, for example, some open available data set, we can estimate the commuting of the people into different commuting areas. And by doing so, we observe the typical commuting pattern with the rush hours very visible in the morning and in the afternoon hours. In this way, we can by making some assumptions, separate two night frames, the day one and the night one, assuming that in the night one, people will be likely in their place of residence, and in the day one, they will be likely in their place of work or study. And this changes things a lot. So what we did in our research was to perform the multi-annual means of different pollutants and to regrid them to a finer scale in order to match other parameters that are the world settlement footprint as a settlement mask that is a settlement layer also developed within DLR, together with other elements like settlement type, building versus street, to account for indoor and outdoor exposure, as well as land use data and also population data. In this way, we could redistribute the population according to the land use, according to the calculated day population for each area, and according to the type of settlement, applying this indoor-outdoor ratio. In this way, we could calculate two indexes that can provide an idea of what are the health risk increase given by certain air pollutants and the health burden, a second parameter that takes into account also the total burden by considering the population impacted by a certain health risk. In this case, we focus specifically on total death, but this type of calculation can be also performed without the health risk. Secondly, we also consider two data sets with different, very different spatial scales. In this case, the CAMS European analysis and the CAMS Global with very different resolution, and we tested how the effect was then visible in the results. Here, just to give you an overview, the two study areas were Lombardy in Italy and Germany, because these areas represent freely and similar commuting data set, and you can see a shift from the night population towards the day one. The night population is the light bars and the day population is the black bars, and you see that the black bars where the urbanization increases, they are more populated during the day. So just to quickly move to the outcomes, as it was suggesting, so the limits that we are now from WHO are nearly surpassed almost everywhere. So this is totally alarming. A population of 9 million of inhabitants was considered in total for this study, and almost everywhere there were exceedances of the long-term PM2.5 concentration. But one of the most important outcome was that, the mobility does matter, because taking into account mobility result in exposure differences ranging from 100,000 to several million of people. So this emphasizing that taking into account where people spend the day can have also major impact in the epidemiological studies. And also, while considering global data set, we saw that this can also be used for a preliminary study, because can give at least an information of the surpassing rate of certain pollutants. I will now quickly show just a couple of slides, just showing another work performed in collaboration with the SG Global. And in line with what was presented today, you see how the street and the urbanization structure does matter. And you see here high density cities versus green and less dense city, and how the different health impact and different parameters they are impacted here. So for high density cities, you have a higher heat island, but on the other end, you have much less CO2 emissions. So just to give you an idea of the thresholds and of the different aspects that should be taken into account. And now I'm very ahead of time, so in case you have any question, I will be very happy to respond you. And just the last slide, I leave you here the reference of the project Elperio that was recently concluded by my colleague from Bayer in collaboration with ESA, where these metrics of health burden and health risk have been implemented and will be available on an on-demand base. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. And so if you can stay here so for a question later. But now we will move on to the next speaker. It's François Diaz from WH. Okay. So François, you have the floor, please.
Good afternoon. I'm François Diaz. I work in the World Organization for Animal Health in the Preparedness and Resilience Department. I'm a scientific coordinator for wildlife and bees, and today I'm going to present you briefly the WUA work on the bee health, and also the current use of satellite-based Earth observation for bee health, but more than that, also for environmental health, and so for One Health, because it's the health of all the different animals, humans, and environment. So I'm going to present you first the WUA activities on bee health, Then the bee health and One Health, the interaction and also what it means. And then I will end my presentation by satellite-based Earth observation for bee health. So the first part, and I'm going to start with what bees are we talking about regarding WUA. And WUA address honeybees, and which are species of the genus Apis, and we have a lot more than 20,000 species of bees. And even if we can see there that we address many species, let's say that at the end we address mainly Apis mellifera, and it's the bees that you will see in the next slide that you can encounter worldwide the most. But for one disease listed by WA, WA address also the bombis and stingless bees, which is exceptional. So you can see here the repartition of the different species of bees. And as I said, WA address mainly Apis mellifera, even if we also address the other species that you can see in this slide. And the characteristic of Apis mellifera is the bees that you encounter the most worldwide, because originally it was based in Europe, Africa, but then it spread. We use it worldwide because it's maybe certainly the bee species that produce the most honey and the easiest way to manage it. So regarding the WUA activities on the bee health, we have the World Animal Health Information System. For the moment, there are 119 WUA listed diseases. And regarding bees, 6 BDCs are present in this WUA list. It's the Acarapyzosis of honeybees, American fullbrood, European fullbrood, small hive beetle, Tropili laps, and Varrosis. It's through this system, there is a notification and an obligation to for the member countries to notify these disease to WA, and after this information is available on the WA website and is spread, and so it's allowed to be informed on the spread of the different disease and where it happens, and so like this, it's also useful in the framework of the trade, because like this, you know, what is the sanitary situation, and also it's important because and in particular these BDCs also can spread from one country to the other through the borders. Then we have the standard, and the standard regarding bee health are mainly laid down in the two publications, the Terrestrial Animal Health Code and the Manual of Diagnostic Test and Vaccine for Terrestrial Animals. These, regarding the Terrestrial Animal Health Code, it's mainly you will find in this publication the health measures that can be used by the veterinary authorities to avoid the introduction of a pathogen, a new pathogen, a pest in the country. But it's also more than that, because you will find also different useful information regarding animal health in general. And so, for example, regarding bees, you can find in this publication a chapter dedicated to the official health control of BDCs. So it's an important chapter because it allows you to know how in a country to organize all the officials and how to ensure the control of BDCs. You have also a chapter, it's the 510 on the model veterinary certificate for international trade, so which is useful when you import, export product of bees, but also live bees. And so finally, we have these 6 chapters on BDCs that are present. We have in the terrestrial manual, you will find all the diagnostic test method agreed and recommended for the diagnosis of these BDCs, of the disease, but in particular these BDCs. You can have also information on vaccine and how to produce the vaccine when you have a vaccine for the disease. So for bees, for the moment, there is no vaccine, even if currently you may have in the future a vaccine for one of these BDCs. And so it's also just important, an essential tool for so detection and confirmation of bee pathogen and pest, but also it works in relation with the terrestrial animal health code. We can rely also on an important network of expertise. We have reference laboratories which are dedicated to a specific disease. And you can see they are highlighted in green, these reference laboratories. We have reference laboratories for most of the BDCs, which are listed by WA. And we have also a collaborating center on topic more horizontal. So for example, we have one in Africa, in Kenya, dedicated to bee health in Africa. We have one also in Italy dedicated to the good beekeeping management. So we can rely on this expertise either to support the countries, but also for ourselves to develop guidelines on the bee health. And so now I would like just to make this connection between bee health and the concept of One Health. So regarding bee health and human health and well-being, bees are, as you are aware, pollinators. They are very useful for many of the crops and at the end, food that we can eat. They also are very important because it's from an economic point of view with the different products produced by bees, like honey, of course, but also the wild jelly and also the propolis. So it's very important in this way for human health and well-being, but it's of course more than that because it's also very important for environmental health. Bees are pollinators, but of course they are not the only pollinators. So it's just they are part of these pollinators, like bats, like also butterfly and other, and they are very useful not only for the crops and that are useful for humans, but also for many other plants that are not pollinized by wind, but are need of pollinators. You have a picture here with bees and without bees. It's maybe to exaggerate this picture, but it's just to show that bees, like other pollinators, are very important for the environment, and so it's why I put this picture. And then regarding satellite-based Earth observation for bee health, it's very linked to this observation to the threat to bees. So it means pathogen, parasite, habitat loss, pesticide, climate change, and also the genetic diversity. Here you can see Earth observation useful for bee health because of the potential feed needed to the bees. You have, for example, here a picture Earth observation from pollen biodiversity, but you can see also another one, which is you can see here the different beehive, and around the circle, it's the 3 kilometers, because bees have an effective way of 3 kilometers around the beehive. And you can see on this picture the different plants available, the feed so available for bees, and where they are. Yes. No, but it's close to the end. And then you have also an article on the annual flower and the colony strength, because it's related. And then we have also, it's a very important, the Earth observation for bee health, but regarding the pest. And here you have you can see from the localization of the pest and disease and of the bees, regarding also the environment, you can manage to have this kind of Earth observation, where you see the different pests, and also how they are at the now, and how they can be in the future. And then here it's no, but yeah, but it's close. So here is Earth observation useful for environmental health. And you can see, for example, the need for pollination, also the use of pesticide, and so the impact on the environment. And yes, and that's all. So it can be very useful. And also here you can see the different biodiversity. Voilà. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we move on to the next speakers. If there is Marco Marchetti, are you online? And Fabio Salvitano?
Yes, I'm online.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
so please, Fabio, you can start. You have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and sorry to be just okay. I think that you have to stop the sharing of the previous presentation, so I can share mine. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm Professor Pitano, and I will present some reflection together with Matilda van den Bosch from the European Forest Institute. As you can appreciate from the institution of partners, I'm not a medical doctor or a Earth observation expert, but I'm more dealing on the aspect of green infrastructure, nature-based solutions, urban forest, and so on. But with Matilda van den Bosch, she's on the medical doctor side. We reflected and we are developing projects on the Earth Nexus for biocities. So giving an outline of which are the potential support, which is the potential support from the part of Earth observation in terms of understanding which are the uses that we can do of this information for supporting cities and citizens for a better health and well-being. I just want to remind which is the declaration of health by the WHO in 1948, a visionary definition where health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of diseases or infirmity. I think this kind of definition is very matching, which is the contemporary urban dilemma in terms of health and environment, and particularly linked to the part of which are the influences of cities and climate change on the health of people, and particularly in the case of what I would like to share with you, the part of non-communicable diseases and related to some aspect where the health observation contribution can be key. which are the impacts from the climate on health? We have a different way of looking in just dealing with the physical health, mental health, community health. At the same time, the climate crisis and the related effects on health are very wide and articulated. If you look to this infographic of a paper on health and climate crisis, we get that we go from the individual health to the health systems, the social and structural determinants of health, and also to the ecological determinants of health. Determinants in a negative or positive way, not just in one side. So another aspect to be considered that many of the co-benefits that are generated by actions reducing the gas emissions and climate change determinants are very linked with positive effects on health, and particularly on non-communicable diseases. First of all, the part of mental health and well-being, and then to all the other aspects of respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, and many other, of course. So I try to make a synthesis of which are the contributions that the Earth observation can give to the understanding of health problem in a city context, but also as they can practically, in a pragmatic and operational sense, they can support administration, industries, people, citizen association in terms of contrasting these effects. So, okay, we have a wide set of non-communicable diseases, from the cardiovascular, respiratory, and metabolic disorders to the climate-induced heat stress. I will provide an example on the way of using this kind of data for the heat-induced stress and diseases. And also, heat exposure contributes to psychological and neurological impacts. With mental health being the front line of the pathologies you can get from the alterated heat conditions in a city scale. The urban interior effects is exacerbating the local exposure and is affecting particularly some vulnerable groups. And this is key for understanding which can be the solution to that. Also, observation can support evidence-based, spatially explicit, and participatory approaches to mitigate this stress. How? With heat exposure mapping, we have many models, but I think you discussed and you're discussing much better than me, which are the potential satellite data, new missions, and so on that can support this. But also, Earth observation allows the detection of a persistent heat spot, not just hotspots, not just a single data in terms of what is happening, but giving an historical perspective of the persistencies of hotspots in the cities. And like we already observed in a previous presentation, linking with the epidemiological and hospital admission data, these maps reveal correlation between extreme heat, psychological distress, and the non-communicable diseases incidence. Another key aspect is to support the environmental risk indicators. And so to have indicators derived from Earth observation that can help us in terms of understanding the pattern of a population, a constellation of indicators that can really give us the understanding of which are the connections between the environment where people is living and the conditions of atmosphere or temperature or any other condition. So in these data sets can help us to build some multivariate risk profiles for non-communicable diseases exacerbation. And another key aspect is to have vulnerability and exposure overlays, so to see which are the conditions of exposure, and so to highlight the demographic, socioeconomic, and health records in terms of identifying which are the vulnerable population that are more exposed to potential stress. Multiplexer analysis, for example, of 3 species can give us the way of identifying the hotspot for exposure to allergies. And also the fine scale mapping of informal settlements or aging population cluster can highlight the cooling needs of the proposed infrastructures. So in terms of co-creating solutions, because the part of, say, the diagnostic or the analytic part is quite, let's say, well-shaped, but in terms of co-creation solutions, which can be the support that derive from Earth observation. The participatory tools will, with the accessible geospatial dashboard for citizen engagement, healthcare providers, and urban planners, the tools for co-design interventions like urban greening, cool roofs, or shaded mobility corridors. All the section of early warning and decision support systems, and the monitoring of effectiveness of the solution that we can improve at city level. The production of and the co-production of knowledge and the interdisciplinary interfaces, like the part of public health, psychology, neuroscience, together with urban ecologists, or the co-creation together with local communities, vulnerable groups, health practitioners, and also to serve as a shared evidence layer supporting dialogue between science, policy, and society. And also giving some illustrative pathways as urban cooling for mental health that can be key in terms of strategies and policies at city level. So policy integration and health system preparedness are some key final indicators and tools that we can use. Just to give you some examples on this, this is belonging to a project developed by Gymatics and other colleagues, the European Forest Institute, and supported by the ESA. Why mapping is so important? It's not only the research aspect, it's a very applied, let's say, users-oriented document. Where do we have to improve solutions for mitigating the air pollution, mitigating the increase in air pollution? And this is quite important tool. But I want just to focus a bit more on the heat-related illness that are let's say, quite big increasing problem at city level. If we look to the heat-related mortality in Europe, just using the data that was prepared in Nature Medicine a couple of years ago, we get an increase, a substantial increase in terms of heat-related mortality in the continent. And this part is needs to be approached with a mapping and assessment of the condition of thermal stress. Again, this is part of the Urbana project, the one that we were looking for before, I was presenting before, and the understanding of...
Sorry, 2 minutes again.
Yeah, I'm finishing. an understanding of which are the mapping of thermal comfort is key to design solution, plan action and activities, particularly when we can give a temporal series of better understanding of these conditions. So then we have a next chapter that which is the evolutionary design and adaptive management of urban nature for health and well-being after having this kind of analytics and diagnostic on the different aspects that the observation can support. We already have experiences, but I think this is the next story and we'll speak in some other occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. And now we have a few minutes. If there is a question for the speakers online, we can get priority to them. We have the lunch time then to make questions and answer. Any question for the speaker online, for Fabio Salvitano or Lydia Strigari? So, okay. So if not, thanks again to all the speakers and to the organizer. We have roughly 1 hour for the lunch. We will restart at 14:30. Good lunch.
Myself and my co-chair. And so I'm Jérôme Benveniste. I spent, well, I did my PhD in oceanography at the French Space Agency in Toulouse a long time ago. And then I spent 33 years at the European Space Agency exploiting anything that has to do with observing water. And so that's the cryosphere, the ocean, but also the land, the rivers, lakes, reservoir, wetlands, and also being very interested in the land to sea and sea to land water exchange, like river plumes. And so I was asked to chair the session with Shuba. Shuba is a specialist of the biological part. Shuba Satinyendranath from Plymouth Marine Laboratory in the UK. And so I would like just to introduce that basically water, I think, is the most important keyword in this kind of forum. And because it's the most important keyword for life. And here we're talking about waterborne diseases. And so water still plays a role, not just to sustain life, but also to carry diseases. So I've been very much interested in the different phases of water, like frozen, the cryosphere, and we have certainly coming ahead a little problem with the melting of the permafrost, where I'm sure there's a lot of biology in there that we'll discover. And then the water that we have in the ocean, a very, very small part, which is called blue water, the one we can drink. A little bit of green water, the one that grows plants, and the rest of the water is a bit too salted to drink, and that's the biggest part. And another part is in the cryosphere, of course. And let me throw a little stone in the pond. There is a fourth phase of water that was discovered by a lab in Washington State University, led by Gerard Pollack. The fourth phase of water is an interesting state of water that we probably have in our bodies, which is called the exclusion zone water. It's a water that organizes itself in a different way when it's near a wall, like the wall of a cell. And I think in Europe, in the Western world, we should be working on this subject much more than we do. Then I'll leave the floor to Shuba to tell us a few words about the biological part that water can carry.
Thank you very much, Jerome. And I will leave the water part and the diseases part for the speakers to tell us about in the interest of saving some time. But welcome to all of you, and thank you for coming so quickly back after your very short lunch. So our keynote speaker today is Jan Semenza, and he is an environmental epidemiologist with 30 years of experience in climate change and health research. He led the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, their response to the 1995 heat wave in the city of Chicago that claimed the lives of more than 700 individuals. He elucidated the underlying medical, environmental, societal, and behavioral causes of heat-related mortality and characterized the comorbid conditions of heat-related morbidity. These insights became the blueprint for heat health action plans as early warning systems for heat waves. Through community engagement, he implemented nature-based solutions to counteract the urban heat island effect and to advance climate change resilience. As a section head at the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, he was responsible for the work program on infectious diseases and climate change, where he operationalized climate-based early warning systems. He is a lead author of the international lead author on of the International Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, their 6th assessment report, co-author of the Global Lancet Countdown reports, and the lead of the European Lancet Countdown Adaptation Working Group. He is currently associated with Umeå University in Sweden and Heidelberg University and Germany. Thank you very much, Jan, for agreeing to give this talk today. Thank you.
Thanks, Shaba. Thanks for the nice introduction. It's great to be here. I'm based in Stockholm, and ironically, the weather is much better in Stockholm than here. What's up with this rain? I came here to Paris to enjoy the climate change, but I guess none of that, no such luck. So thanks for inviting me. It's great to be here. I'll be speaking about infectious diseases and specifically waterborne diseases in light of climate change and then what we can do when it comes to Earth observations, remote sensing, and how we can use these kind of tools to assess potential risks. And so this introductory slide here illustrates some of the exposures that we are encountering from climate change, such as severe weather, extreme heat, air pollution, and we have heard lots of those in these couple of days. But today I would like to focus on waterborne diseases and what that means on a number of infectious disease agents like cholera, cryptosporidium, or Vibrio. And what does that mean for population health, and how can we potentially counter these type of impacts by using Earth observations? And so we all know about ambient temperatures that are increasing, but something that's not as much, not addressed quite equally is in fact marine heat waves as opposed to urban heat waves. And it turns out that 90% of the heat from global climate change is absorbed by the oceans, the global oceans. And you can see that this one here is a snapshot for June 2025, where all these records were broken throughout the world, but particularly in the Western Mediterranean and Central Mediterranean and other parts of the Atlantic Ocean as well. And so what happens if sea surface temperature increases? One of the drawbacks is the fact that you have increased evaporation into the atmosphere, and then the water condenses, and then it comes down as part of extreme precipitation events with the runoff and aquifer infiltration and all the associated issues. And so what does that mean for infectious diseases if you want to look at these type of pathways? So here on the left on this diagram here, you can see the drivers of climate change as fossil fuels, agriculture, and deforestation. And that leads obviously to the increase in temperature that, as I mentioned, but also extreme precipitation events and floods, increased droughts, and sea level rise. And that increases the pathways of infectious diseases, waterborne infectious diseases, such as mobilizing pathogens, dispersing them, contamination and overflow from combined sewers. I'll speak about that a bit later. These climatic changes impact the pathogen replication rates, survival rates, and virulence of pathogens. Low water availability leads to increased concentration of pathogens. And then you have floodwater contamination and lack of hygiene and so on. And all these pathways that are impacted by climate change, they impact the environmental fate of these infectious agents. And so you can see that they might survive longer. Some of them survive actually shorter, so it's not a done deal. But then that also alters the exposure pathways and disease patterns. So you can see these are extremely complicated interactions between climate and infectious disease health outcomes. And so if you want to understand this relationship, we definitely need to talk about exposure, vulnerability, and the hazards. And in fact, this diagram was illustrated before. It's an IPCC framework to assess the risk. And so the risk is determined by the nexus of a climate hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. And in this case, what we're thinking of are these climate hazards like temperature, rain, or heat that then interact with societal vulnerabilities or individual level vulnerabilities, like demographic profiles of the population, but also social capital, medical conditions, social inequalities, and so on. And then that in turn interacts with exposures like the geography, the water, and hygiene and sanitation systems, exposure to wild animals, and so on. Unfortunately, it's not quite as simple as this. And in fact, it turns out that it could be that these extreme precipitation events like a rain event can lead to a sequence of secondary events, which we call these cascading risk pathways, where one thing leads to another one because they're causally connected. And so with waterborne diseases, we need to assess these cascading risk pathways because they do have an impact on waterborne diseases. And what I mean with that is that you have an extreme precipitation event, like illustrated here, coming back to the same diagram. And in this case, houses that are built in the floodplain are now at increased risk from potential flooding. And that in turn can now lead to infectious disease issues because the flooding potentially drives the rodents out of their burrows, and then they might pee into the water and they could potentially contaminate drinking water with leptospirosis, or you have standing water that becomes a breeding ground for mosquitoes, or the flood water gets contaminated with fecal coliform that then potentially exposes individuals. So this cascading risk pathway now is an issue for vulnerable individuals that potentially don't have window screens on their houses and can get exposed to contaminated floodwater. And that obviously then is a circle. And so these cascading risk pathways are of concern for public health. And we need to think about how can we deal with those. And in this particular paper here, we illustrated a number of potential pathways that need to be considered. It's a very busy slide, obviously. So the first one here is heavy rain and flooding, then droughts, increasing temperature, and sea level rise. And let me just pick up a few of those and try to illustrate what I mean with that. So let's say that you have a heavy rain event that leads to storm runoff that mobilizes these pathogens from pastures, and then that can potentially lead to waterborne outbreaks. Again, coming back to this diagram here, you have an extreme rain event illustrated on the left side of this diagram. And then you can see that this house here is connected with its sewer to the sewer line with this downspout. And it turns out that during an extreme rain event, so here the sewer is connected to the downspout is connected to the sewer, but during an extreme rain event, the catchment basin catches the water from this heavy rain event that then funnels it into the sewer system, and we have these combined sewer overflows. And that is a huge issue in Europe, and particularly in the UK, where they have privatized the water treatment and distribution systems, and so a lot of their water systems are in fact suffering from this combined sewer overflow. It's also a problem in other parts of the world, such as the United States, where you have an old sewer system that was built hundreds of years ago, particularly on the eastern side, on the East Coast, much less so on the West Coast, where they separate the sewer lines from the catchment of runoff water that then gets diverted away. And so this is a huge issue, and we examined that epidemiologically. So we wanted to know, what is the relationship between extreme rain events and waterborne outbreaks in Europe? And these blue dots here, they correspond to the population size of waterborne outbreaks that happen now here in this quarter, or in the summer quarter or in the autumn. And we basically compiled all that epidemiologic data of these type of outbreaks in a database and linked that to epidemiologic and climatic data that were collected from meteorologic stations for that time period. And we used central water station if they were available. Otherwise, we used gridded precipitation data. And then we basically defined a heavy precipitation event if it was in the 95th percentile. So we're interested in the relationship between extreme precipitation and these type of waterborne outbreaks. And in fact, what we did see was that if an outbreak was preceded with an extreme precipitation event, like in the 95th percentile, we saw a threefold increased risk for that type of an outbreak. So there is this relationship between precipitation and waterborne outbreaks, even in Europe. This has been replicated in the US and in Canada. So it's something that we are concerned about when it comes to climate change, because obviously climate change now leads to more extreme precipitation events. And this is what we can see in Scandinavia, in the northern part of Europe. Another scenario is this one here, where increasing temperature and in combination with precipitation, in combination with suboptimal wash system, again, that's so the sanitation and hygiene and wash systems and the water systems are suboptimal, and that could lead to cholera outbreaks. And here is a diagram that illustrates what I mean. So you can see on the left here, heavy precipitation, on the right, the warming, and then the warming now leads to propagation and survival of this cholera bacteria. And then in the case of the heavy precipitation, it leads to a flooding of the latrines and dispersion of this pathogen, and then populations can now get exposed to the cholera bacteria, and you have this kind of climatic condition can then potentially trigger a cholera outbreak. So in summary, in this contamination of the water supply through a heavy precipitation event, can then disperse these pathogens from the latrines. And in fact, millions of people are now suffering from cholera, with thousands of deaths in relationship to this inadequate sanitation system in extreme precipitation events due to climate change. And so when it comes to the cholera epidemiology, there are two types of profiles when it comes to cholera. One is an endemic cholera situation, where you have the pathogen is prevalent in the population, and you have these recurrent outbreaks of outbreaks. But then you also have epidemic outbreaks, where you have massive outbreaks of cholera. And that was seen in Yemen, where the Saudis destroyed the wash infrastructure through a bombing campaign. You have conducive climatic conditions, and once the bacteria cholera is in the population, it just explodes and goes out of control. So it's a combination of both environmental and climatic conditions. And these one here are old data from Zambia, where they indicated, they showed here with this epidemiologic curve, the strong onset of precipitation a few months before then the cholera outbreak occurred. And in fact, the bad news is that this is in fact still going on. So this one here is now, I think it's probably a year ago, same location, with thousands of cases of cholera. So this is something that we need to consider. And the reason I'm showing this example is that it's very difficult to model cholera with remote sensing. And so I would like to come back to this and what the obstacles are to use Earth observation to get a handle on this type of outbreaks. But so let's think then, what can we do to contain the risk from these type of cascading risk pathways or waterborne diseases? And in this case, I mapped out the climate hazards on the y-axis, exposure and vulnerability in the x on the z-axis. And so basically, I just created this cube now that defines the disease burden from waterborne diseases. And then ideally, through mitigation and adaptation, we can reduce this disease burden. So mitigation is the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Adaptation is prevention efforts. And ideally, we would like to shrink that cube to a smaller disease burden. The question is, how do we do that? And for mitigation, there are lots of things we can do in the health sector, and particularly in the water sector, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. But we in public health, we don't really deal with that aspect of mitigation. We in public health focus on adaptation. And in this case, we are talking about improving the wash systems, increasing surveillance and regulations, as well as reducing the vulnerabilities. And I would like to show a few examples here. One example of early warning systems, and then climate proofing critical infrastructure. And let me talk about the second one first. So Cryptosporidium is a parasite that survives chlorination. There are small oocytes that can survive the treatment plant if one only uses chlorination. And it's a parasite that can be a very severe public health issue because particularly people with HIV can suffer from chronic wasting disease from Cryptosporidium exposure. And it turns out during heavy rain events, Cryptosporidium can wash into waterways and contaminate the water treatment plant. And in fact, there was a famous outbreak with thousands of cases in Milwaukee in the US way back now in 93. But this is a recurrent problem. This is a One Health problem where you have heavy rain that now flushes fecal contamination from wild animals and domestic animals into the waterways. And then you have that contaminated water. So you have Cryptosporidium contamination of the waterways that now infiltrates the water treatment plant. And because these oocytes can survive chlorination, it infiltrates the water distribution system, and you can have these massive outbreaks of cholera. The good news is that here in England and Wales, they observed these spring peaks of Cryptosporidium in blue illustrated here, and they decided that they needed to do something about the spring breaks. And there's obviously a break in that epidemiologic sequence because it turns out that in 2001, 2002, they implemented an upgrade of the water treatment and distribution system, and they properly filtered the water and UV irradiated the water supply that can kill off these oocytes of Cryptosporidium. So the good news is that there are adaptation strategies we can take when it comes to these climate change issues. So all this now leads up to the question, and how can we use Earth observation to address these type of issues? In fact, we wrote a book on this particular topic. This one here is called Earth Observations, Public Health and One Health. And we wrote it in collaboration with people from the Public Health Agency in Canada. And this slide, this image here, illustrates the complexity of public health, right? So you have individual level risk factors like demographic risk factors, but also community level risk factors, socioeconomic factors, behavioral issues, the built environment, natural environment, and the global ecosystems. And these different determinants of health can now be tackled with different types of satellite services. And so in this particular book now, we make the point that Earth observations should and can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, and they can address pertinent public health issues. We need, in fact, leverage these public health capacities. We need to build a community of practice and develop the knowledge and expertise to use those tools to develop solutions, and then build a technical infrastructure to use these resources in order to monitor disease risk. And this is exactly what where I would like to take this. In fact, in this scenario here, you have an estuary with warming water conditions and urban runoff. And so this nutrient load of marine environment now leads to these toxic algae blooms from these cyanobacteria, and that is something that can be monitored through from space, illustrated here in the Baltic Sea in northern Europe. And in fact, there are a number of these type of health outcomes that we are concerned about with these toxic algae blooms, such as Chigotera toxins that causes gastroenteritis and paralysis, coma, and respiratory failure, paralytic shellfish poisoning, neurotoxic shellfish poisoning, gastroenteritis, and so on. So there are a number of these type of toxic algae blooms that are a concern to public health. And cholera is on that list also, but I would like to focus on these non-cholera vibrios that are pathogens that can cause gastroenteritis, diarrhea, septicemia, and even amputation and death, because they are extremely dangerous and very difficult to treat. In fact, it's the most expensive waterborne disease in the US to treat because of these serious public health implications. When we evaluated the public health surveillance systems in Europe and infectious diseases that are potentially impacted by climate change, we basically determined that a number of infectious diseases are associated with climate change, whereas other ones are not. And so here we group them into high, medium, and low. And you can see that some are highly associated with climate change. And we asked the question, do we need to take public health action if they are strongly associated with climate change? And we decided that not necessarily, just because there's an association with climate change, that doesn't really call for public health action. But if we break it out by the impact on society, high morbidity, high mortality, high medical costs, then that is a completely different picture. And you can see now on this slide that we grouped it into this matrix, and there are some diseases that are strongly associated with climate change and have a big impact on society, and those are the ones we want to target with improved surveillance. The ones that are bolded in this slide here are the ones that where Europe didn't have appropriate surveillance systems at the time. For example, tick-borne encephalitis, there was no surveillance system at the time when this was published. It has been put under surveillance since. Lyme borreliosis is now under surveillance also after this paper was published. Neuroborreliosis now is subject to surveillance. And then there is regional surveillance for chikungunya and dengue and so on as well. And one of the pathogens that is not under surveillance in Europe is, in fact, that Vibrio, those Vibrio bacteria that I mentioned earlier, that Vibrio vulnificus or paramyliticus, that lead to gastroenteritis and septicemia and so on. And it turns out that these particular bacteria, Vibrio vulnificus, paramyliticus, and so on, they thrive in marine environments with low salt content. So brackish water is something that they love, and particularly if the sea surface temperature surpasses 15 degrees. The bad news about these bacteria is that they can lead to severe wound infections, gastroenteritis, and septicemia or blood poisoning that can potentially be fatal. And so these are a huge concern to public health just because of the severity of the disease. It's not that we have a high disease burden necessarily, but the outcome can potentially be catastrophic. And that's why we decided we needed to resort to different type of surveillance systems, since there is nothing being done on a European scale to monitor these diseases. it turns out that these bacteria are highly susceptible to the warming in the world, the warming trend. And in fact, we decided to go ahead with a system where we would like to see whether climate change leads to environmental consequences, like an increase in sea surface temperature in this case that can lead to exposures to these bacteria, but obviously also to other outcomes. And then we in public health, we traditionally monitor these health outcomes at the very end of the causal chain. But because this is such a severe disease, it's too late to monitor these type of outcomes at the end of this causal chain. So we wanted to measure something high upstream and use remote sensing data to see whether we can monitor sea surface temperature and salinity and the impact on these diseases. And so we tapped into this big resource of satellite products that are available to measure both sea surface temperature and salinity worldwide. And we built a system particularly tailored and calibrated for the Baltic because we were interested in the Baltic because, as I mentioned, there is no surveillance system for these diseases in Europe, and the Baltic has low salt content. It has brackish water. It turns out that these bacteria, they love the warm summer months when it gets warm. But guess what? So do we, right? Everybody goes to the beach once it gets warm. And this is when people go to the Baltic to swim because guess what? The winter is harsh. In fact, most like 9 months out of the year, it's very unfavorable. And so you take that chance when you can go to the beach. And that's exactly what the bacteria do. And here's the similar kind of a diagram where we have now increase in global temperature that leads to an increase in sea surface temperature. And because this is an estuary where fresh water contaminates dilutes the salt water, you have brackish water. And those are the ideal conditions for these type of bacteria. And so that brackish water now helps the bacteria to amplify in these conditions where people can get exposed as a result. And so here we have built an early warning system for this kind of a system where we remotely sense climatic conditions, sea surface temperature and salinity. And with this early warning system, we can now determine whether there was an outbreak or an increase in cases. And you can see, in fact, that spike in 2014 was, in fact, predicted by that environmental modeling. And we can relate that to sea surface temperature and salinity. We can see that the risk is going up throughout the north, and that is not only true in the Baltic. This one here is Sweden. You can see it's going up the Baltic coast. Exactly the same thing is true in the US also. But ideally, what we would like to do is to reduce that epidemiologic curve by monitoring environmental conditions, set up active surveillance, and then pick up that first case in order to respond and set up beach closures. And in fact, that's exactly what we do at ECDC, where we send out notices to state epidemiologists that a certain beach should be closed. We need to reach out to the public health professionals and the public. And in summary, we need to develop these integrated early warning systems by taking care of Earth observation data that are available. And most importantly, we need to build this community of practice where we take advantage of Earth observations and remote sensing experts that are available and combine them and link them with public health practitioners like epidemiologists, modelers, community organizers, and other relevant sectors such as agriculture and climatology. And the goal will be to set up this multidisciplinary approach to tackle these One Health issues by linking human health, environmental health, and animal health, and address those critical health issues that need to be tackled. Because with early warning forecasts and disease management, we can potentially identify areas that are most vulnerable to potential outbreaks, and then we need to communicate to vulnerable populations and reduce that disease burden. And so that is the goal. And here is the most important slide. Those are the people that contributed to the work. And any questions, here's my email.
Thank you very much for this very enlightening talk. It's always a bit, I hope I won't go to the Baltic Sea on a bad day. It's always frightening to see all the danger which is out there, but I think it's important to keep it under control. Do you have a question, a specific question? We have a couple minutes. Yes, microphone.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. In context of the talk I gave earlier in the week, I was wondering how time critical are these early warnings? Could you supplement, first of all, some of the monitoring with, for example, seasonal forecasts of sea surface temperature to actually increase that lead time? Are any of those, should we say, actions time critical that would actually be aided by having an advanced warning through a seasonal forecast system, do you think?
That's exactly what we're doing. So good point. So our forecasts are like 5 days right now, maybe a week if you're lucky. But we're in fact working with Rachel Lowe in Barcelona to set up a seasonal forecast so we can extend that time period, to extend the lead time. Because obviously it's important to get that message to the communities in time and tell them that this is going to be a hot summer, be careful. Particularly the immunocompromised individuals that have a wound, they should not go into the water in the Baltic during all of those kind of conditions.
Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to ask, if I may, is this balance between temperature anomalies, which might be a kind of a longer term earlier warning thing, and then precipitation extremes that you mentioned. As you said, your system there, you were looking at, for example, you have the flushing of brackish water. So I'm assuming if you have like a strong precipitation anomaly, that changes both the contamination, but also the salinity of the water there. So I was trying to get the idea of how important those are. So the outbreak, was that more driven by temperature anomalies, or was it more driven by extremes? Because in the context of climate change, the extremes, we expect them to go up by, on average, 7% for each degree. But then, of course, there's a strong dynamic component that changes from location to location. And that means that, assessing, for example, future risk is more tricky if it's more driven by the precipitation extremes compared to general warming. So I'm just, if you could explain a little bit more, it wasn't quite clear to me whether the general warming or the precipitation extremes were the stronger driver.
Yeah, great question. So in the Baltic, the sea surface temperature is the one that drives these type of outbreaks because the salinity is relatively stable.
Okay.
But we are in fact right now in the process of increasing our resolution, because in the past we were not able to zoom into these estuaries where extreme precipitation events will dilute the salinity in the estuaries that can increase the risk.
Okay.
And so by doing that, we have been able to reduce our resolution to something like 10K, and that allows us to pick up cases that we didn't see before. So we see now high risk areas that suddenly become high risk just because the technology has caught up with us. Of course, that was at risk before, but we didn't see it. And so the risk now in the southern part of France, like Camargue areas and all these areas now can be monitored with our system because we're increasing that resolution.
Thank you.
Willie.
Who can help me? Sorry.
You're next.
Thanks, Jan. That was great as ever. I'm going to ask about the other side of the spectrum. I mean, extreme events and unpredictable weather and all that sort of thing. It's not just the extreme, it's not the quantity, the amount, if you like, either the high temperatures or low or lots of rainfall. It's the location that's also ever more uncertain. So I'm wondering how we're going to start dealing with forecasts and early warning forecasts that are built on almost deterministic type models that we know there's either a linear or some sort of relationship, and they're sort of nice and cozy and relatively easy to put together. Well, they're not easy, but they're sort of predictable by definition. How are we going to start coping with, we haven't got a bloody clue what's going to happen when?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, right? I mean, that's exactly it, right? So So I was trained as a toxicologist way back. And look at this exposure response curve. You know exactly what's happening along this linear or curved dose response relationship. We're not going to deal with that in climate change, right? Those unexpected events are the ones that are going to overrun our systems. And so, how do we deal with that? And so, what we are in the process of doing we're actually working with ECDC, trying to come up with these scenarios and stress testing the system and see what kind of stress does it require to build resilient health systems. So where would you expect the system to fold based on all these consequences? So we basically said bringing experts to the table and going through these different scenarios on, let's just say like in 20 years from now, the population has changed, the climate has changed, and the capacity is this. What's going to happen next, and what are potential fallback options, and what can we do to build resilience, right? If everybody is sick and you can't get to the hospital because it's all flooded, right? These are the kind of questions that we need to think of and thinking outside the box. Yeah, prioritize. Yeah.
Thank you. In the interest of time, Gemma, did you have a question during the panel? Then, okay. So could we pass on, please, further, because we're running a bit late.
Sure.
Sorry. Thank you. Harris Contoes, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right, is our next speaker. He is the research director at the Institute of Astronomy, Astrophysics, Space Applications, and Remote Sensing of the National Observatory of Athens, with a PhD in Earth observation. He is a national delegate for ESA and Copernicus and is actively involved in disaster risk reduction and capacity building partnerships, including leading the Disasters, Resilience and Health Action Group of EuroGeo. Thank you. Harris?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation. Thank you very much indeed. It's a very interesting symposium. I mean, as a remote sensing scientist and a delegate for years in different forums, I would like to say that this forum actually has plenty of stakeholders and end users, and I like this very much because remote sensing scientists and Earth observation scientists, they are used to deliver a lot, but there's always a bridge between to be built actually between what the Earth observation scientists built and what the user need. So thank you very much indeed for this invitation, and at the same time, I think it's the best forum actually to speak about the EuroGeo. Forgive me, dear colleagues, that I'm not going to deliver a scientific talk, although I'm a scientist, I would like doing that, but I was asked by the organizing committee to speak about the EuroGeo initiative. And I think it's important to mention that because it is a big forum of scientists and end users. We try to bring together and exchange and build together Earth intelligence. What we call Earth intelligence, it's actually what we can build on relying on what Copernicus and satellite Earth observation missions are providing us, as well as the exploitation of artificial intelligence and models, etc., so as to derive insightful decisions for the policy making. So this is EuroGeo. This is the initiative, and it was set as an initiative 7 years ago. Actually, that was a decision at the Geo Ministerial. And 7 years ago, in order to be the European contribution to GEO, together, of course, with the other regional GEOs like the AfriGeo, AmeriGeo, and Asia Oceanic GEOs. Of course, I'm sure all of you know the GEO community is a huge community in the area of the Earth observation. In EuroGeo, we are building about the European Union innovation in Earth observation. Actually, we are building about Copernicus, satellite missions, the plethora of satellite data, and I mean, we have indeed a lot, not only the operational Copernicus contributing missions, but the Copernicus missions, but also the Copernicus contributing missions. All that in order to build integrated solutions and services for the needs of the end users. And when we say end users, actually we mean policymakers, the ones that they're actually responsible to implement the European, and not only European, but also global policies in regard to the climate change, including Green Deal, of course, policies, but as well as to implement what we call green and digital transitions, transition of the societies, as well as to enable the balanced regulation and balanced management of many economic sectors, which I'm going to talk in a minute. So in general, the EuroGeo builds on the motto, combine the existing assets in Europe, coordinate the efforts so as to avoid siloed efforts or replication, duplication of efforts, and cooperate with stakeholders across the entire value-adding chain. So in the EuroGeo Forum, we bring together researchers, scientists, academicians, service providers, policymakers, decision makers, and managers of many different economic sectors. Health sector is one of them, energy, and many more. This forum and this community, Earth observation community, is developing and downscaling real-world applications, which are streamlined to the operational and commercial needs of the users at national, subnational, regional, and continent level. It's the forum where all this big community of scientists and stakeholders is being together, exchanging ideas, exchanging know-how, and identifying good practices to share between them and build together things so as to avoid small solutions, but building integrated and bigger and scalable solutions that can be transferable to as many territories as possible. And last but not least, the community is building around capacity building and training of users. Of course, in collaboration with the European Commission Director General of INTPA, that is becoming possible to outreach as many stakeholders as possible around the world. We are built around 9 action groups. These are the so-called thematic community subgroups of the Earth observation in EuroGeo. These are the agriculture, land cover and land intelligence, disaster and health, very much linking to what we're discussing these days here. The biodiversity and geodiversity, urban, marine, climate, Green Deal, data spaces, and energy. Of course, all of them are interconnected. We are collaborating closely with the European Commission DGs, one of them being the JRC, the Joint Research Center, and specifically the Knowledge Center of Earth Observation in 2 axes. One axis is to conduct thorough analysis of the existing state of the art in Earth observation and at European Union level in order to know what is out there and how this can be integrated into solutions with the support of the different owners of this IPR. And the second axis is the so-called strategic roadmap of the implementation of actions that the community is going to take for the next years. But not only that, we're also supporting the development of the European Union Earth Observation Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda and the Copernicus Evolution Program. So all that is done in collaboration between the Eurogeo initiative, the DGs of the European Commission, and of course, important also to mention that in this community, the interested entities, including European Space Agency, ECMWF, EUMETSAT, European Environmental Agency, they are part of the community and they are part of this dialogue. I'm coordinating the Disaster Resilience and Health Group. Actually, I'm leading this group. I'm coordinating the action groups in general. But okay, Disaster and Health Action Group is dealing with all climate change-induced and anthropogenic disasters. The community is building solutions for enhanced early warning, preparedness, and resilience of all the domains that the action groups coping with, such as biodiversity, ecosystems, water, urban environment, air quality, water quality, and many different economic sectors linking to these domains, such as energy, tourism, transport industry, and insurance. When we say resilience and support and protection of these sectors, actually, we mean protection against the extreme weather events, drought, heat waves, floods, storms, exposure to geohazards, human-induced disturbances, and of course, disease outbreaks. Are we successful? I mean, I can tell you that, in certain cases, yes, in some other cases, not. Of course, it's not easy that starting from the Earth observation to reach, or to achieve what the end user always needs. But in certain cases, we are successful. And this is the main goal of the initiative, to have a continuous interaction with the stakeholder community and co-design and co-create with them the end solution. In areas that we are successful, I have to tell you that this has become possible because we're relying a lot on the use of the systematic use of Copernicus. It happens that, of course, the Copernicus data in these specific cases are really useful to address, the need of the user. But at the same time, a lot of the capacity today is on using artificial intelligence and generative AI in order to advance the bias adjustments of Copernicus solutions. Copernicus is not that much mentioned these days here, as I can see, but it was mentioned before, the seasonal forecasting and how much seasonal forecasting could influence, the decisions in health. I'm sure you know, most of you know that Copernicus is providing seasonal forecasting in the C3S and CAMS core services. What we actually now doing with that is to downscale them, to go to a finer spatial resolution by integrating bias adjustment technologies and by integrating artificial intelligence and generative AI techniques into that. As well as that we try to integrate and to create data sets, especially integrated data sets building on European Union data spaces, Green Deal data spaces, ESFRIs, in situ data, the new satellite missions, and exploiting a lot the CDSC and Destination Earth. It's providing a lot of validated and big territorial coverage data sets, which can be used now by AI so as to expand the solution, so as to make the solutions less site agnostic, less site dependent, more site agnostic. Other actions in the member.
Aris, you have 2 minutes left. Huh?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
A lot of words there.
Okay. Took more. Anyway, I proceed in the health part of health sector. One health sector. In this specific action group, it's much of the effort is on development of solutions for mosquito and vector-borne diseases, waterborne diseases, and what it was discussed earlier in this morning about the air pollution and the impact of air pollution into cardiovascular and respiratory diseases. two very typical examples, which are developed completely under the umbrella of the EuroGeo, the EOA early warning system for mosquito-borne diseases. It started 5 years ago, supported by the European Innovation Council. It has now providing services to 5 European countries, and in the last year it has been expanded to Sub-Sahara and Latin America countries. It is exploiting as a solution. It is a net solution actually, which is reaching industry, pharmaceutical industry, health system institutions, in national institutions in health sector in all these in different countries, receiving funding, either national funding or private foundation funding, such as the Bill Gates Foundation funding, etc. So I mean, it's a typical example of how Earth observation can derive a solution that can be useful to the end user in many different places of the world. Or the One Aqua Health project. It's again, I mean, another big project which is developed under the EuroGeo, which is relating to waterborne diseases, waterborne diseases, actually. Advancing and monitoring the sustainability and integrity of urban freshwaters in 9 big European Union countries and in cities, and actually studying the interrelationships between freshwater ecosystem and waterborne diseases in those cities. I close, Mr. Chair, saying that I think for those who are interested to know about EuroGeo, first of all, do not hesitate to contact me. It's very difficult to give me the full spectrum of what EuroGeo is doing in 10 minutes presentation. However, remember that on 13th to 15th of October, we are organizing the annual workshop of EuroGeo in Hague. It will be a great opportunity for scientists in the Earth observation domain to meet with stakeholders from all these different domains and participate in this dialogue for making your own innovation or your own solutions useful to others through the integration of this initiative. By this, I would like to thank you very much, dear colleagues, and of course, I'm available to answer to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Well, Harris, you didn't have enough time to pronounce all the words that you have on your slide, so I hope you can make your slide accessible to everybody here and go through them. They are very rich, and a lot of things is going on with EuroGoose, but you used up all the time for the questions, so we have to skip to the next speaker and eventually have some time later on in panel discussion. So I'd like to introduce Philippe Bally from the European Space Agency. He's the Earth Observation Application Specialist, specialized in natural hazards and risk as a theme leader. And he's also the representative of the International Charter, Space and Major Disaster. And he should be online with us. So we switch the screen. And Philippe, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, very good, excellent.
All right. I am going to...
So you share the slide?
Yes, I'm going to do this now.
Okay, you have a 15-minute slot. It means that if you speak 15 minutes, you can avoid the questions.
Can you confirm you see my screen?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Well, full screen maybe.
Okay, good.
Put in full screen. Yeah, perfect.
All right. So the purpose of my contribution to this session is to give you some information about an Earth observation initiative that is global, available, and that maybe could be relevant to the different communities around the EO4Health event. So it's the International Charter, Space and Major Disasters. So it's an international agreement between space agencies. Today we have more than 17 space agencies. And the purpose of the agreement is to switch on satellites, bypass any commercial or scientific tasking order to the missions, and give the data rapidly at no cost, with no paperwork, to predefined organizations that typically are the civil protection authorities. It was set up in the year 2000, so 25 years of activity. So overall, satellite data can contribute to the management of hazards and risks. Earth observation can contribute to a better understanding risk, not on an emergency basis. So it can contribute to assess risk for floods and fires and geological hazards and so on. It can contribute to understand the exposure, the population, the asset at risk. And on an emergency basis, it can be used for rapid objective information for the estimation of damage and also for situation mapping. When disaster takes place, the location of the airport, the clinics, the local equipment that is associated to the relief teams can be put on a situation map. And there are EO capabilities available today in the world that contribute to providing EO-based information for disaster response. One of them is the International Charter. So what we provide in terms of data and information, this slide has been made on purpose for this conference, so to pass a useful message to you guys. We give access to a broad range of optical and radar data with full resolution access, even commercial images. In addition, we provide value-added products, which is the result of transformation of data into information. And I cited two examples, damage maps, like earthquake damage maps, flood extent, situation maps. And there are different examples of the use of such data and information in the context of health-related information needs. So one example is emergency mapping for health facility vulnerability assessment. In natural disaster settings, we can contribute to assess the vulnerability of a facility in the field and a theater of operation. Health facility construction or planning to help organization in a humanitarian context, for example, for complex emergencies. And mapping the accessibility to health facilities in different humanitarian emergency situations as well. So the members of the International Charter are 17 space agencies all around the world. The principle is a virtual constellation, which means that all members of the Charter provide access to their satellites in a unified fashion. And when you put them together, you have a long list of missions. We have more than 240 satellites operating today that can be accessed in a single way with the Charter mechanism. And this is optical and radar missions. So this is an illustration of the data consumption of optical data to the left and radar data to the right. And you can see in blue those used for crisis information, and in green those that are archive data. Sometimes you need to have images before and after the event to make comparison, change detection, and deliver more precise information. So you see many of the elements of this virtual constellation are used in operations in the statistics, and here we're showing 2024. So the only bodies that are able to submit a request for the Charter are the authorized user. And to become authorized user, an organization has to have a mandate concerning disaster risk management, or must be delegated by an organization that has a mandate. And we have agreements with so-called cooperating bodies, in particular the United Nations and Sentinel Asia for the Asia-Pacific region. Concerning the UN, the International Charter has an agreement with UNITAR UNOSAT and with UNOSA, the Office for Outer Space Affairs, and its UN Spider network. So these two intermediaries, UNITAR UNOSAT and UNOSA, are able to submit requests to the Charter on top of the authorized users that are the civil protections. So this means that all the countries of the world, either with the mandated national organization or because there is a humanitarian program in place, can submit requests to get access to the International Charter. The type of hazards that can be covered by the Charter are both natural events, man-made events, like oil spills, industrial accidents, search and rescue, explosive events. But because the main purpose of the Charter is to bypass satellite tasking, it is really made for a rapid onset scenario. It is not made for slow scenario. In case of slow scenario, there are other mechanisms in place, and you don't need to have the interruption of existing orders to bypass them with a rush order for disaster response. The charter cannot be used with belligerence for a conflict situation. It's made for natural disasters and man-made disasters. So typically, very pragmatically, some emergencies are not in scope of the charter: war, armed conflict, and slow onset disasters such as droughts are not in scope for the charter because you don't need to bypass satellite tasking. There are other EO capabilities in place that provide observations from satellites to support activities like the drought observatory. Then emergency for which we are not sure that the satellite data would be useful, we have the right to refuse a request. So the collapse of a mine, a landslide, is eligible for charter activation, but if the object in question is less than 2 meters dimension, it's quite obvious that satellite data are not the best tool, and the Secretary of the Charter can refuse a request. This is just one example. And then if a request is made beyond the 10 days of the impact of the hazard, after that 10 days, the Secretary can refuse to accept the request. So for health-related hazards, in the type of hazards that I've shown before, some of them have a link to health issues and some do not. So example of sudden onset hazards that have public health consequences include earthquakes because of injuries, collapsed hospitals, sanitation issues, and so on. Flooding, and as we heard in the keynote presentation, with waterborne disease, cholera, or vector-borne disease, dengue, and cyclones and storms, displacements of population, water contamination, infrastructure damage. So these three main hazard types are relevant for the charter and may be relevant for the health-related user communities. Other hazards with health impacts that potentially relevant to the charter are algae blooms, for the harmful algae blooms, locust infestations. But today, we don't have a readily available operational scenario to address these two themes. We could discuss them if it is relevant. In principle, the solution could be proposed, but it's not in place today. We never had a request. Other hazards with health impacts, but slower onset, that may not be relevant to the charter scope, are heat waves and droughts. For slow onset scenario, there are better mechanisms available. How can the charter respond to a health issue? For earthquakes, we provide maps of damaged health facilities, maps of blocked access routes, identification of displaced population at risk of disease. Concerning flooding, maps of inundated areas, standing water, mosquito risk, the location of isolated communities that are cut off from care. For cyclones and storm, we can assess the impact on health infrastructure. We can better understand the evacuation routes and monitor them and map the shelter zones. Concerning the public health benefits, enables targeted medical response, outbreak prevention, and logistic planning. So there are other aspects of contribution. Health hazard to be considered for the charter. So the harmful algal bloom typically is monitored with medium resolution ocean color satellites like MODIS data. But in principle, the high resolution and different type of sensors provided by the charter could contribute. So this is something that we could investigate. For infrastructure and exposure mapping, high resolution imagery could be used to look at water intake sites for drinking water facility, aquaculture farms, fisheries located inside the bloom affected zones, or nearby coastal settlements that rely on affected waters. For the public health link, high resolution imagery may not detect the bloom itself, as well as MODIS or OLC, but can establish the overlap between bloom areas and human infrastructure populations, ultimately informing warnings for seafood safety, drinking water alerts, and emergency health advisories. For locust infestation, this is normally monitored with the vegetation index, soil moisture, rainfall anomalies, but the charter data could be used during a sudden swarm event. Damage mapping to identify cropland stripped bare by swarms to give rapid assessment of food security issues, population exposure, overlay with settlements to see where crop failure could cause nutrition issues or food storage issues, and infrastructure mapping to track whether the locust swarms have affected storage facilities, food markets, or supply routes. Concerning the public health link, nutrition malnutrition risk mapping after swarm destroys the harvest, planning for food aid distribution points, and emergency health support in affected areas. This is an example of a charter activation. So that's for the Turkey-Syria earthquake of 6th of February 2023. For this activation, there were different requesters and partners involved in analyzing satellite data. And we collaborated with the Médecins Sans Frontières organization, and they acted as value adders, so they had access to satellite imagery, which they put in their geographic information system. And during the activation, they analyzed data and provided specialized information to their operational teams on the field. They generated damage maps that were used inside the MSF network, and it was relayed to their teams working in field hospital. In terms of evolution, the charter is regularly collaborating and working with owners or operators of satellite missions. And one example of a new type of satellite mission that will be connected to the charter is the Aurora Tech constellation, that is a German system, with satellites in orbit that measure the thermal infrared signal and can be used to have very high temporal sampling to observe active fires. And these discussions are in place with this organization, so they become a data contributor, which means that when there is a charter activation, the very frequent data from Aurora Tech can be used to help improve the satellite mapping for disaster response. So this will be relevant for wildfire monitoring and volcano monitoring. And there are already precursor examples of using this technology in recent events, such as in Greece this summer. So as a take-home message, first message is that the charter is absolutely global, neutral, apolitical, rapid, at no cost, user-centric, and it gives priority to support the relief efforts. And it's only about the immediate disaster response phase. It's not for preparedness. It is not for risk assessment or prevention. We must recall that the charter is fully operational 24/7. It has one activation per week all year long, and it's really focused on the user request. Request for activation for long-term monitoring is not permitted. The charter is open to recommendation by community experts who believe that satellite data from the virtual constellation would be useful. So if you see a theme that corresponds to a rapid onset scenario, the charter secretariat can be contacted and we can assess whether there would be an operational scenario to support that. So there is a process in place, and you can contact us and we can look at information needs for the community of this conference. So that was my conclusion message. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Philippe. So we have 30 seconds if there is any question, but thank you for the expose of what the charter is and what it does, what it doesn't do. One quick question. We have 30 seconds.
I'll try to be quick. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. I was wondering if you ever get feedback from the country who puts in the request, whether the products maps were useful and whether there is scope for improvement.
Yes, certainly. We do have feedback. Just to give you one example, there was a large policy event on disaster risk management in Latin America last week. And the Vice President of Guatemala made an intervention to speak about the relevance of using the charter for the volcanic eruption in their country this summer. Each activation is concluded with a project management report, the PIM report, that has a large section with the interview of the end user of the activation and the feedback of the project manager on potential shortcomings with the technical aspects. And the Secretary of the Charter is doing monthly teleconf, meets every 6 months, and discuss the PM reports and try to improve the system.
Thank you, Philippe. So we switch to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is also online, and I hope he is there right now. Dr. Antarpreet Jatla is an associate professor based in Florida, specializing in the intersection of environmental science, data analytics, and public health. Dr. Jatla collaborates with international agencies and governments to integrate EO data and improve predictive models for disease outbreaks and strengthen climate resilient health systems. Thank you very much, Antar. Are you there?
Yes, Shubha. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the introduction.
Antar, you have 15 minutes total. We'll give you a warning after about 10 minutes. If you use up all the 15 minutes, then there will be no questions.
Sure, I'll try to stick to 12 minutes. So
thank you very much.
And I think I am going to go with the flow with the previous speaker, Jem. I don't know how to pronounce the last name, the gentleman who was doing the Vibrio's work. So we are going to be looking at this idea that if there is any prediction that could be done for at least climate sensitive waterborne pathogens, and we will be looking at the Vibrio's model, that how we have used geosciences, microbiology, the sociological sciences to build a platform that can provide us with the predictive assessments on where, when, and how these pathogens like Vibrios can provide the environment for exposure to human population. So we have a large team with us. We are the modelers from University of Florida, and then we are trained civil engineers. And we have a very well-established group of microbiologists working with us at University of Maryland. And then we have several of our stakeholders, which includes some parts of UN, some parts of other state agencies in the US and in other locations of the world. So I was very intrigued with this idea that what Baltic Sea basically looks like for Vibrios. And I changed my presentation a little bit, and I'm going to start with this figure. This figure is basically an enteric pathogen risk map for predicting the presence or the likelihood of presence of enteric pathogens, and then this is calibrated mainly with the Vibrio's cases, both the epidemiological cases and the environmental cases, and then if we look at let me go into a little bit detail on this whole image. It provides us with the possible risk of presence of these enteric pathogens, primarily Vibrios, in the water system at least 3 weeks in advance when the map is produced at the first time. So for example, if the map is produced on Monday, that would be valid for next 3 weeks. And then we produce the map the next Monday and so on. So here is the Baltic Sea. And you can see that in July, we expect, at least this year, we expect that there is probably going to be a higher risk of presence of these Vibrios in the surface waters. So that corroborates with this idea that elements of salinity, plankton, sea surface temperature, phosphates, and nitrates are probably one of the factors that can contribute to the growing risk of pathogens like Vibrios in the global waters. But we were concerned about Florida. And the reason that we were concerned about Florida is because this year we are seeing an anomalous increase in the number of cases in and around Gulf of America. So here we use the same model, and we said like, well, what's let us see like if the risk that is produced by our modeling architecture, we call it EPIMA, the Predictive Intelligence Modeling Architecture for Enteric Pathogens. Let us say like if there is a risk in and around the Gulf Coast and in the US. And we did see that there is a higher risk than usual in the month of July for Florida. So while this was an alarming situation, we said, well, let's go and look at the water quality itself and do the microbiological analysis. So when we went to the beaches and then saw the water quality, we saw like the water has pretty bright green tinge, which means that there is a presence of plankton in the water system. The water parameters were pretty anomalous. Sea surface temperatures were very warm. The salinity was unusually high, but within the bounds in which these Vibrios basically will develop and survive. And then we started sampling at these locations. Again, like we are in Gulf of America, and this is this entire region here. And when we started the microbiological analysis, we found out, and this is ongoing work, so we found out that there are a whole host of Vibrios that are present in the water systems, which corroborates with what we are seeing through our prediction model. So we continue to basically do the analysis, both water samples and use the satellites to build the prediction model. So I'm going to go into a little bit into details on like, why we are concerned about Vibrios. We are concerned about three types of Vibrios for our work. One is Vibrio vulnificus, which causes septicemia. The second one is Vibrio parahemolyticus. This bacteria basically impacts shellfish, and consumption of the contaminated shellfish will lead to the GI type of infections. And third one is the Vibrio cholera, which causes the cholera pandemics and outbreaks in the entire world. All these Vibrios cannot be eradicated from the environment in which they live and survive. That basically means that if we can link the survival mode and the persistence mode of these Vibrios to the modality of climate, weather, and ecological processes, then perhaps we could determine the conditions when these Vibrios can and will pose a risk to human population. What we are after predictive intelligence. We believe that the accurate prediction of human cases is probably not possible. The surveillance cases are also the accurate assessment of surveillance cases is also not going to be known at some point. But we can build an intelligence system that can provide us with the intervention point at a time step which will be way more ahead of the start of the epidemiological curve of disease in humans. Right now, the intervention points, more likely than not, are basically these points exist. I mean, we still basically try to mitigate or intervene in the disease during a disease outbreak cycle. But these intervention points are really they really go, or they're really on a curve when either we have seen the peak or the peak of the disease has basically passed. So we are trying to basically change this intervention point to way ahead in future, and by monitoring the environmental conditions in which these Vibrios basically live and survive. We start our case with this idea that that hurricanes and extreme events provide an ample environment for the exposure of these Vibrios to human population. And we will start with the US, and then particularly in Florida, which is the key hotspot location of these infections in North America. If you look at the sub-epidemiological cases, and if you do a simple trend, the linear line, what we are seeing is that most of the counties in Florida are showing an increasing trend in the vibriosis cases, also with the Vibrio vulnificus cases. The Vibrio vulnificus is a little bit more dangerous bacteria than rest of the Vibrios, just because like the survival rate from Vibrio vulnificus is around 30 to 40% once the infection sets in. So we were trying to basically look at the patterns as to like where these trends are increasing and what is happening with these Vibrios in the state of Florida. But then we looked at the species distribution of these Vibrios in the entire US. And this is based on the number of cases that are reported by the subspecies of Vibrios to US CDC and through the state surveillance system. What we are finding is that in the Gulf and the South region, we have almost like equal distribution of Vibrio vulnificus, parahemolyticus, and alginolyticus. Whereas when you go to north, we do see that Vibrio parahemolyticus cases are more than any other Vibrios present in the human cases. So then we thought that, well, let us try to, since these bacteria cannot be eradicated, since they can be they cannot basically be removed from the environment, let us look at some of the factors where we can predict those. So I'm going to present one of the cases where we looked into the sea surface temperatures and chlorophyll and formed a hypothesis for Vibrio vulnificus. And we found that the likelihood of Vibrios, especially Vibrio vulnificus, is more if we have warm sea surface temperatures followed by the anomalous presence of plankton, which could be through various means. It could be through sewage, it could be through agriculture runoff, and so on. If these two conditions are there, then the chances of finding Vibrio vulnificus in the coastal water systems, especially in the near shore water systems, is going to be high. That will lead to possible exposure of humans to this bacteria. And then we basically started to build the model, and then that has led to the development of ePrima systems that I showed you in the beginning. We're also concerned about how these Vibrios have changed over time. This is the microbiological data of Vibrio vulnificus in Chesapeake Bay in the US. The blue line is a mean from 2009 to 2012. The other one is from 2019 to 2022. We can see that the means have basically changed, which means that there is more likelihood of presence of Vibrio vulnificus, even in the colder waters where traditionally this type of pathogens were detected but not detected in a sufficient form.
Antalya, in 1 minute, your time is up.
Okay, I will be. I'll quit. And then so this is something that we have done for Chesapeake Bay. But our main story here is on the cholera prediction system, where we have used the historical time series and microbiological information to basically build a model that has a 4 weeks of prediction lead time. This model has 5 modules: the population module, pathogen growth module, climate module, wash module, and the interaction module, which and then these all modules work in tandem, and it provides us with the map which shows the possible high, low, or medium risk of cholera in any part of the world at 4-kilometer resolution, as well as on a county scale resolution. We have used this model successfully in Yemen, Malawi, and other 32 outbreaks in the world on a more real-time basis. There is a QR code. If you guys would like to know more about this thing, send us an email and we will be able to connect you guys with our developers of this model. Most of the parameters here are obtained from satellite remote sensing. So we use the temperature, precipitation, population density, displacement from satellites. We have established pathogen growth curves from our microbiological partners. WASH is generally provided by the countries to us. And again, interaction module is all satellite data that provides us with the displacement, with the disaster information. And
okay, Antar, your time is up.
All right.
Just
I will
conclude.
stop. I will stop. And if you, if anyone wants to contact us, please send us an email, and we will, and I can talk more over offline.
Anta, sorry about the time, but if you could please stay on for the rest of the session this afternoon.
Yes,
there will
yes,
be time for more discussion towards the end of the session and after tea.
Yes, absolutely. No problem.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Okay, we have to move on to the next speaker is Shubha Satinendranath. And Shubha, my co-chair, is an oceanographer and works at Plymouth Marine Laboratory, PML, in the UK. And in the last 10 years or so, she's been working on waterborne diseases and associated pathogens, mostly with collaborators in India and in Brazil. And so, Shubha, you have 15 minutes time slot.
Just a second. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. After having been draconian with the other speakers, I have to try and keep to time. But the advantage of speaking towards the end of your session and on the third day of the workshop is that many people have made the points you want to make. So I'll try. I hope that will help me be brief. But I want to take you somewhere far away to Cambodia. Have you been to Angkor Wat? I haven't. But one of the major attractions there is this very long frieze. The image here only shows a part of it. And let me put my timer on. Okay, sorry, 1 minute late. So this shows you, it depicts an episode from the mythological world somewhere close to the beginning of time. And the world was in existential crisis at that time. What was the problem? The gods found that they were weak and they needed a boost to their health. They also knew that the solution that they sought lay in the oceans. But the oceans were too mighty for them to attack by themselves. So the gods and the demons entered into negotiations, and then they agreed to work together, to pull together, to churn the mighty oceans, to extract the elixir of immortal life. And they succeeded. So why do I tell you this? It's because I think we are also facing an existential crisis, and we need to pull together if we are to have any success in what we are trying to achieve. This symposium here, it's actually a user forum. It has given us the opportunity to meet, talk, and listen to people with whom we would normally not have that chance. And I really feel that we need to seize this opportunity and use this event as the beginning and not the end. There will be discussion time in this afternoon, and I hope that we can use that to build ideas for future collaborations. Having said that, let me try to take you through what I'm really supposed to tell you about, which is waterborne diseases. But it is a story in two halves, I want to say, where we have good things and bad things coming out of the oceans. If I can show you the slide. Okay, there we are. So what connects the two halves is water quality. If you have good water quality, then it is the source of all life as we know it on this planet. It is also a source of high quality life through food, through whatever, many ways. If water quality is threatened, then lives are disrupted or even lost. We encounter disease and even death, and we incur considerable economic losses. Good water quality will ensure that we be able to address the various sustainable development goals that are related to water. So this is not a story of all doom and gloom. Water does bring us many benefits. In fact, some of the health benefits from the oceans, we are only just beginning to learn. But we are learning enough in such a way that actually the language related to the color blue is changing. We now talk about blue health, blue gym, blue mind, blue whatever. But it's no longer blue in the English language. It used to mean something that brought your spirits down, but that language is changing. But for the most part, today I want to talk to you about the negative health benefits. And the first one, of course, and we've listened, for example, to Philippe and others this afternoon, water-related disasters. Whether it be floods or droughts, it's one of the major sources of health risks around the world. All continents are affected. And according to this paper, hundreds of millions of lives may be affected in any single year. And if it is a flood event, as again, without dwelling long on it, we can rely on Earth observations to map the flood affected areas. And also to then, if the information reaches the right people, we can reduce the impact from that. Now, we've listened a lot to Vibrio cholerae, the bacteria responsible for cholera. And I would not like to take more time repeating these, what you have already heard. But I want to emphasize at least one point, and that is this. The Vibrio family of bacteria, they are a natural component of our marine and aquatic ecosystems. They have a beneficial role to play, and therefore it is not on the table that we eradicate the bacteria from the environment. What we need to do is to learn to manage the risk. And for that, there are potentially two actions that are possible. One is, as we have heard, issue advance warnings. The other is to reduce any possible pathways by which we as humans, add to the anthropogenic burden of this bacteria in the water. And remote sensing has been proposed as part of the solution. In our own work, we have seen that the information on chlorophyll from ocean color data is a beneficial thing. Moving on to another pathogen that we have heard about at this meeting, E. coli, which is an indicator of fecal contamination in the water. In our example from India, we find that the pathogen load in the water increases with rainfall. And we that maximum is reached before flood levels are reached. So we don't hypothesize that floods are the problem, but it is the other aspect that we have heard about today, that when water levels rise and when the groundwater levels rise, there is contamination of the water in the natural bodies through overflow or contamination through the sanitary systems. The other disease that we have looked at is leptospirosis. It is a disease that is apparently on the increase worldwide. And the water aspect comes in because of the interaction of the contaminated animals with water. And especially during extreme events, flooding, the pathogens can be brought into closer contact with people. Here we don't need prolonged floods. Flash floods are enough. Unlike Vibrio cholerae, where you have to consume the water to catch the disease, with leptospira, all you need to do is to walk through the contaminated water. If you have wounds, it can pass into your system through the wounds, and the symptoms are variable. The last example I want to show, I think it is my last example, is the problem or problems related to invasive species. The example I have is that of water hyacinth, but I believe you can make similar points based on, for example, the sargassum in the Atlantic. In the Vembanad Lake region in India that we study, this is a serious problem, and it is in many tropical waters. The trend in that lake is an increasing trend, and as you can see, it makes pretty flowers. It's not visually unappealing, but the problem is this: when we studied the root system of these organisms, which are rather dense and extensive, we found that, or at least our colleagues found that these the root systems harbored about 60 invertebrates. And here are some of them. There are mosquito larvae, and there are snails, larvae of snails, and a number of organisms that act as vectors for a number of vector-borne diseases. Malaria, West Nile virus, filaria, schistosomiasis. And the point that I would like to make here is that sometimes it's not so straightforward to partition a disease into vector-borne, and you assume that that means atmosphere, and waterborne. Some of them transcend the two. So we need an integrated approach. But the news is not all bad from the root systems of water hyacinth. The water bugs on the right-hand side, they are beneficial in this context, in the sense that they do eat the larvae. So they can also be part of the biocontrol agents. How does all this related to remote sensing? Not directly and not immediately, but remote sensing can indeed help us to map the dynamics of the macrophytes on the surface of the water. So I want to conclude with this last slide, for which I acknowledge Milton Campbell from INPE, Brazil. And I like this slide because it puts the problem in the context of the multitudes of factors that can affect how water-associated diseases are transmitted and the factors that contribute to the transmission. And I show it for two reasons. One is that when you look at the complexity of the situation, you realize that the same method may not be effective everywhere. We may need to tailor one aspect or another of the problem to meet local requirements. In Antad's presentation, I showed that the socioeconomic factors are tailored to the location. And socioeconomics, cultural practices, the infrastructure available for sanitation, all these play a part. And the socioeconomics and even the architecture, we haven't heard enough about them at this meeting. And on that, I would like to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shubham. We have a couple of minutes for questions.
No questions. We say 3 minutes.
Okay, so I have a question, Shubha.
Sorry.
Of course, my question is about using Earth observation satellite data. Are you using these data like dynamically, like we heard about forecasting, or is your study looking at events to understand the processes and the links between environmental events and outbreaks?
It's an interesting question. First of all, no, we are nowhere near being at the stage where we feel we can predict these things with confidence for our particular study areas and in detail. There is another angle here, which is that we are research organizations. We're research scientists. I don't think we have the mandate or the approval of the appropriate agencies to give out warnings. So if and when we get to the stage where we are confident in our warnings, we need uptake of these results by the appropriate health agencies. And our limited experience in India is that it's a very, very difficult step to take. So I think we are a long way from that.
Yeah. Indeed, like for instance, in the Copernicus service, we really need a strong scientific input until you get an algorithm and a processing mechanism in place, which is then operated by operators of the service. And most of the research which is done leads to feeding into a Copernicus service. Beyond acquiring data, there's also transforming the data into information. Well, thank you very much, Shubha. So the next speaker is Amy Campbell, and Amy is a research scientist using Earth observation data and machine learning to model and forecast climate-sensitive diseases. She did her PhD on the ecology and evolution of Vibrio bacteria and associated waterborne disease amidst changing marine climates. She has worked on waterborne diseases forecasting as a graduate trainee at ESA and is currently working on dengue forecasting using, of course, satellite data at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Health. Amy, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. I'm Amy. I'm currently a research fellow at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. But today I'll mostly be talking about my PhD research, so on waterborne diseases. So these will be kind of research use cases and reflections of bringing together EO data alongside genomic and epidemiological data to look at how marine bacteria adapt to different marine climates and how I've used EO data so far to kind of create forecasting models for waterborne diseases using AI and machine learning. So my study species is Vibrio, but luckily that's been introduced quite nicely by a lot of the previous speakers, so I don't need to go into too much detail here. But Vibrio bacteria are waterborne. They naturally exist in coastal waters and estuaries, and there are 3 main species that cause a problem for human health. And this just shows kind of the rationale for looking at them. So Vibrio cholera causes cholera disease, which around 1.3 billion people are at risk of. Parahemolyticus is the leading cause of shellfish poisoning, and then vulnificus, which actually causes those wound infections and has a really high 20% mortality rate because it can lead to sepsis. Because Vibrio live in marine environments, they're very sensitive to changes in those environments. So whether that's particular environmental conditions that make certain coastal regions more suitable for either transmission or growth, or opportunities for environmental transport, or environmental conditions that might increase those, human-water interactions. So these are some of the environmental variables that drive Vibrio dynamics in their coastal waters. So we can get a lot of these from EO data. We're not normally using raw EO data for these, but more processed essential climate variables. So analysis-ready data sets of these mostly marine variables. But alongside this, of course, it's important to note there are socioeconomic drivers of Vibrio diseases as well. So the first two here are mostly linked to cholera disease, but the others can really affect Vibrio spread around the world also. So a lot of this talk is focusing on this combining EO data of climate variables that relate to Vibrio in their marine environment with genomic data about these bacteria and also epidemiological data on actual disease incidence. And in terms of why we want to do this, as well as affecting suitability, environmental change can also introduce a selective pressure, which can lead to particular variants of Vibrio bacteria either thriving in the new conditions or adapting because they replicate really rapidly. And sometimes those variants can be really successful and spread around the world very fast. So with the current dialogue on pandemic preparedness, we really want to understand how and why that happens. But there wasn't really many tools to combine genomic data with environmental data sets like EO. So we worked on creating this framework to help us understand how environmental change is actually driving climate-sensitive pathogen evolution. So this framework involves extracting genomic information in space and time in formats that then allow us to align it with climate time series data from EO and merge them to then provide input data sets for later statistical analysis, machine learning models to start investigating those links between climate change and pathogen evolution and disease incidence, and ultimately serve as a basis down the line for early warning systems that can trigger public health interventions. So we've been applying this framework back to Vibrio because Vibrio parahemolyticus, for example, is really phylogenetically diverse. So there's lots of background populations in its marine environment. But as you can see with this green and more turquoisey band, you get these two dominant strains that have emerged, and they've been linked to increasing outbreaks amidst climate change. But they emerged and they underwent something called global expansion very quickly, so within a year. And they emerged in regions with quite different climates from their endemic origin regions. And this is quite a unique thing to Vibrio. So we want to know what makes these strains so successful in really distinct climates. So here's just a quick example of how combining those data sets has helped us to understand how that strain adapted to new marine climates. So particularly, we were interested in how strain ST3, I'll just refer to it as that from now on, emerged in South America in a very distinct climate from its endemic tropical region in Asia in the same year. So the coast off Peru and Chile, for those who don't know, it's much colder, it's saltier, it's a lot more acidic, which you can see here. This is sea surface temperature, for example. And from our genomic analysis, we actually found that there was a distinct group of the ST3 strains in Latin America that was genetically distinct from all the strains circulating in Asia at the time. And that's that yellow group at the top of the phylogenetic tree just there. So we looked into how this group was different to see if those differences were maybe helping it survive in the distinct climate off the coast of Latin America. So we looked into mutations that were linked to sea temperature and salinity anomalies that we were getting from the EO data. And we started to find some evidence of adaptation within this group to the unique climate in Latin America that could be increasing its environmental fitness. So those ranged from unique mutations in genes that were linked to survival in acidic environments, and also the presence of an accessory gene exclusively in this group, which is used to regulate sodium content, so as a potential high salinity survival mechanism. We also found that when we combined ecological and evolutionary data for a Vibrio genome, so that's the kind of actual genomic information, and then the EO-derived environmental variables conditions kind of in which it was obtained, we could actually predict expansion dynamics fairly accurately. So for example, whether that Vibrio genome was part of a newly introduced or an established population in the region, whether it would be successful or not in the climate conditions it was found within. So this was quite a pilot study, but does provide a precedent for combining genomic and EO data using machine learning to predict this kind of climate-sensitive pathogen expansion. Ideally, one day you could submit a newly acquired Vibrio genome to a trained database, and the model could tell you straight away if it's has introduction or establishment potential in a particular region with certain environmental conditions to kind of start tracking pathogen expansion in real time. But of course, currently there's a few limitations and caveats regarding surveillance data on that, which I'll come to in a bit. So now for some examples of combining EO data with epidemiological data for Vibrio. And these are now focused more on forecasting the waterborne disease outbreaks rather than the bacteria themselves. So the first one here, we were using an epidemiological data set of cholera outbreaks, environmental cholera outbreaks in coastal India where it is endemic, and a range of marine and terrestrial EO data sets, so either linked to the growth of Vibrio bacteria or the transmission to humans. So these are, as I say, level 4 processed essential climate variables derived from EO data and algorithms. So we extracted those for each district for each month and aligned them with the epidemiological data to then train a machine learning model to find associations, which we could then use to predict historic outbreaks. And we found that when we tested that on a group of unseen test outbreaks, our model accurately detected 89% of them, which provides a real kind of proof of concept that using EO climate time series data can give us a picture of what's happening on the ground. And we found in that study that newly derived essential climate variables at the time, so salinity, for example, were really useful for forecasting cholera in this region. Additionally, we also found that the lagged chlorophyll A concentration, so that's derived from ocean color and is indicative of plankton availability. And plankton provides both nutrition and shelter source for Vibrio bacteria in the water. So that lagged chlorophyll A concentration was a really good predictor. So for example, the plankton availability now could be indicative of cholera outbreaks 2 months down the line. So that offers a lot of potential for things like preventative measures. So for cholera in the form of vaccine delivery, but for some of the other Vibrios, as mentioned, things like shellfish harvesting bans or beach closures. In a different study, so this was forecasting Vibrio vulnificus infections in the USA. So as well as looking at which EO variables were important predictors, we were also trying to look at nonlinear relationships between them and the Vibrio outbreaks. So here we're actually visualizing how the EO variables interact themselves to drive the disease outbreaks. So looking at limiting factors or cascading effects in the marine environment. So the lighter colors here indicate a higher chance that the model will predict an outbreak. So on the left, you can see that the positive effect of increasing sea surface temperature was limited when the salinity exceeded 35 PSU. Or on the right, which is the more complementary effect that you can see, which is where both positive sea level anomalies and specific chlorophyll A concentrations were required to actually reach that highest prediction zone. So based on the studies I've just mentioned, I thought I'd just summarize some of the kind of conclusions, challenges, and opportunities that I found in my own experience. So firstly, in terms of the epidemiological and genomic data, generally for waterborne diseases, there is a lot less of it. They're massively underreported. Vibrio diseases particularly can be self-limiting, so you don't necessarily go to the doctors and report it, and they're very rarely notifiable, which means that studies are usually limited to the places where they are notifiable, which of course isn't representative of waterborne disease risk. To get the data we actually need to develop these models requires collaborations with institutions that have that kind of data, or if not, communicating with those institutions that have the capabilities to collect it so they understand the importance. I've also found for genomic samples for Vibrio in particular, in public databases, the spatiotemporal resolution is very poor. So quite often they're only labeled with a country and a year, which can be quite difficult compared to EO resolution. Some of it can be overcome with feature engineering to an extent, but generally it means high resolution forecasting is just really difficult at the moment. So high resolution spatiotemporal metadata needs to become compulsory with genome submissions to databases. And of course, epidemiological datasets are often discrete, so either by locality or admin areas compared to continuous EO data. So that requires some extra processing for waterborne diseases. That might include buffering to extract nearby coastal data. And of course, averaging over the district for EO datasets is losing a lot of that high resolution detail. In terms of the EO datasets, I think for waterborne diseases, they offer huge untapped potential for retrospective analysis of drivers of previous waterborne disease outbreaks. So there are a range of marine and water cycle variables in the EO space that are really relevant to waterborne diseases that are available as long-term time series for entire coastlines. I think the main challenge here is actually more for forecasting, where there's a lack of uptake of the marine EO variables and R&D in climate forecasts. So sea temperature forecasts maybe, but there aren't really readily available forecasts for things like chlorophyll A concentration, for example. So waterborne disease forecasts at the moment can only be quite short term, maybe based off lagged environmental drivers, rather than actually prospective forecasts. Also, of course, coastlines are very complex and change very quickly spatially compared to the open ocean. So we need high resolution EO data in this quite important human exposure area. And then lastly, in terms of modelling approaches, some of these maybe already been discussed, but of course the lack of robust data for training, things like balancing higher accuracy black box models with more interpretable models, and dealing with imbalanced data from quite infrequent outbreaks, which machine learning doesn't love, and we have to try and overcome through methods like oversampling. I currently think our approaches are still missing some key waterborne disease dynamics. So there are some quite complex socio-demographic exposures that just aren't currently quantified. Also, most of them are developed for endemic areas, but we don't know how well they would work in epidemic settings, which will probably require combining these kind of models with more traditional epidemiological models. And the monthly resolution I've been using isn't currently capturing the impact of extreme weather events yet. So in my current role, I've actually switched brains slightly to dengue. So I'm working on DEMOS, which is an operational dengue forecasting system using satellite data in Vietnam, and that's with Oliver Brady and LSHTM. I won't talk too much about this now because, of course, this isn't a vector-borne disease session. If you're interested, you can catch me later. But I thought it's been really insightful to compare the vector-borne and waterborne disease space in terms of EO and forecasting capabilities. So I thought I would just quickly touch on those differences. Essentially, there's a lot more surveillance data for vector-borne diseases. This project collaborates with health ministries across Vietnam, and there's a steady stream of surveillance data every month, so the model is revalidated, ready for the next month's forecast. Dengue in general has a lot more public data available, and this is all collated in a big global database called Open Dengue, which is a really nice way of doing it, and it would be amazing if something similar was available for Vibrio, for example. The forecaster model is quite sophisticated in that it can forecast prospectively up to 6 months in advance, based on current dengue trends, EO, and seasonal climate forecasts. And now I'd love to do something like this for Vibrio, but as I've mentioned, compared to the marine essential climate variables, the terrestrial variables that you use for dengue forecasting, so things like temperature, humidity, or rainfall, are much more readily available in seasonal climate forecasts, and that's something that's just not currently accessible for waterborne disease forecasting. And because vector-borne diseases are intrinsically linked to vector ecology, I think this brings in a whole discipline's knowledge and modelling approach, bringing together ecological and climate modelling communities. So it feels like there's a lot more people working on it, but I don't necessarily see why there's any reason such ecological manpower couldn't be utilised similarly for a bacteria that floats in water. And then we just need to add on all the complexity of it rapidly evolving afterwards. And then the fact that some of these models like this one are starting to become operational and actually driving vector control interventions, it shows the potential of what we can do with climate sensitive diseases when the data availability and that collaboration is there. So some of these successes aren't because it's vector-borne specifically, but because DEMOS is an example of quite good collaboration between academia and health ministries to actually achieve this. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you to the organisers for allowing this opportunity to present this work in quite a whistle-stop tour and share these reflections. I've listed the key papers here, and there's also a QR code for links to them, or if you want to get in contact with me after the event. And hopefully I haven't kept everyone from the coffee break. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. And so we have time for a few questions. Okay. We have 1, 2, and I'll have 1 too. So that's 3. Microphone for, is there a microphone available somewhere? Yeah, okay.
Thanks. That was really wonderful. I learned a lot. I was just wondering, when you were talking about the adaptation to new climates, in general, do these pathogens kind of occupy their maximum potential niche, or are some of them much more restricted because of like interventions and so on? So I was just wondering, you know, if you wanted to use a climate-driven landscape for potential outbreaks, I mean, in general, are they generally occupying all of that niche?
Vibrio in general obviously have certain optimum temperatures and salinities, example, but I think the fact that they are rapidly able to adapt to situations, that's definitely what we've seen with the emergence of those strains that, for example, the Peru and Chile coast, that would not have initially been seen as a niche they would have existed in.
Right.
Yet clearly at some point there was an adaptation that allowed that group to emerge. So it's a bit more dynamic, I think, and that's probably where we start need to look in now, because it is changing. And for example, with the Baltic Sea that obviously Jan was talking about earlier, it's becoming more and more suitable. So that's quite a good opportunity to actually track it in real time this time, rather than having to look back and see how it's happened. But there could be a potential of a new strain emerging that's particularly well adapted to that slightly different niche.
The second question? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question because I noted one of your takeaways was that there was not enough spatiotemporal resolution for the genomic data. And I wanted to understand the constraints. So what do you think are the constraints for not to have high resolution data? Thank you.
It's a good question. I mean, I'm not one of the people who personally takes those samples and processes them in the lab. So I think it's definitely a conversation needing to have with them. I think part of it is maybe just not understanding the importance of that space and time data. Quite often these labs are submitting lots of genomes to a database at once. And I think instead of having to look through each and put a latitude and longitude for where they found it, they don't see the importance of that bit of metadata. It's just another part of the form. So they just put in the country and the year. So I think that's more of a communication thing rather than something that might actually be difficult to do. So hopefully could be a nice quick fix for any future submissions. Thank you.
Yeah.
One last question. Is it
No.
possible?
I have a last question, but you can go before me.
Thank you. I seen one of your slides saying consideration for waterborne diseases and EO, and I see about the epidemiological and genomic data availability. There are 2 points. One saying that there is studies limited to areas with surveillance systems, and to another point, access and data sharing seems to be an issue. What is, according to you, the most important between two? Is it the access and sharing of data or the lack of data?
I think probably for Vibrio diseases, the former, the actual lack of data. I think there's only very few countries that where Vibrio is nationally notifiable. So ideally, that means that lab samples are coming in and there's actually enough data to start analysing trends, but that's in very, very few countries. So at the moment, as I say, studies are very limited to those areas where the data is actually available. So I think we need people to collect it first, and then hopefully we can talk to them and hopefully get hold of it. Thank you.
So my question is, I noticed you were using the essential climate variables in a slide called forecast. And so essential climate variables is not like real-time data that you can use to time step and to forecast. And then you mentioned that there's a lack of uptake of marine EO dataset in climate forecast. So that's
talk
just
about that a bit. Yeah.
one comment on what does it mean, and then you had lagged association for short-term forecast. Are you plugged in the near real-time data coming from satellite?
No, so I think that's exactly the point, really, in that at the moment, the EO capabilities are brilliant for retrospective analysis of what's driving those outbreaks. But I think we want to move to kind of where I say vector-borne diseases are currently reaching at the moment, that more near real time. I think there needs to be more follow-up from the kind of retrospective historic climate time series data to those products, which are more real time, and then into forecasts as well, which can hopefully utilize a lot of the R&D that's already been developed to develop the original historic indicators. But I think, yeah, that's probably the next steps here.
Yes. What does lagged mean?
So essentially, within the models, we found that lagged variables were sometimes significant predictors. So for example, I'll use temperature just as a simple example, but temperature now might be indicative of cholera outbreaks a few months down the line because it's allowed populations to proliferate and rapidly kind of expand and grow. And we don't see the impact of that until a few months later. So if we understand those lagged relationships, that at least gives us some kind of short-term forecasting capabilities if, as you say, we get that near real-time data.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amy, and thank you all the speakers. And now we're going to have a break, but we continue at 4:30.
Yes.
Sorry.
Fine.
Sorry, 4:30 is the beginning of the coffee break, and it ends at 5. So be back at 5.
Those who are online, please note, we'll be back on the hour, whichever hour you're on. We are breaking for coffee now. Please come back. Thank you. Thank you all for coming back. And we move on to the discussion session. So this session is organized with Jan and me as co-chairs, I believe. And we'll begin with a few words from Jerome, followed by 2 small videos, then a small presentation by Gemma, and then we will put some seed questions for discussion, just as a guide to the discussion, but not hard and fast. And we have till 6:30 to put on the table what we would like to do in the next 5 years, shall we say. Thank you very much. Over to Jerome.
Yeah, well, I just have a short message, short speech. Basically, the European Space Agency and the other partners are really interested in the feedback from the users and from the scientists who are using the data. And I'd like to focus on the Earth observation data part more than the type of biology that we've seen up to now. So the key word I mentioned at the beginning of the other session is water. And we do a lot to develop tools, meaning research activity, R&D activities, to improve the capability of extracting information from data measured by satellite. And so when I was still at the European Space Agency, my last activity was to develop a flood forecasting project. It's a big project with 20 people working for 2.5 years, and which was launched a year after I left. And I think there is this necessity to have the forecast part. I think the forecast part is very important. And of course, the forecast part is based on what we know of the processes, and what we know of the processes is also based on the fact that we have 30 years or 35 years of data coming from satellites. And like, for instance, the climate change initiative with the essential climate variables that Amy showed just previously. And so I think the important is the capability to develop forecast for what? For early warning. And that applies to, so I mentioned this big thing that we launched for floods. It's called EO4Floods. And you can follow that, and the output should be something pre-operational, which will be very useful. Of course, it's also very difficult to predict floods. You know,
the recent events that happened, like for instance in Valencia, and it's very difficult to generalize to the whole world. And beyond floods, which is basically liquid water going most of the time from land to sea, but there's also sea to land, and the idea is that we need to exploit all the data that we have about storm surges, variation of atmospheric pressure, which creates a storm surge, and also the part of the water which is frozen, which you can imagine that when the permafrost is melting, you will find a lot of things that have been frozen, like in the kitchen freezer for thousands and thousands of years. And that also is something that we should be on the lookout for, what will come out of the permafrost melting. And again, we have tools to look at that, either optical or infrared, but also radar. And all of these tools should be really understood by people who use the data, just to make sure that they understand how the measurement comes to the geophysical level. I always say that you should never trust the data which is produced by somebody else, but being in a capacity to check it. And so, yeah, that's more or less what I like to say. The thing I mentioned at the beginning of the other session is that there is a fourth phase of water, not just the water vapor, the water and the ice. But I think everybody should be interested in what we called what they called at the Washington State University when they made this discovery by serendipity, the exclusion zone water, the water that has a different organization. And so that's just a little stone in the pond that I hope will generate a lot of brain thoughts, brain food for thought. Okay, so thank you very much for letting me make this little improvised speech.
Thank you very much, Jerome. So we have a couple of short videos from Beth Healy, who could not be with us today, but she has sent recorded messages because she's out in the field, I understand. So Beth is an emergency medicine doctor who has worked in a number of extreme and remote environments, including Svalbard, Siberia, Greenland, Antarctica, and the North Pole, including for the European Space Agency. She has contributed to the Space and Global Health UN Specialist Interest Group in terms of how space can solve medical problems on Earth, including life support systems, telemedicine, and remote diagnostics. She has sent us two videos. One is a personal one and one regarding the topic of the discussion today. Thank you, Amy.
Hi, I'm Dr. Beth Healy, and I'm the former ESA Research MD in Concordia Station in Antarctica. Since my time there, I've remained really involved in working as part of medical and logistical support teams in a number of extreme and remote environments. And this has led me to my current role, where I'm currently working for National Geographic's Pristine Seas project, where I'm currently mainly working out in the South Pacific, which is unfortunately why I'm not able to be with you today, because I'm currently in Vanuatu working on one of their projects there. I'm also remained involved in the space industry in my role as the medical lead for Blue Abyss, and also as part of the Space and Global Health Working Group. And it's through this group that I became really interested in how we can use space technology to help us address global health challenges worldwide. I'm really excited to be joining you in the panel today, looking at waterborne diseases. And I think we can all appreciate how important water is for spaceflight. Not only is it important for drinking and providing safe, clean drinking water for astronauts, But it's also been postulated as a potential way of protecting astronauts on future Mars missions from cosmic radiation through the structure of sort of ice structures around their habitats, which I think is really cool. And it's also been used for astronaut training, for example, at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab out in Houston, as well as a spaceflight analogue at the NEMO project as well. And when I was in Antarctica, I really started to learn how scarce and important a resource water can be in extreme environments. And I was actually involved in a project which was looking at how we can recycle the water we have there as part of a sustainable life support system. And while we were developing that technology for astronauts up in space, it's also being used now in a remote Moroccan village to provide safe, clean drinking water to the community there, the exact same technology and machine, in fact. And that's really got me thinking about how we can really use space technology to help improve global health worldwide. And that's really clear how we can do that using Earth observation. That's why I'm really excited to be presenting today at this conference. From my work with expeditions, I've not only had to look after our teams and be aware of the environmental exposures that they might face, but I've also worked closely with and experienced firsthand the challenges of often resource-poor communities. In these settings, preventative measures and early warning systems can make a huge difference, helping to reduce the impact of waterborne diseases before they escalate into outbreaks. I've seen this in the Pacific Islands, like in Tuvalu, which is predicted to be one of the first islands to go underwater due to climate change, and in polar communities where access to safe water is limited and infrastructure fragile. Earth observation provides a suite of tools which are able to help us mitigate waterborne disease risk. For example, we're able to look at satellite data to help us look to see land water coverage and also the timing of flooding, which can help make predictions about leptospirosis and cholera, as well as many other diseases, and the likelihood of outbreaks in those areas, and to be able to put effective countermeasures in place before outbreaks become a problem. Not only that, but we're also able to look at climate data and water coverage data as well to help us predict where there might be harmful algae blooms. Again, something that our divers see out in the South Pacific on quite a regular basis. And these blooms can contaminate the sea creatures living in those areas and devastate fish populations as well, which is really important for those communities living there, and often leading to sort of a diarrheal illness after these contaminated seafood are eaten as well in those areas. Something really important for me as an expedition doctor to be aware of. And also, following big, large natural disasters, we're able to get really quick, high-resolution imagery, which allows us to see the infrastructure and how that might have been damaged, not only affecting the provision of safe drinking water, but also contamination with sewage leaks, for example. And what's also really exciting is we're able to correlate health data in those areas with the climate data and water coverage data to help us improve future predictive modeling systems using this Earth observation data. So it's a really exciting dynamic area that everyone's working on, and I'm really excited about some of the discussions that we're going to be having at this conference today. Co-creation is key. Working with local communities ensures that Earth observation tools are trusted, relevant, and culturally appropriate. From polar research stations to tropical islands, Earth observation provides predictive foresight, safeguarding both human health and ecosystems. Combined with sustainable life support technologies inspired by space, we can directly prevent waterborne disease while also improving environmental resilience. While Earth observation won't treat patients directly, it can give us the critical foresight needed to act early. From Antarctica to Tuvalu to Morocco, my experiences help to show that predictive Earth observation and space-enabled water technology and solutions, combined with local engagement, can save lives and protect both communities and the ecosystems that they depend on. Thank you very much.
Vous vous souvenez de sa période princesse? Avec les nouvelles catégories Vinted, vous pouvez vendre toutes sortes d'articles. De la mode.
Finland is known as the land of 1,000 lakes, but in reality, that number is closer to 188,000. With this amount of lakes and add to that the vast amount of coastline and coastal waters, monitoring this amount of water is a serious challenge. Every year, around about midsummer here in Finland, we start hearing more in the news about algae, specifically the blue-green type algae or the toxic cyanobacteria. This type of algae poses a threat for both people and ecosystems in the lakes and coastal areas. At Kuva Space, we are all about improving life on Earth, so why not start in our own backyard? That is why we have teamed up with the Finnish Environment Institute to launch a pilot program.
The pilot this summer aims to assess the capability of spaceborne and airborne hyperspectral to detect algae bloom, to identify their species, and to evaluate their impact, because until today, except of doing it in the laboratory, we could never do that. And what we are trying to do now is to have a better prediction of the situation and the anticipation of this bloom development over time.
So for us to get a glimpse into what happens here on the ground, we went over to Järvenpää to join the Finnish Environment Institute team on one of their field tests.
Today we're in Lake Tuusulanjärvi. We're gonna go with our Tieto 1 boat to the lake, and we will do some optical measurements in the lake in different sites, and we're also taking water samples from the lake. We're doing different kind of measurements at the same time. So there are like 1,500 different phytoplankton species in Finnish lakes and coastal waters. I think there are maybe 40 species of cyanobacteria that are producing the toxins. They absorb light in the lake, but all of them have a little bit different absorption spectrum depending on the pigments that are within the phytoplankton cells. These traditional methods, taking the one water sample, you take it from a certain spot. So it might not be so representative of the whole lake. Then comparing to the satellite data that can cover a larger area, with satellite data you can get more data more regularly compared to this traditional water sampling. What I'm excited of with this collaboration with Kuva Space is that the satellite data is hyperspectral, so the spectral resolution is higher. That can maybe enhance the development of detecting different phytoplankton species. I think that is what is most promising in this collaboration with Kuva Space.
This pilot will run throughout the summer, and the Kuva Space and Finnish Environment Institute teams will work closely together to shine a light on this nationwide problem. We'll be back in the autumn to share what we found, so watch this space.
Hello and welcome to The Climate Question. I'm
Hello, just one comment, one very quick comment. So ESA has partnered with Kuva Space through a program that is called Incubed. And so in fact, we have co-invested into the development of the second satellite, which is flown now in 2025. So this is also an example of a partnership between ESA and commercial new space. And we hope that this new constellation will be helpful for the waterborne diseases community. There will be now, I think, another video about CHIME. CHIME will be the hyperspectral satellite part of the Copernicus family. But of course, the revisit time will not be as much as the constellation, which is a LEO constellation, so low Earth orbit with a lot of satellites in the constellation. Thank you.
Top European industrial teams with decades of experience.
It will map the surface of the planet systematically and on a global scale, over and over again.
During a single acquisition, CHIME will acquire 4 times more data than any other hyperspectral satellite.
And CHIME will provide this data globally and on a systematic operational level for the first time in history. The Copernicus Hyperspectral Imaging Mission for the Environment, or CHIME for short, is an ESA mission that will provide routine hyperspectral observations of land and coastal areas for the Copernicus program. It has been designed to support European and global policies for the management of natural resources, with a focus on soil productivity, raw materials exploitation, and the sustainable use of fertilizers and water, food security and biodiversity management. I am Marco Celesti and an optical mission scientist. In particular, I'm the mission scientist of CHIME and Sentinel-2 Next Generation. The use of agricultural pesticides and fertilizers has expanded massively during the past decades. So global demands for natural resources such as water, energy, and food continue to increase. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, global agricultural production will need to increase by 60% by 2050, and this just in order to meet the food demands of the growing global population. This can cause adverse effects on biodiversity and can cause also widespread pollution through chemical contamination or eutrophication of freshwater bodies. And at the same time, our ecosystems are under increasing pressure. In the coming decades, 1 million species could face extinction if biodiversity decline continues not to be tackled. This calls for urgent action.
Compared to other hyperspectral missions, CHIME will allow a complete paradigm shift. Copernicus CHIME will feature a novel form of operational data acquisition. On board CHIME, there is an advanced hyperspectral imager that will be able to acquire images in 20 times more spectral bands than Sentinel-2. Think about it, 20 times more than Sentinel-2. Imagine the possibilities. My name is Jens Dieke. I'm the project manager for CHIME, the hyperspectral mission for Copernicus.
So in simple terms, hyperspectral imaging is a technique that uses advanced optical sensors to measure light in a wide range of electromagnetic wavelengths. Hyperspectral sensors can capture hundreds of different narrow contiguous bands in the spectrum with very high fidelity, allowing scientists and data engineers to analyze a vast range of colors invisible to the naked eye.
CHIME will have over 200 spectral bands, from 400 nanometer to 2500 nanometer. This means from the visible to the shortwave infrared at a spectral resolution of less than 10 nanometers. During a single acquisition, CHIME will acquire 4 times more data than any other hyperspectral satellite. CHIME's key features are the combination of a high-quality imaging spectrometer together with onboard processing capabilities, two technologies which are very sophisticated. The imaging spectrometer provides spectral and spatial information for all ground pixels with the same quality. This means that the image quality will be very uniform and reproducible, and the onboard processing using AI is adaptable depending on the ground scene, accounting, for example, for clouds. This is the first time any Copernicus satellite will have onboard AI capabilities. It is so important that we get this right, because this is crucial for data quality. Remember, we strive to capture the pure spectrum of light from the Earth.
Until a couple of years ago, we only had the first experimental hyperspectral missions, which could only observe a very small footprint, like small hyperspectral postcards from the planet. Today, the number of hyperspectral missions is increasing, but CHIME will bring an operational capacity into play. It will map the surface of the planet systematically and on a global scale. Over and over again, we are moving from occasional ad hoc measurements to a global scale stream of hyperspectral products, from prototyping to large-scale deployment.
CHIME will have a ground resolution of 30 meter and a swath width of 130 kilometer for a single satellite. On top of this, CHIME will be a 2-satellite mission. Also, the data quality will be unprecedented. Each ground pixel will be observed with the same quality of a high-precision imaging spectrometer. So the combination of large instrument swaths and 2 satellites allows unprecedented revisit times of 11 days, which is needed for the operational use of the data. Guaranteed. no matter what, on any point of Earth.
Imagine that you are a farmer trying to optimize your crop production. With existing Sentinel satellite data, you are able to monitor vegetation parameters to get basically a sense of how your crops are evolving over time, and also have some indirect indicators of crop state and health. With CHIME, you will be able to dig much, much deeper than that. For example, you will be able to track the distribution of specific soil nutrients and properties in different parts of the field with unprecedented accuracy. With this, farmers will make much more informed decisions about irrigation and fertilization. This information is absolutely essential for applying innovative agricultural practices for a more sustainable management of fields. CHIME products will provide information on crop types and crop health worldwide, this by measuring specific vegetation and soil properties. This is crucial to define the correct amount of fertilizers to be provided to the crops. Not too much, not too less, and more important, only to the areas that really need it. So this will reduce the overall usage of fertilizers, mitigate negative environmental impacts, and frankly, save money. Imagine you want to study forest resources at large scales. With traditional remote sensing, you can retrieve like the vegetation cover and some basic, though very important information about the health of the trees. With hyperspectral products from CHIME, you will be able to capture detailed information about the chemical composition of the leaves in the forest canopy, or discriminate different forest types, or even identify single plant species. You can characterize the overall health of a forest, its state of degradation, or its ability to absorb carbon. A real added value of hyperspectral remote sensing is that it is very versatile. In fact, the same CHIME measurements will also be used to map mineral composition and abundance, or to reveal information on water quality, or even to yield information on snow properties.
CHIME builds on experience of Prisma and NMAP. Here we are building on excellent heritage coming from national programs in Italy and Germany.
For mapping raw materials, CHIME will provide an in-depth mineralogical information. This is to support extractive industries and to detect economically valuable deposits. This data can also be used to reduce the environmental footprint of mining operations anywhere in the world.
CHIME is strong through its collaboration with other countries and agencies. The CHIME contract was signed in 2020, kicking off the project with the satellite Prime, Thales Alenia Space in France, and the instrument Prime OHB system AG in Germany. Additionally, we collaborate closely with NASA's Surface Biology Geology mission, having similar observation objectives. Hundreds of scientists are working on this technology today, and dozens are currently involved in the project itself.
With Copernicus CHIME, we will be able to bring fully operational products to the user community to advance in all these key application areas: agriculture, food security and soil property measurements, forest resources and biodiversity assessment, raw material mapping and composition, as well as water quality monitoring in rivers, lakes and coastal ecosystems.
The CDR is a critical milestone during the development of the satellite when the design maturity is critically assessed. After this review, the assembly and testing of the satellite and the subsystem will begin, leading to a flight readiness in 2028. The launch of the first satellite will be any time after this flight readiness.
So hyperspectral imaging allows the detection and quantification of a vast number of surface properties, basically offering a treasure trove of information, of unique fingerprints which are hidden from our naked eye, and this with an unprecedented level of detail.
Okay, so I hope you appreciated this. I had noticed that in a couple of years, maybe 3 years, you have this beautiful Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Bentley satellite, hyperspectral. So now we're going to have a real human talk by Dr. Gemma Kulk, senior scientist at PML, Plymouth Marine Laboratory, where she leads novel research on phytoplankton and their role in the ocean carbon cycle using ocean color, remote sensing, of course. She's currently establishing a full ocean carbon budget from Earth observation, an active member of working groups, including the UN Ringo thematic group on public health and climate change, and has co-authored policy briefs on the impact of climate change on water quality and human health. Gemma, you have the rest of the afternoon. Oh, no, sorry, you have 15 minutes.
I have about an hour. I'll keep it brief because I will also like to enjoy our panel discussion. So I was invited today to give a very quick overview of one of our ESA-funded projects, which is called Waterborne Infectious Diseases and Global Earth Observations in the Near Shore, WIGEN, which is a collaboration between the UK, India, and Brazil. And I just want to highlight some key results. So one of our research topics within the project was focused around floods and how floods are associated with waterborne diseases in a state called Kerala in the southwest of India. And one of our first steps was actually to develop additional methods to observe floods from satellite observations. So typically Sentinel-1 is used for that, but we developed a method based on Sentinel-2 optical data to supplement our information that we derive from Sentinel-1 data. As Shu already highlighted in her talk, when we then analyzed our time series of floods, we actually noticed that incidence of disease, so in this case, E. coli and pathogens in the water appeared or peaked before the floods happened. And this was associated with rainfall and the rise of water and mixing with groundwater and the sewage infrastructure. One of the second topics that we undertook or studied is the development of a disease database. India has a national reporting system on infectious disease, which is called the IDSP, which is stored in PDFs. Which is obviously not the most accessible data that you can imagine. And we digitized that and we matched that with Earth observation. And I think I would like to make the point here, maybe advocate for ocean color data and multispectral data, because for our work, that's very important Earth observation data. It gives us information, especially on water quality. We already heard that phytoplankton can be quite important, but there are also other indicators of water quality. So suspended matter, turbidity, clarity. These are all things that we can derive from optical data. And then the third topic I want to highlight is a study in Brazil, in Rio Grande do Sul, which is in the south of Brazil. And here we assessed the capabilities or the possibilities of Earth observation to predict leptospirosis. So we looked at correlation of, I think, mainly temperature and precipitation, and leptospirosis. So this indicates in which regions in the province where we might be able to highly predict outbreaks of leptospirosis. We did not only carry out science in our project, we also used citizens, I would say collaborated with citizens in our science. We developed a smartphone application for this to survey sanitation conditions, and also especially for citizens to report any disease symptoms they might have. And so based on sort of surveying in person, we developed an indicator of risk. So whenever a citizen or a user of the application fills out the questionnaires or the questions in the app, they are provided with the potential risk of waterborne diseases. We also carried out quite a lot of capacity building activities. So we developed a prototype curriculum for medical students in collaboration with the University of Plymouth. I think Stefano already mentioned this a few times this week. We developed a web series, an online webinar series on Earth observation applications for human health. We did this live with 300 to 400 participants, and it's also still on YouTube. If you are interested, please search for the Trevor Platt Science Foundation, and I'm sure you'll find it. That was followed up actually by in-person training at Plymouth Marine Laboratory in the UK. So we hosted 40 students, I think, from worldwide. So quite a range of participants. And we actually taught them how to use data. So we had active working behind computers and how to use some of those Earth observation applications. And last year, 2 years ago, we also participated in something called Protecting Our Planet, POP, which is quite a large activity in the UK, educating UK students at primary, secondary schools. We produced a short film on the power of ocean color in monitoring water quality. And we had over 46,000 students joining us, which is a little bit intimidating. I couldn't see them, so I'm happy about that. And then I want to highlight some of the lessons we've learned during our projects. So obviously, we find many threats from water, which include water-associated diseases. We've heard about harmful algal blooms. Shuba touched upon invasive floating vegetation that can actually harbor disease, but also vectors of disease, and of course, natural disasters. But we should not only focus on the negative. Water can also bring health benefits. And Shuba already mentioned the new terms, so I highlight blue health here, which is often related to water quality. And obviously, water or organisms that grow in the water also provide us with high quality food supplements and food through aquaculture. One of the things I want to note that in India and Kerala, and maybe in India in general, the availability of disease data is extremely poor. So that limits what we can do and how we study water-associated diseases. And one question is whether citizen scientists can help us with that. Then some recommendations. One of the recommendations that we would like to make is that we can deal with water and vector-borne diseases together because they're often components of an interconnected system. The socioeconomic status and cultural practices, as well as sanitation infrastructure, are really important to fully understand why pathogens in the environment lead to different manifestations of the disease. And obviously, we've heard that already this week, a One Health approach would be beneficial. We need multi-pronged transdisciplinary science to tackle infectious diseases, especially when we consider the environment. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. It was very informative. And could I invite Jan Simmons to say a few words as co-chair of this session before we open the floor to all of you? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. So for me, it's been great to be here. I've learned a lot. As you know, I'm just a simple epidemiologist, so it's great to learn from all you guys. And it's amazing to see the development that has happened over the years. In fact, 15 years ago, I was trying to build a liaison between ECDC and ESA at the time. And I just couldn't take it off the ground. We were having meetings and everything, and just nothing ever happened. And I was quite depressed about it. And it was not ESA's fault, and it wasn't ECDC's fault necessarily, which is they both were not quite ready to embark on a collaboration like that. And then I obviously know the situation at ECDC better, because when I was trying to tell the epidemiologists at ECDC, hey, check it out, there is an environmental signal that indicates an increase of cases, we should act. And they say, what do you mean? This is an environmental signal. That doesn't mean anything. Where is the index case? We need to have active surveillance. We need to have cases, right? They can't take an climatic or an environmental signal and take public health actions based on that, because there is a cultural divide between epidemiologists and environmental scientists or environmental epidemiologists. So reading these type of environmental signals just didn't work at ECDC. And obviously, there's a lot of development now in academia that has happened. I wish ECDC would embark on these type of new developments also, and I hope these kind of meetings will help pave the way. So that was one issue that occurred to me that during these days now here at this meeting, that there is a stark discrepancy between the past and where we're going now and what's happening. The other issue that I think we might want to discuss now as part of this open forum, I'm a bit concerned that if you look at the use of these kind of remote sensing data, or climate services for that matter, that these type of data tend to be used by communities that are able to use those data due to financial reasons, due to technical capacity, and so on. But disenfranchised communities or regions that don't have that capacity, they will not use them, and that will inadvertently increase health inequalities between the more to do, better to do regions compared to other ones. So one part of the discussion should, I think, be how can we increase the uptake of remote census data and climate services in populations that don't have the financial resources and the know-how how to use them in order to decrease these health inequalities. So I'm looking forward to the discussion, and those are some reflections of where I think the field should go to address the needs that we need, throughout Europe, but also globally, also in the global South, to increase the uptake of these data in the global South.
Thank you very much, Jan. So, as I mentioned briefly earlier, we thank Stefano and Shadia and all the other people working behind the scenes, including Sabrina and all, for really putting this great opportunity together for us. So we are here now, and I think it would be a shame if we didn't use this to plan the next steps, so that this doesn't finish here, but it becomes the beginning of a new adventure together. So the direction I got from ESA is, where would you like to go over the next 5 years? So let's think about that. And together as a panel, we also put together some related questions. And these questions are related to waterborne diseases, but we'll be open to all other kinds of pathogens, diseases, whatever. What do we need to improve our understanding, first of all, before we can then go into using that improved information to get at better predictions? And for me personally, I found it useful to think about what the pathogens are doing in the environment. We try to understand that. Then we also try to understand what is the pathway from the environment into the human body and infections. What can be a barrier to that? How can we diminish the contributions from us to the pathogens in the environment? That cycle, how can we improve that? And Then Gemma introduced citizen science today, but we also heard about citizen science being a powerful tool from other presentations at this event. So how can we engage with the society to make them partners in our journey, make them part of the solution, and also part of the search for the solution? And it could be through citizen science, and we heard earlier, it could also be through improved communications. And perhaps we need to change how we communicate with a broader audience. And the other point that now Jan also introduced is what kind of capacity do we need to make sure that some people are not disenfranchised? So those are just some questions to get the discussion rolling. And we welcome your inputs. Jorge.
Thank you, Shuba. I think I'm going to add more chaos to the to the discussion because I have a follow-up to the last one, and I think it was in the previous presentation that there was capacity building mentioned and reaching to a number of students and all learning a lot. My question is step back. What was the desired impact that we want to create? And how are we going to measure that we have arrived there? And on the first question, the first question is referring to that would address the identified problems. Do we agree on the identified problems? Which are the problems that we have to solve in a priority order? So it's not answering, it's adding some reflections to the slide. Thank you.
Or respond or add?
I can maybe reflect. Yeah, I think you agree as well that capacity building is really important and it should be widespread. Some of the activities that we carried out, if you look at those activities aimed at primary, secondary schools, that's more like providing information and making children familiar with concepts that they might not hear at school. So just, I think, planting a seed, what might be out there without scaring them, because I think that's really important. Obviously, when you talk about disease or when you talk about poor water quality, you don't want to scare people from using water or using the sea for recreation. When we aim our activities at fellow scientists or university students, I think it's a good point to follow up and to see, okay, what have you actually learned? So I think this is one of my questions earlier today. What is the feedback that you get? So in capacity building, I think that's important as well. I don't think necessarily we've done that for some of our capacity building activities, but we've had people contacting us afterwards. And I'm thinking especially of one scientist who said, "You've changed my career. I was inspired to study disease and use Earth observation for that." So for me, that's a very positive message. And we've discussed with this person on how to collaborate further. So I think if a person shows that type of interest, I think it's also our duty to support that direction.
Can I also add to what Gemma said? I've been involved with my husband in capacity building activities for decades by now. And it's not often a case of what do we want to achieve. Usually it is a case of tailoring to their needs. So we asked them first, what do you need? And we try to give them that. It requires an extra effort, but it is a lot more rewarding at the same time. And there is a hunger for knowledge in many of the people you teach or train, whatever the term is. And you don't realize that until you are with them and you work with them. I remember that we went to Gujarat in India after the devastating earthquake that happened. So we thought they'd want to cancel the course. Then they said, no, we are all waiting for you to come because we need the course. So they were, some of them at least, they were going in the evening or at night to do relief work. Then they turn up in the morning for the training course. They said, no, we can't miss this. This is important for us. In the same way, we happened to be in India during the Indian Ocean tsunami. Relief work was part of everybody's activity, but they didn't miss a single day's course. So I think if we cater to what people need, then it's a different thing. And in another example, we worked with a Japanese foundation, the Nippon Foundation in capacity building. And one of the messages I got from them is that we want the training to be not just about the science, but it should also be culture, the general lifestyles. And the expression one of them used was, we should be eating from the same bowl of rice. And I think that is also important, because when we do some training, some of the trainers retract when they encounter local difficulties, perhaps things not being up to standard. And then they'd say, well, we are not coming again. And my reaction would be, fine. We need people who can come again and work with the people for the better together. When people come to Europe or to North America to get educated, we expect them to conform to how we do things here. But that reciprocal attitude should also be there. If we are going somewhere else that's unfamiliar to you, then we should also be prepared to meet them halfway. So it's not just about the subject. Any more comments on capacity building? Willie?
Yeah, I think we shouldn't forget that it's not just capacity building of ordinary people who aren't specialists. It's capacity building of people like me or you or whoever, because it's a pretty mysterious subject, this, and it's known by relatively few people, because in reality, it's quite new and it's expanding very fast and changing very quickly. So it's not just a matter of saying we must educate or capacity build in the global south. We should do it in Yale and Oxford and, Geneva as well.
Not just for young people.
I don't see myself as young anymore, I'm afraid.
I can't see people who are online, but I presume we do have some people online, especially Philippe and Anta. Please feel free to jump in and contribute to the discussions.
I've just had an email for some people online, actually, and they said that the chat for the Zoom is disabled, so they can't join that way. So they went back to the Padlet.
Okay, so there are two questions on the Padlet at the moment. So the first one is from Therese Westrel from the ECDC, and it's for Jan. From ECDC, we're happy to inform that ECDC is currently setting up voluntary surveillance of vibriosis in collaboration with the EU and EEA countries.
Right. So that's something we have been pushing for a long time. In fact, I remember the slide we have from the science paper. Vibrio was on there that there was no surveillance for Vibrio. There is surveillance in the country of Sweden, and that's the data we use to validate our model. Now, Therese is in fact pushing voluntary surveillance for Vibrio, which is a great thing. I totally endorse that. The thing we're talking about here is how to use remotely sensed data to predict the onset of cases and use these type of early warning systems. But I'm all for it. Any voluntary reporting of Vibrio cases will be very much appreciated.
Thank you. About capacity building. Of course, capacity building and training of young professionals and students, of course, is very important. But I think capacity building should not be limited only into this community, but also to the user community. And I do see there, the very big need of training the users on how to exploit what scientists are actually developing, and especially the Earth observation science, what can be what can actually provide to their daily practice. And in order to make them using what we are providing on their daily practice, they need to be trained and build, skills on the side of the end user so as to be able to use what we are delivering to them. So I think it's always a big challenge of how to fill this gap, to bridge this gap between what we are developing and the user can actually uptake in their daily use. So capacity building, is also should not, forget or neglect that type of training, or even train of trainers towards reaching out the end user community. Thank you.
If I could just jump in as well there. I think as well, in terms of, kind of links back to what Jan was saying about bringing EO to maybe more resource limited communities. Obviously working with EO data, quite often they're incredibly big files. Things like high performance computing is helpful, but it's obviously very expensive and not necessarily accessible to a lot of people. So maybe I think part of capacity building could be rethinking our idea of what analysis ready data is. For a lot of kind of climate disease associations, ideally, you probably need that in a data frame format. So for this district on this day, this was the temperature. You don't necessarily need the high level of detail that is quite difficult to process. So potentially, platforms that can allow you to only download the EO data you really require might bring those capabilities to some more people. Obviously, that would require some engagement with people to see what kind of data and information they actually do need to clarify that. But I think there's a question from Jorge.
Sorry, can I add to that? So one thing that I've been pushing for is to have this data hub that takes the data, processes them, and makes them available, particularly to low resource settings, so they can use them, encourage the use. And it will only happen if that data hub finances the data and makes them freely available. Otherwise, the uptake is just not gonna happen.
Jorge, I think you had your hand up, but I just want to ask our technical experts upstairs if there's any way they can enable chat in Zoom. Okay. Okay.
That the replace for day 1 and day 2 are available now on YouTube, and people are finding the link on the chat.
Finding the link on the chat. So thank you very much then. Okay. Oh, Jorge, would you like to?
Yeah. Yes. So I like the first question a lot, and building up on what has just been said about data, maybe a recommendation for ESA is to have a data cube that is helping researchers to work with data in an easier way for health purposes. And maybe for that, we need an enabler, which is something that I was discussing on the first day, which are the space-based essential health variables that I mentioned. We need to identify what has to be in that data cube, and then try to make that data cube available, but not only the data cube. It's also about tools that allow to process the data that is going to be made available. So just a recommendation, because I see there as a very nice carrot and a nice opportunity. Thank you.
I mean, that's absolutely correct. Analysis-ready stuff for people who aren't Earth observation specialists is really a bottleneck. I mean, particularly with the later imagery. And as to what can be added to the either data cubes or a sort of set of individual layers, it doesn't really matter. But there is 40 years of history from the Americans of what can be produced, what is used. And so there's endless examples of where to start. And then with these new satellites coming along, then clearly there needs to be some experimentation to work out what can be produced reliably as analysis-ready information. But there's no lack of suggestion as to what can be there. I mean, there's a list of variables that can be, what, I don't know, 20 or 30 or 40 long, which is, I mean, you know, it really isn't rocket science to decide which ones to put on there.
Thank you very much, Willie. But I wouldn't like the discussion to just stagnate on data, which gives the impression that if you had the data, we could solve everything. So, one second. So I would like to suggest that we also need to improve the underlying science. There's so much we don't understand about the ecology and the dynamics of the pathogens and the pathways of the pathogen from the environment to the humans. So shouldn't we also be talking about improving our understanding? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So what you said, I mean, it's very important indeed. We have to understand what is hidden in the data, but we have to have access to the data. And although, I mean, the satellite data is available and we have a plethora of data and we're going to have even more and more, actually we have huge databases of satellite data. I think what we are still missing, I mean, to have gathered and organized in a, let's say, standardized way, I mean, in a way that we are keeping them in a cleaned database is the in situ data. And it's not possible, at least to my understanding, after years of experience, to be able to interpret satellite data if you do not have good in situ data and standardized data and cleaned data. And it is there where you see that, I mean, there is a big lack and shortage of data, if I may say. I mean, you may find Europe and statistical services of member states providing, I mean, good sampling or good data. But if you go outside Europe, if you go to Africa, or if you go to study vector-borne disease in a sub-Saharan country, you don't find data. So we have to transfer models. We have to transfer the knowledge that we have developed in an area where data existing to some other area where data is not existing. It is there where crowdsource data might be useful if we have, or if we set, I mean, a procedure of having the citizen being part of that process to send us data and to create databases. But in general, even we arrive at the point that citizens are part of this process, in the end, on our side, we have to develop the data spaces which are really useful to be, I mean, somehow, I mean, combined with the satellite information that we have, I mean, a lot indeed. So there, in terms of data, I think there is a big lack, and we have to consider a lot how we can focus into the gathering in situ data from all over the world. And I think that is a big action, if I may say, that could be initiated by Commission and trusted entities, European Space Agency, and other funding institutions. Thank you.
Very important point. Usually ESA will say in situ data collection is not our job. I'm oversimplifying maybe.
No, it's not our
But very
job, but
technical.
the European Space Agency constantly emits the idea that we cannot go forward with satellites without in situ data. We need it to understand what we're measuring. We needed to calibrate what we're measuring. Then we needed to validate what we're measuring. And then we need it because we have a situation where the Earth is going around only in 24 hours. And we have a lot of requirements of people who want data every 15 minutes. And so that we cannot change very easily. And so we need always to complement the the space data with in situ data and vice versa. So we're pretty good with spatial data, but the repeat is always, 27 days for Sentinel-3 altimetry, 3 days if you have an imaging, but you never get down to what you need. And today we heard about flash floods. Flash floods cannot be into this charter because we arrived too late and so on. And so, yes, in situ data, the agencies, the space agencies, are really pushing that we maintain the networks and that it's funded. Maybe not by ESA directly or only when we launch a satellite, but it's very important.
Really, very happy to hear that. Now, can I throw the ball to Shadia? Shadia, how can we improve access to health data or rather disease data so that the matching between the information on disease and environment can be made better? We've talked about the roadblocks.
Yes.
How can we try to overcome the roadblocks?
All right. Good question. So first, I think we have a duty on our side, like from the health sector. We have some data and some of them are publicly available and some are not based on the request from the countries. But even the private data, if you have a legitimate interest in this data and you send us a request, we can broker the permits and the clearance from the countries to use it for research or for development projects. So this one of the aspect of data use and availability to make it to make the access more for all kind of purposes. The other one, it's the linkage between the different sectors. We have data from the animal health side, but if we are to combine it with the human health side, we encounter some difficulties because the construction of the data system is different. So we are working on now in making those systems talk to each other, more interoperability of data between the different systems. And let alone the environmental system as well. And then we come to the Earth observation data, and this is a new field for us. I know that we have some pilot projects, but what we want is to make this mainstreamed in our organizations and to support our countries to do the same in their ministries. But this will take time and will take fund and resources. So we are really counting on the entities that are here now to continue this collaboration going forward. I hope you answered the question. Thank you.
Sorry, there is a comment on the Padlet which kind of pertains to this, so I thought I'd just read it out now. So it's again from Therese Westrel from the ECDC, who says, another problem with high-resolution surveillance data is GDPR issues. So particularly if cases are rare, knowing the exact time and location of a case may make it possible to identify the person, which prevents the sharing of such detailed data.
Can I add on that? I mean, this is exactly what I wanted also to comment. It's very important. I mean, by experience, I can tell you that anytime I'm trying to get access to epidemiological data in my country, in Greece, it's impossible. Because, I mean, these are personal data and it's not possible to be shared with scientists or others. What we do in order to get access to the data is that we do not get the personal data and we do not get even the address or the location of the reported problem. Actually, yes, actually we get the data in a grid resolution of 1000 meter by 1000 meter, and that is possible. And if we set such a standard in Europe, or I don't know what, in which other place, I mean, that we can get access to the data, we may create a database which is still useful for training and validating our models. Because if we want to be in 5 years from now in a condition that we can really support the end user and the health authorities, is to have validated forecasting system at the seasonal basis, what is going to happen in terms of waterborne diseases, vector-borne diseases, and or other diseases that we have been, these days, actually, yes, elaborating. And I think that if we have the capability one day to have created such data spaces of, I call them in situ data, we can have validated models to support the work of the decision makers on the daily basis, the health system side. That's the thing.
Yes, to add to what you already said, which is great about downgrading the resolution. In a Wellcome Trust project that we have, we also offered that we would add what they call a wobble. That means you just give a random walk. You add a random walk to your precise location. So it can be displaced anywhere, within a certain domain. And then you release the data with a wide circle indicating uncertainty. So that also would protect the personal information.
Just a point as well, in that sometimes when surveillance data is really limited, it might be worth looking towards some more kind of innovative ways of achieving it. So I spent some time at the UK Health Security Agency, and they were running a pilot project which was using large language models to get surveillance data on salmonella outbreaks. So essentially the idea was, if you've eaten at a restaurant and you get food poisoning, people tend to leave a 1-star review and mention the fact that it gave them food poisoning. So the large language model was trawling through hundreds of thousands of TripAdvisor reviews and trying to produce a data set on where and when these infections were. I mean, it had some limitations. For example, people writing, "I'm surprised I didn't get food poisoning," for example. So obviously lots of work to be done, but it's just maybe looking for those more innovative methods sometimes, as well as the kind of classical epidemiological data, especially when things aren't notifiable or always reported, or serious enough people go to medical settings, for example. Just a thought.
Yeah, there's any comments? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I think, Willie, you wanted to say something as well. Philip.
Yeah, just some quick comments about some of the topics that we have been discussing here since Monday in the afternoon. I'm Philippe Brandão. I work in the industry side, the Earth observation industry side. Lots of the topics that we have been discussing here sound familiar comparing to the first workshop that we had 1.5 years ago. And just wanted to highlight that we, as Earth observation industry, with the support of ESA, we have been trying to cover some of these gaps. We are leading the EO4Health Resilience Initiative that you probably all have heard of. And we have been trying to leverage Earth observation to provide data to the health community in a way that makes the health community's life easier. It's in an online platform with explanatory contents on how to use the data, on what we are presenting, easily accessible. So lots of the gaps that we have been hearing, we are trying to make this effort to make this data more and more easy to access. We have been hearing about data complexity and accessibility. It's difficult for people that are non-expert users to use Earth observation data. We are providing Earth observation-based data sets, NDVIs and the NDWIs, the West Nile virus forecast model, the specialization of some waterborne diseases data sets that I will show tomorrow. So just to highlight that there is an ongoing effort as Earth observation industry. We are trying to do our best, but yeah, just to quickly leave this remark as I believe a good example of the effort that us on our side we are doing to try to close this gap.
Thank you very much, Felipe. Valid, important point. Willie, is that you next, or did I miss anyone? Oh, no, Willie, I think it's you.
2 points. Sorry, my mind's gone a bit back. Yeah, okay. The point about finding information from informal sources, there are quite a few utilities out there now. I mean, there's a French PaddyWeb, for example, that does this sort of thing. And it scours, in that case, Google News, I think, and comes up with these sorts of things. And they have lots of people making very clever distinctions. And we tried to compare it with traditional data, and it's actually quite good, which is a start, but we need more of that. And there are also, there's things like GeoWikis, which which we can use citizen science to validate. And at the moment, it's mostly focused on land use, but there's nothing wrong with putting it in terms of diseases or distributions. Did you get bitten last night, or whatever it happens to be? And I was just looking it up, actually. 250 million validations on GeoWiki. That's a lot. So I think that's yeah. I mean, the other thing is that don't forget there's a lot of information buried in obscure journals or ministries of health or whatever else, which is just sat there, and it never gets to the light of day, and nobody ever reads it. And I mean, it's tedious beyond belief extracting it, but it's probably cheaper and quicker than going out with a butterfly net or a mosquito trap or whatever to actually get it done. And if you think that if you really put some resources into it, like Google digitized all the major world libraries so that all those obscure books can be got at online, you know, a proper effort could release an awful lot of information. Tedious as it might be to do it.
I would like to move away from the data discussion. So if you have a comment on data, then I'll go after you.
Yeah, just a very quick comment. I remember a long time ago we had an activity trying to detect when mosquitoes would hatch. We were partnering with the hospital in Barcelona, and they had the data, but so we didn't want the data. We didn't know how to read it or do it. So the idea was to partner with the people who have the data, and then you give them your data. You tell them, you know, does it make sense? Is there any correlation, and so on. And so that's the way we were using clinical data without having access to it. And we were measuring with the altimeter. We were just looking at the backscatter, and when there's a big backscatter, there are ponds. And so we were measuring the amount of ponds that there were after the rain, meaning that 15 days later, we had a correlation with the clinical data that there were some mosquitoes biting.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on our understanding of waterborne diseases. And I find in our work in India, the more we study Lake Vembanad, our study region, the more questions appear. And that might, you know, apply for other study regions as well. We obviously found a very strong link between Vibrio cholera and phytoplankton, but we know from literature, and we have actually seen in our data, that there are positive and negative relationships. So why? Why is that? And how do we measure that? Do we do lab studies? There is some information in literature. So I think developing our understanding of the ecology of VBO is really important to make our models and algorithms better. And if we, and take it a step further, I mean, okay, if we can model the pathogen in the environment, that the pathogen is present doesn't necessarily mean it causes disease. It then really depends on how people interact with their environment, with the water, what their drinking water sources are. So we know, for example, in India, that the drinking water can also be contaminated because people, although, the water treatment, the water from the water treatment plant is clean, people store their water locally in tanks, which can then be contaminated. And some of those numbers of contamination with E. coli are pretty shocking to me. So there's so many steps that we still have questions, unanswered questions. So I think in addition to making sure, that we have the data that we need to make our models, it would also be, for me, a priority to understand better how waterborne diseases live and spread in the environment, and then how people interact with water. Yeah.
So I'm not well, there are so many pathogens that we need to worry about. It's, I think, Jorge, it was you who asked, are we asking the right questions? I'm not sure, because the more you study, the more you learn, and more you see you need to learn. Just the other day, there was a newspaper article about a brain-eating amoeba in the water. So, well, on top of vulnificus, do you need another amoeba? Well, we don't, but they seem to be there. So the problem sometimes explodes, and we need to contain it, and I'm not quite sure how. Thank you for all your inputs. I'm sure it will be valuable for putting together a list of suggestions and recommendations to the organizers of this meeting. But I see that we are running out of time, and I would like to ask the organizers if you would like to add something before we close down. Stefano, Chadia.
Well, from our side, I think we would like to thank all of you. We believe that this session was really important. It's bringing forward the dialogue that we initiated already some time ago. We see that there is a growing interest also from different partners, in particularly from WOA. I mean, the aquatic environment includes also the animals that are living in this aquatic environment. So waterborne diseases is not only human related, it's also related to the animals that are living there. We know that there are additional challenges that we have not addressed today, the biorisks, the marine plastics. So there are additional threats and challenges. Maybe we keep this for next time. And I really would like to thank all of you, and I hand over to Chadia. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would like to mention that WOHA has developed an aquatic animal health framework, and we were hoping that we'll present it to you in this session, but our colleagues, they are having another workshop at the same time. As Stefano said, this is a new area of work that we would like to explore further and see how Earth observation can help us to achieve the objective of this new strategy. So we will be in touch with you.
Thank you very much. Actually, that's a very important point that hasn't come up very much. For example, health related to aquaculture, health to the environment, health to the humans, health to the fish. And sometimes when people say animals, we found that out ourselves in the UK, they don't think it includes fish. Exactly.
Or marine mammals.
So we offered them a project on ducks.
Yeah.
But then half the people, at least the UK side, seemed to like it. We got glowing reports, and then the Indian side shot it down. They must have had some other vision, but we didn't really discuss issues related to aquaculture at all, or the wild fish.
I'd like to make a point on what you just said. In fact, I think the hype now is really on unifying the science that we do in the coastal zone. First, because it's a place where you find a lot of humans, and more probably, and it's also a place where there's a lot of shifting, a lot of threats, a lot of erosion, and a lot of destruction with the storm surge and so on. And so I've been advocating that the people doing the oceanographers and the hydrologists that are working in their side meet together. And so ESA, when I was at ESA, was organizing the hydrospace meeting, where it's exactly this, where we would like to see what's going on, and more. I mean, I'm also organizing a session at the American Geophysical Union, which is linked to hydrospace. And the idea is to develop models that connect to each other. And I tried to invite to this meeting people in Toulouse who work on river plumes. And we know that with the turbidity, with everything, especially after what we can call compound events, meaning that not only you get a storm surge coming from the sea, but you also get heavy rain and you get a lot of downstream advection of the water carrying. And we saw essentially that dramatic things happens during floods. And so the activity that ESA has launched a year ago, I guess, called EO4Floods. This is also to monitor river discharge and to see when then the whole system turns into a flood and brings a lot of debris to the ocean. So there is a lot of effort which is ongoing. But a recommendation from this community could be that, yes, we saw that among all the exposures, extreme events like floods and compound events, meaning double floods, flood from the sea and so on, there could be a recommendation that we insist and we continue and we don't stop developing the capability to predict floods, to avoid things that we, in Libya, 22,000 deaths, and Valencia, and so on. Plus the pathogen that goes with it. And at CEOS, the Committee for Earth Observation Satellites, we have a group which is working on just that. It's called COAST. It's a virtual constellation, COAST. And we do sea to land, land to sea, and we try to put all the information together. And so we were talking about data. So this is data from satellites. And then, so we need in situ data for satellites. But in the end, we also talked about data, which is the clinical data that you need to acquire, which is very complicated. And at some point, these things has to meet. But when we are going to extend the activity of flood forecasting, it would be nice that we get some recommendation from this group of how the flood forecast could be used in terms of critical level thresholds and building indicators, because a flood might be just an extent, but it's also a level. But depending on the topography, the level won't matter much until you reach the threshold where everything, like a tipping point, breaks over. So this is food for providing recommendation to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that we are 2 minutes past the time when we should close.
It's my fault.
So let me thank you all for all your contributions. It was very helpful, but you don't have to feel that the dialogue is closed now. If you have additional points that you would like to be included in the report, you can write to one of us. I think Amy might be more efficient than me, for example, but but do use us if you would like to say more. But I would rather not keep you late tonight. So,
Well, I have one more comment. It's about, we saw beautiful slides all day. Can we have access to them, especially if we want to write a report? Would be useful. A lot of information we're given today.
Yes, the organizing teams are collecting all the presentations in the Google Drive, and you will have access to them. Yeah.
Yes. I have been reminded that after the
At least for us, not publicly.
Sabrina, thank you, Willie. Sabrina?
Yeah, we are going to send a mail with the consent to all the authors, and then the application will be directly on the website, so not on the Google Drive, because it's better for the Google Drive after the event. It's my drive, so.
Right. But before you, before any of the PowerPoint presentations go public, will there be an opportunity for the authors to say, I want those things kept aside?
Can publish, not you can't.
Yes.
The presentation will be converted into PDF and not in digital.
Okay. Thank you, Sabrina. So I've been reminded that all the information gathered today or throughout the meeting will go into a report that will be prepared over the next 6 months. And that will include what was said and what we think should be done next. So it could be a very useful tool for organizations like ESA when they plan their next steps and plan their next activities, projects, and so on. So if you have burning ideas that you think should be included in future activities, please make sure that they go into the report. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So just a reminder, tomorrow will be our last day, unfortunately. We will start at 9, and we have 2 related sessions to what we discussed today, one on capacity building and one on digital platforms. So we can further discuss and collaborate with each other on this. Thank you. See you tomorrow.